Welcome to the Lincoln City Council meeting of April 18th, 2022. In accordance with LB 898, please be advised that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is posted at the back of the chamber by the northwest door. Let us all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a brief period of silent meditation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The order of business of the City Council is as follows. The clerk will call the items listed on the agenda. Under public hearing, anyone wishing to speak on an item should come forward after the clerk reads that item. The council shall require any member of the public desiring to address the council to identify themselves, the name of an organization or group, including an address that you may be representing by such person or group, unless the address requirement is waived to protect the security of the individual. The applicant may then make one short rebuttal. Each speaker should begin by stating their name, address, organization, or group, and whether you're speaking in favor of or in opposition to the item. Testimony is limited to 5 minutes per speaker. What most folks I think are here to provide comment on is items 6, J, K, L, and M for Wilderness Park. We will call all of those items together, and that is under our public hearing ordinances, second reading, and related resolutions. So it's towards the end of the meeting. When we get to that section, our city clerk will call up folks who have signed in to provide public comment. Or what we're going to have first is we're going to have the applicants come up first. Applicants will provide a presentation and provide information. And then our city clerk will call folks that have signed in to provide public comment. After everyone has provided public comment, then we will have the applicant can then make a rebuttal to help clarify any issues that they would wish to do so. And again, testimony is limited to 5 minutes per speaker. That way we can make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak. Okay. After all public hearings, the council will vote on resolutions and items listed under third reading. On the second and last Mondays of the month, immediately prior to adjournment, anyone may speak on any issue not on the agenda for that date, nor planned for a future agenda. Will the clerk please call the first item of business?
Our first item of business for our City Council meeting on Monday, April 18th, 2022 is our consent agenda, sections 1 and 2.
Is there anyone that would like to speak on items 1 or 2? Anyone that would like to speak on items 1 or 2? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on.
We can now vote on these items. Item 1A is approving a professional services agreement supplement number 2 for construction services between the city and Speece Lewis Engineers, Inc. for the 27th Fairfield and West O Street Bridge projects, introduced by Show.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilman Beckius. Any discussion? Seeing none, may you please call the roll.
Raybold? Yes. Ward?
Yes.
Shob?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Beckius?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Also a reminder, make sure everyone's mics are on. Item 1B, approving the distribution of funds representing interest earnings on short-term investments of idle funds during the month ended February 28, 2022, introduced by Ward.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilman Beckius. Any discussion? Seeing none, may you please call the roll.
Shob?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Raybold?
Yes.
Bowers?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. That concludes our consent agenda. We'll move on to section 4, public hearing liquor resolutions. Item 4A is manager application of Gary L. Shute for On the Rise LLC, doing business as Blaze Pizza, located at 1317 Q Street, Suite 170 and 180.
Is there anyone here? Thank you so much.
How are you doing? My name is Gary Shute. I'm the applicant, and
I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth as you really believe it to be?
yes.
Thank you.
So I've just come to finish the process of the applicant.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
No.
Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, that's pretty easy.
Sure.
Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to speak on item 4A? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to move on.
I'll be calling items 4B and 4C together. Application of SMG Food and Beverage LLC for a special designated license to cover an outdoor area measuring approximately 97 feet by 176 feet at Pinnacle Bank Arena at 400 Pinnacle Bank Drive on April 23rd, 2022, from 12 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. And also item 4C, application of SMG Food and Beverage LLC for a special designated license to cover an outdoor area measuring approximately 700 feet by 448 feet at Pinewood Bowl at 3201 South Covington Avenue on the dates of May 10th and 14th from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., June 12th, 16th, and 18th from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., July 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., August 2nd, 5th, 10th, 21st, and 29th from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., and September 16th, 23rd from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Hi, I'm Tom Lorenz. I'm General Manager with Pinnacle Bank Arena, and we also manage Pinewood Bowl concerts. Thank you for the opportunity to come forward for both of these two different applications. The one for April 23rd will be a pre-party outside northeast entrance, which if you went up the ramp on the east side of Pinnacle Bank Arena, there's a large 12,000 square foot area on top. That's where this pre-party before George Strait will be happening. It's enclosed, fenced. We'll be checking IDs and doing all the proper things as far as making sure that people are served safely. The other applications are 16 different applications for Pinewood Bowl. We're fortunate enough right now that we have 16 concerts identified. We've announced 13 of those 16 concerts at this point. They'll start as early as the second week in May and run through, I think the 23rd of September is the last event. These all say that they run until 2 o'clock, and we do that so that post-concert we have plenty of time to gather up any leftover stock and transport it and get it put together. The concerts do not run until 2 o'clock in the morning. Any questions I can answer for anyone?
Are there any, Councilwoman Raybold?
This sounds pretty exciting for Pioneers Park, Pinewood Bowl. Can you just drop a few names of the concerts that
You
we
bet.
can look forward to seeing?
More than happy. We get to start with Styx, REO, and George Thorogood. That'll be on May 10th. And then a favorite who's been here before, Earth, Wind, and Fire on May 14th. New to Lincoln, Jack White on June 12th. Jake Owen on June 16th. And Bonavere on June 18th. We got a great comedian. There's a break between the end of June and the end of July. That's when the annual play happens out there. And so there's some exciting things for them to talk about at some point too. July 27th, Tom Segura, new great comedian. July 28th, we just announced Little Big Town. July 29th is one of our upcoming announcements. It'll be a young country star. July 30th, we finally get to do Goo Goo Dolls. We've had that one on sale for a couple of years now, and so we finally, looks like the stars will come together so we can play that. August 2nd, Bonnie Raitt with Mavis Staples, which is just outstanding. There's just, that's talent all over the place. August 5th is one that we haven't announced yet. August 10th is Dirty Heads, which is reggae. We've never done anything reggae out there, so I think this will be a cool afternoon. Starts a little earlier in the day. August 21st, we're just announcing now, we just announced this morning, ZZ Top and Government Mule. If you know Warren Haynes plays with Government Mule, that'll be terrific. Comedian Jim Gaffigan on August 29th. Another to-be-announced country star on September 16th, and September 23rd is Incubus. Wow. So it's pretty diverse. There's a lot of different things there for everyone. And the bowl updates that have happened over the last year are very exciting, so should be fun.
Yeah, yay.
And we'll do a couple shows at Pinnacle while we're doing.
Any other questions for Mr. Lorenz? Seeing none, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on item 4B or 4C? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on.
Next up is item 4D, application of Nebraska Horseman's BPA Inc., doing business as Lincoln Racecourse for a special designated license to cover an outdoor area measuring approximately 124 feet by 96 feet at 7055 South 1st Street on May 6, 2022 from 8 a.m. to 12 a.m.
Good afternoon, Mark Folson, attorney, Rembolt Lefty Law Firm, 1128 Lincoln Mall, appearing on behalf of our client and applicant, Nebraska Horseman's Benevolent and Protective Association, the owner and present operator of the Lincoln Race Course. So we traditionally do an event tied around Kentucky Derby. One slight edit, the proposed resolution only lists the date of May 6th. I went back and looked at the application that our client filed. It's actually May 6th and 7th, so would like to note that. So they're doing an event, something they've historically done on the 6th and the 7th. We will not be having Earth, Wind, and Fire, but we will have fun horse racing and a lot of festivities.
Are there any questions? No. None. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on item 4D? Okay, seeing none. Councilwoman Washington?
I'd just like to, thank you. I'd like to ask a question of
Sure.
Investigator Parker. Just because he made an amendment to the application for a second date.
Scott Parker, Lincoln Police Department, 575 South 10th Street.
Do you have any comments about amended date?
No. We'll be able to make sure it's inputted correctly so it reflects both dates and make sure they get their local approval so they can get it over to the state. So no issues there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none.
Mr. Chair, seeing no one else coming forward to make questions or comments about these agenda items, I'd like to move approval of item 4A through item 4D.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Shob, seconded by Councilwoman Washington. Any discussion? Seeing none, may we please call the roll?
Excuse me, Ward,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Okay. That concludes section 4. We move on to section 5, public hearing resolutions. I'll be calling item 5A, approving a grant agreement between the City of Lincoln on behalf of the Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department and NEHA FDA for a $300,000 grant for the expanding the AMC risk factor specific best practices with progressive enforcement intervention for poor performing food establishments and active managerial control inspection model expansion and retail program standards coordination project for a 3-year term.
Good afternoon, Pat Lopez, Health Director.
I'm Justin Daniel. I supervise the food safety program at the Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department.
You wanna just tell-
Okay. The Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department food safety program received multi-year grant funding from the National Environmental Health Association and also the U.S. FDA to support our program efforts in providing consultative technical assistance and active managerial control inspections to food establishments regulated through the City of Lincoln Food Code. So active managerial control, it's a proactive instead of a reactive approach to food safety through a continuous system of monitoring and verification steps that prioritize the risk factor violations that are most likely to cause foodborne illnesses. So the work conducted under this grant funding will help build capacity for the food safety program and further the goal of reducing the risk of foodborne illnesses within our community. So this is a 3-year grant, and the total award for the 3 years is $300,000. Do I have any questions?
Are there any questions? Councilwoman Raybold?
So it looks like it's for really to target and to help assist those poor performing food establishments. So
That is correct.
What are some of the components that you expect to implement, or how will you know that you've achieved your outcomes on this grant?
Yeah, by working with our poor performers in the community, it allows my staff to work with food managers in the community to help them develop procedures and policies to actively monitor risk factors associated with foodborne illnesses. So, how we monitor it or measure it is the adoption of active managerial controls in their establishments and with the overall goal of reducing foodborne illnesses.
And Councilwoman Raybold, I have to say it's been very warmly received by the restaurants and food associations we're working with, and has been a very positive movement, and we really like it because it's proactive and not reactive.
Terrific, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you both so much.
The next.
Yep. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on item 5A? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Item 5B is approving a grant agreement between the City of Lincoln on behalf of the Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department and the NEHA FDA for a $165,000 grant for LLCHD Retail Voluntary Program Standards Advancement for a 3-year term.
Okay. Yeah, our food safety, the Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department's food safety program, we received an additional multi-year grant of funding from the National Environmental Health Association and also, once again, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. And this grant is to maintain and advance compliance with with the FDA retail food program standards. The FDA standards provide a comprehensive framework for continuous quality improvement for food regulatory programs to focus on reducing risk factor violations that are most likely to contribute to foodborne illnesses. The Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department has participated in the retail program standards since 2001, and we are recognized on a national level as a leader in food safety and with our work with the FDA program standards. So this grant will also continue. This grant conducted will continue to support and build capacity in our food safety program to achieve and maintain compliance with the FDA standards and also to further our goal in reducing foodborne illnesses in the community. So this is also a 3-year grant with the total payout or total award of $165,000.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here that would like to speak on item 5B? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on.
I'll be calling item 5C, Special Permit 1855A, application of Riga Engineering Group, Inc. to amend the existing special permit to adjust setbacks on the property generally located at 5955 South 56th Street.
Is there anyone here that would like to speak on this item? Someone from REGA Engineering Group? All right, seeing none.
Oh, Mr. Gary.
David Carey, Director of the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. I guess I'll just, on behalf of the applicant, just kind of point out that this special permit was on the consent agenda, was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission, and really is just meant to provide for the allowance of a drive aisle and parking in what otherwise would be considered the required setback, because this is an outdoor recreation use that's in the residential zoning to the north. This is appropriate, and we support that.
Any questions for Director Carey? Councilwoman Washington?
Director Carey, when I was reading through the report, it looked like the area had already been paved. Are we correcting something that's in existence, or are we giving approval for something that will be put in place?
I believe this will be the completion of the improvement that will be put in place.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Director Carey? None? Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on item 5C? Seeing none, we'll go to move on.
That concludes our public hearing resolutions. We can now vote on these items. Item 5A is approving a grant agreement between the City of Lincoln on behalf of the Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department and the NEHA FDA for a $300,000 grant for the expanding the AMC risk factor specific best practices with progressive enforcement intervention for poor performing food establishments and active managerial control inspection model expansion and retail program standards coordination project for a 3-year term. Introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Washington. Any discussion? Seeing none, may you please call the roll?
Ward,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Shob,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 5B is approving a grant agreement between the City of Lincoln on behalf of the Lincoln-Lancaster County Health Department and the NEHA FDA for a $165,000 grant for LLCHD Retail Voluntary Program Standards Advancement for a 3-year term, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilman Beckius. Any discussion? Seeing none, may you please call the roll?
Beckius,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Shob,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 5C is Special Permit 1855A, application of Riga Engineering Group, Inc., to amend the existing special permit to adjust setbacks on the property generally located at 5955 South 56th Street, introduced by Shob.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilman Beckius. Any discussion? Seeing none, may you please call the roll?
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Shob,
Yes.
Beckius,
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Okay. That concludes our Section 5 public hearing resolutions. We shall now move on to Section 6, public hearing ordinances, second reading, and related resolutions. I'll be calling items 6A, 6B, and 6C together. 6A, change of zone 21028, application of creek carrier to change from H1 interstate commercial to H4 general commercial on property generally located at 4800 West O Street, and the related conditional zoning agreement between the city and creek carriers for the property generally located at Northwest 48th Street and West O Street, and also the related special permit 21029, application of creek carrier to allow for up to 130,000 square feet of commercial floor area on 23.48 acres, with associated waivers on property generally located at 4800 West O Street.
And just to remind folks, if you're here to speak on Wilderness Park, that issue will be 6J, K, L, and M. As a reminder, the applicant comes up, they have an opportunity to provide a presentation. Then the public is invited to provide comment. Comment is limited to 5 minutes per speaker. When you come up, please state your name and your address, and then the applicant then has an opportunity to make a rebuttal. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on 6A, 6B, and 6C?
Hello, my name is Aaron Bright with Olson, 601 P Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm here on behalf of property owner and developer Creek Carrier Corporation. Approximately 2 years ago, Creek Carrier Corporation purchased the property, which is located at the northwest corner of Northwest 48th Street and West O Street. Former location of Old Shoemakers, what I called the Old Shoemakers truck station and the Cobbler Inn Hotel. So they picked that up about 2 years ago. We've been working with Creek Carrier on the application that you see in front of you now. As mentioned, commercial floor area of about 130,000 square feet. Change of zone from H1 to highway commercial H4, and then also a conditional zoning agreement which stipulates the off-site improvements that'll be a requirement of the change of zone and the approval of the special permit. So I'd welcome any questions if anyone has any.
Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here that would like to provide comment on 6A, 6B, or 6C? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on.
Item 6D, establishing a pilot program temporarily governing food trucks in the public roadways of the city.
Okay, Councilwoman Ward, would you like to open on your ordinance?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bowers. I want to, first of all, thank the Urban Development Department. We're going to hear from Dan Marvin here, Director, in a moment, but this is a brainchild of a lot of people, but it started, for those who have not heard, about 3 years ago, in the fall of 2019, when staff from the Urban Development Department, the Law Department, and I sat down with some food truck vendors, some who are here today, and this was prompted by Muchachos, Nick Meistus, who's in the audience, and we're going to hear from Nick in a moment. But I just am grateful for the patience that was shown during the pandemic, and here we are today, and I'm going to let Director Marvin give us some background and some more details about the ordinance itself. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Marvin.
Thank you. Dan Marvin, Urban Development, 555 South 10th Street. Happy to introduce this item. Just to give people a little bit of background, as Councilperson Ward went through, we were working on this in 2019, had a number of meetings, and then I was remembering just this afternoon, we met over on a vacant lot to kind of announce what we were doing. It was March of 2020, it was cold, and then within 2 weeks we had to cancel everything that we were doing. So we always had intended to try to come forward with something that was a more expansive use of food trucks. I think this is the first part of that effort, and it's appropriate at this time because we're looking at graduations and other celebrations that we will do throughout the summer. And the quirk within the current city law is it's prepared food for food trucks in neighborhoods that can park for 15 minutes. I eat relatively quickly, so 15 minutes isn't a big problem, but if you were going to do a graduation celebration and wanted to be able to have a food truck come and be the resource to be able to provide food for that graduation, under current rules, it would have to be prepared food and it would be able to park for 15 minutes. What we wanted to do was expand that to 3 hours, and then also recognize that it wouldn't be prepared food. They would be preparing it on site in a kitchen, basically, that's approved through the health department. So that's the first step towards this. It would be available for graduations and weddings and receptions and neighborhood parties. And I think there's been a fair amount of feedback that I've heard since this was announced that people would want to be able to take advantage of that. And then later, we will come forward to this body with a modification of the congested district to allow food trucks to be able to serve in the downtown in specific areas, much like we were going to do in 2020 before it got canceled. These would be designated areas that would be able to vend near the state office building, because there aren't a lot of opportunities for some of those people that work in the state office building to be able to take advantage of that. And there were some other areas that we're going to be able to do. So that would be something that will be coming forth this summer. And then the whole program will wrap up by November 1st. We'll have been able to collect some data, the data that will then be able to inform us how we would do a more permanent program. We'll work with the law department through the winter of this year, and then come forward with something that will be more permanent next year. And I can stop there and answer any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions for Director Marvin? Councilwoman Washington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Marvin, can you give us an indication of when we might be able to see those exceptions to the congested areas?
Well, I think that what we were planning on doing is we had exceptions that we'd worked on going into 2020. We'd worked through a constituency groups that included some freestanding and fixed restaurants. We had support from the Nebraska Restaurant Association. So we had worked through that, and I don't know that those locations would change, but there were a couple of locations on near the state office building. There was a couple over on maybe 14th and Q Street. And as you're aware, we're building a location under the Rosa Parks area that will have a designated food truck zone as a permanent location. We'd offered that as an area too that we thought would be a more permanent location, but we need to adjust the map that allows that within the congested district to be able to provide those locations. And that's what we'll be bringing forth to you this summer after we've had a chance to visit with some of the food truck vendors as well.
All right, thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions for Director Marvin? Seeing none, thank you so much. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on this item?
Howdy, Nick Maestas, Muchachos, 416 South 11th. Sorry, I didn't know I was going to speak today. I would have worn my better hoodie, I guess. No, this is honestly a fantastic opportunity for the food trucks in Lincoln to really be able to step up and go out of our comfort zone a little bit. And right now we're having to partner with local businesses on private property to park. This will allow us to then have, families who may not want to pay for a rental space out somewhere to be able to just pull up in their driveway and celebrate their son, daughter's graduation or a rehearsal dinner in their backyard. This is such a great opportunity for the food trucks, and I love that Lincoln is now becoming a leader in the state in the food truck industry, and I'm just really thankful for the opportunity to be a part of this and help it grow and see if hopefully we can get this passed and rolling, I guess.
Are there any questions? Councilwoman Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a comment, not a question for you, Nick. First of all, thank you for being here. And I was remiss in my opening comments because everything that is food trucks to me starts with a story. And that story for me happened when I got elected 3 years ago in 2019, because Nick came to me and said, before I was elected, if you happen to get elected, could we sit down and talk about food trucks? And I said, well, of course. And so here we are. And because of Nick's leadership in this industry and his perseverance and that of his colleagues in this business, he was at this meeting I mentioned at opening, and I don't know if how many of our city leaders or leadership were aware that we had this in an old ordinance, that it was a 15-minute limit or a 10 to 15-minute limit. So at this meeting in the fall of 2019, when we were gathering actually to put together a food pilot program, Nick mentioned, and by the way, did you all know that we can only park in neighborhoods for 15 minutes? And we had no way to know that necessarily, but because you brought that to our attention, that's how things can change and things can improve, and that's how good government and democracy should work, right? So get your flags out, everybody. But no, that's how it should work. And so I just want, kudos to Nick, because without his, again, his leadership and his patience, none of this, we would not be here today on this particular ordinance. So a big thanks and shout out to you.
Definitely been a long time coming with everything that's happened with COVID, and then we were really excited to get this on the ground, and literally days away from rolling this pilot program out, and kind of got taken away from us. So definitely ready to move forward and see if sling some goodies out to the people of Lincoln.
That's right. We're back and stronger, correct?
Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Okay. Oh, okay.
Good afternoon. Roy Helm. I identify with the pronouns he and him. I reside at 2750 South 13th Street, which is Oto and Pawnee land, and I'm in favor of this. I think it is a long time coming, and we need to take this step forward in Lincoln. The only concerns I have really are about the impact potentially to existing catering businesses, and I hope that will be looked at as this pilot program comes to an end, because this is a pilot program, and also a fair payment of taxes. Most of the existing businesses, have the taxes they have to pay that are financing our arena and some other improvements. So I just hope that as this progresses and moves along, that we ensure that there is parity and fair play on all the businesses in Lincoln, and especially in the food industry, because that does tend to be fairly competitive and challenging. So with that said, I am in favor of this and look forward to the opportunities that it will provide us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on then.
Okay, I'll be calling items 6E, 6F, and 6G together. Item 6E is Annexation 21005, application of Industrial Salt Development LLC to annex approximately 53.30 acres, more or less, on property generally located west of North 56th Street between Alvo and Arbor Roads. And the related change of zone 21038, application of Industrial Salt Development LLC to change from AG Agriculture District H1 Interstate Commercial District and H3 Highway Commercial District to H4 General Commercial District on property generally located at North 56th Street and Arbor Road. and the related conditional annexation and zoning agreement between the City and Industrial Salt Development LLC for the annexation and development of the property generally located southwest of the intersection of Arbor Road and North 56th Street.
Good afternoon, members of the council. Danae Kalkowski, 1128 Lincoln Mall, Suite 105, representing Industrial Salt Park Development LLC. They're the owner of approximately 90 acres. We're located south of Arbor Road and west of North 56th Street, so just a little bit south of the interstate there on the west side. We're requesting annexation and change of zone to H4. The map I have up here for you now is the change of zone. The annexation is the same area except for a little strip that was already annexed along 56th Street. You will note that the change of zone map includes other properties beyond industrial salt park developments. Those additional properties were added by the planning department, and so they've tagged along on our change of zone. And you may have additional testimony on those parcels that don't really have anything to do with necessarily our application. This area was already included in the 2008 preliminary plat for North Bank Junction First Edition. So it showed way back in 2008 a commercial layout for this property. And in fact, their preliminary plat has been recently updated administratively. So we're just bringing forward the change of zone and the annexation to go along with that. We also have an annexation agreement accompanying this request. Annexation agreement basically is providing for a right turn lane at the intersection of 56th and Salt Bank Road. Also provides contribution for potential future signal at that location. And then our other access point will be up here on Arbor Road, and the annexation agreement provides for some improvements to Arbor Road at that intersection. And I would be happy to answer any questions, but I can tell you there's been a lot of interest already in this property, and we're continuing to add, industrial property to the ranks up here in this area, and there just seems to be a lot of interest for users within the area. So happy to bring it forward. But I would answer any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions? No. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on this item?
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Meyer here from Rembolt Ledke, 1128 Lincoln Mall, Suite 300. I am representing our client Whitehead Oil Company today. As Danae mentioned, there are other properties that the planning department added to the change of zone area. Our client owns a significant portion of the area that will be rezoned from H3 to H4. And our company, or our client, does not oppose this change of zone, but is working with the planning department to create a text amendment that will allow truck washes as a permitted use in the H4 zoning district. Currently, truck washes are a conditionally permitted use in H3, and they are allowed by special permit use in H4. The proposed text amendment would make truck washes a permitted use in H4 and at this location. So we want to thank the planning department for their willingness to work with us on this issue, and we look forward to appearing before you again in the near future regarding this text amendment. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Councilwoman Washington?
Ms. Meyer, thank you for coming forward. I did have a couple of questions. One, you answered it right off the bat. Your client is not in opposition to the zone change.
Yeah,
but
correct.
I do have a question about the exception you're looking for truck washing.
Sure.
You're not looking just for this site, you're looking for all H4 areas to allow truck washing?
Yeah, that is the plan at the moment, and we've been in discussions with planning department on it, just to amend the H4 zoning uses and just to make truck washes a permitted use across the board.
Okay. All right, thank you.
That's the current plan. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on this item? Anyone else here that would like to speak on this item? Councilwoman Washington?
May I ask a question of planning, please?
Of course. Director Carey?
Horseman.
He's
David Carey, Director of the Planning Department.
Hi. I have a couple of questions. So, this person, the Whitehead Oil Company came forward, or their attorney came forward to say they weren't in opposition, and I wanted to know what the other folks in the area thought of rezoning.
Today, and it's noted in the staff report, there has not been any noted opposition to the changes out there. We have informed the property owners, they're aware of it. And as was just stated, we are working with Whitehead Oil to do a text change that could better set them up as well, that we would, generally speaking, agree with. So that's about as much as I can share as far as that's concerned. We haven't had a lot of conversations with the other property owners.
So no other affected property owners have come forward to say they're not in opposition, they've just been silent?
Correct.
Okay. And then can you walk through the rationale for truck washes being permitted in H4 wherever H4 exists?
Well, I guess I would start with saying that we haven't finalized that conversation, but in general, H4 the move to H4 is good in the global sense because it allows for more uses and more flexibility. As stated in the staff report, the move away from H1 citywide is because it's not a use that has enough flexibility to allow for a lot of projects and a lot of activities to happen. So considering truck washing in an H4 district is appropriate to at least give it serious consideration because it is, obviously it's a needed use for the type of highway commercial activities that can happen in those uses. So that's the thinking behind it.
All right. I did notice an earlier action today that allowed for truck washing in an H4. So thank you.
Any other questions for Director Carey?
No.
Seeing none. Thanks,
Thank you.
Director. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on.
I'll be calling items 6H and 6I together. Annexation 22004, application of Southwest Folsom Development LLC to annex approximately 35.80 acres for more or less on property generally located at West Old Cheney Road and Southwest 12th Street, and the related change of zone 22006, application of South Folsom Development LLC to change from AG Agriculture District to R3 Residential District on property generally located at West Old Cheney Road and Southwest 12th Street.
Good afternoon, Neha Kalkowski, appearing again this afternoon on behalf of Southwest Folsom Development LLC. What you have before you today is really just the next phase of annexation and zoning for Southwest Village Heights. The entire area was already included within a preliminary plat and also within a master planned annexation agreement. So we've just been annexing and zoning in phases as we've moved through the next additions. So this just sets us up for the next couple additions in this development. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
No.
Okay, seeing none, thanks so much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on.
Okay, excuse me, I'll be calling items 6J, 6K, 6L, and 6M together. Comprehensive Plan Amendment 22001, application of the Lincoln-Lancaster County Planning Department to amend the Lincoln-Lancaster County 2050 Comprehensive Plan to revise the future land use map, growth tiers map, and future service limit to include a new commercial area on the east side of the Highway 77 near West Pioneers Boulevard and change the existing commercial area to urban residential on the west side of Highway 77 near West Pioneers Boulevard. Change a small portion of land from green space to urban residential northeast of South Folsom and West Old Cheney. Change a parcel northwest of South Folsom and West Old Cheney from urban residential to public. Change Wilderness Park to growth tiers 1A, 1B, and 1C in various locations, including associated updates to the future service limit, change the area near Pioneers Boulevard and Highway 77 from Tier 1C to Tier 1B, and change several parcels with approved development plans from Tier 1B to Tier 1A on property generally bounded by Southwest 12th Street, on the west Van Dorn Street on the north, the railroad on the east, and Rokeby Road on the south on property generally located at Highway 77 and West Pioneers Boulevard. Related annexation 21013, application of Wilderness Crossing LLC to annex approximately 141.46 acres, more or less on property generally located at the southeast corner of Highway 77 and West Pioneers Boulevard. Item 6L is change of zone 21057, application of Wilderness Crossing LLC to change from AG Agriculture District to R3 Residential District. Planned unit development for the Wilderness Crossing PUD for up to 575 residential units and 30,000 square feet for commercial floor area with requested waivers on the property generally located at 4575 South First Street and West Pioneers Boulevard, and the related annexation and change of zone agreement between the city and Wilderness Crossings LLC for the property generally located west of South First Street and south of Pioneers Boulevard.
And just to remind folks who might have just shown up, we're going to start off with city staff, then the applicant can come and make a presentation. That way we all have information before we go into public comment. I'll let folks know when it comes to public comment. Our city clerk will call folks up that have signed in to testify. If you have not signed in to testify, don't worry. You will still have an opportunity to provide public comment. We'll call you after we've gone through everyone that's signed up. Testimony, again, is limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Please state your name and address when you come on up. And once all public comment is completed, then the applicant then has an opportunity to make a rebuttal. So thank you so much.
David Carey, Director of the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. I will also introduce some staff members that are here with us. Paul Barnes is our Long Range Planning Division Manager. He is going to assist me on the overview of the Comprehensive Plan Amendment and the annexation package that's before you. We are up here first because we are technically the applicant of those two pieces to this package. After we are done and after there has been an opportunity for some questions for staff, certainly the applicant for the actual development will come up and do the typical overview of their project. So we will stay away from the details of the project itself, talk about the Comprehensive Plan Amendment and the annexation that's before you today. So I will start things off, and then Paul will provide some more detail about the Comprehensive Plan Amendment so that we have that information on the record and understood as best as possible. I'd like to start by saying that a good comprehensive plan is one that provides a framework to achieve the best outcomes for a community, especially when there are inevitably competing interests involved in a growing community. So what I would like to point out is that there often is, and in this case certainly there is, a balancing act that has to go into these types of discussions and these types of actions that come before the City Council. For example, we have a plan that lays out the growth plan for the community over the next 30 years. Whenever we have a growing community and we have policies to extend urban services and to allow for growth and to provide the housing that's needed for that growth, often there can be conflicting goals. In this case, we are trying to balance allowing for additional growth and housing to occur while not negatively impacting Wilderness Park, and that is the main crux of our discussion today. We are before you today to say that this Comprehensive Plan Amendment does accomplish this balancing act, and it is something that is addressed in the 2050 Comprehensive Plan. I'd like to point out that the facts that have led us to this position of conditional approval of the project as well as the approval of the Comprehensive Plan Amendment include the following. It's important to point out that our future land use plan and our future land use map for over 20 years has identified this parcel as urban residential. So for decades, the intention has been to develop this parcel in some form. It is also important to point out that this parcel that's under consideration for action is outside of the floodplain, and that does not give it a magical wand of approval. This project will still have to abide by all of the existing watershed regulations that any other project like this has to abide by. So that's just, I want to make sure that that's stated and on the record right off the bat so that that is a clear statement of requirement for the project. I would also like to point out that this parcel has not been identified in the Wilderness Park Master Plan for acquisition or for consideration for permanent conservation easement, as other parcels have been identified in that plan, and other parcels have over the years been acquired or have gotten some conservation easement protection put on it. It's important to also point out that the Salt Valley Greenway Master Plan that was updated in 2012 also does not include this parcel for that type of action. And this is all just to lay out the facts. It's not to say that we are not at all concerned with Wilderness Park. We are. But we are saying that the plans that are in place have not identified this parcel for the complete preservation of that parcel. With all that said, this comprehensive plan amendment does not mean that there is not an intention in our long-range plans to protect Wilderness Park. It does include intention to protect Wilderness Park. It is an extremely valuable piece of property that serves our community. It has in the past, and it will continue into the future. Our plan identifies Wilderness Park as environmental resources as a land use. That means that the intention to 2050 and beyond is that Wilderness Park will be retained and maintained and protected, so that the long-term plan is to always have Wilderness Park for our community's use. But what it does also mean is that our city is growing, and our city has and is continuing to grow around Wilderness Park. And that's part of the reason why we are here today, because that is happening actively. So with all that information, to start off and the big picture, I'm going to hand it off to Paul, and he's going to walk us through the comprehensive plan amendment in detail.
All right, thanks, David. Paul Barnes with the Planning Department. We do have a few different pieces in this comp plan amendment. I'll note kind of the main one that we're looking at for the Wilderness Crossing development is having to do with the commercial land use designation. And we've also bundled other changes in with this application. So the map that I have here on the overhead is highlighting the area that we're discussing. There we go. So Wilderness Crossing is located here. You'll see that we're showing that residential urban density future land use category, which has been there for over 2 decades. We're actually adding that commercial designation on the north end. Typically, commercial areas that are at least 5 acres or more are then added to the map, and this being that size, we're making that amendment. You'll see to the west of the highway that we do have another commercial center identified, and as part of this amendment, we're actually going to reflect what's been approved with the Foxtail Meadows development and show that as urban residential. There will be a small commercial component in that development, but it's less than that 5-acre threshold, so it doesn't need to be mapped. We're also reflecting the Optimist property and showing that that is going from green space to urban residential, kind of a cleanup item, if you will. And then we're also showing the future LPS school site going from urban residential to public. And then in terms of growth tiers, with a lot of development happening in this area and a lot of interest continuing forward, we're updating those growth tiers to match what's been approved and what's being discussed with this development as well. So just a variety of growth tier changes here. I do want to note that by bringing Wilderness Park into Tier 1, by no means that we are going to be developing that park in other uses other than parkland. It is a floodplain. We want to stay out of that with development, and so really what the growth tier change is doing is it's signaling a future annexation, and we want to make very clear that that's the case and it will not be developed. And then on this last map, you'll kind of see the future service limit change that reflects that as well. So as it is today, there's a gap, if you will, in the future service limit, but by bringing that into Tier 1 and indicating a future annexation of the park, we will have contiguous city limits according to our annexation policy and follow what we say in the comprehensive plan. So I'll just kind of touch on a few other items from the comprehensive plan. Our document definitely supports Wilderness Park and is not showing it for development, as I said. This park will continue to be a park in a functional floodplain. And so even as future annexations happen, that's going to continue to be the case. I also want to touch on some of the goals that are in the comprehensive plan that have been commented on by the public. So there are 15 goals in the comprehensive plan, and in terms of hierarchy, those are the highest level of detail in the comprehensive plan, and they set the stage for decision-making and what we want to be as we implement the comprehensive plan over time. There's a few goals that really stand out and apply to this proposal. So I'm going to go over the highlights of those. The first one is complete neighborhoods, and if you remember, this is a new concept to the comprehensive plan, basically saying that we should have complete neighborhoods where residents can obtain the goods and services and have a quality of life, but most importantly within 15 minutes of where they live, so they're not having to travel, clear across town to get daily needs met. That also includes not just the commercial center, but also public and open spaces and recreational facilities. Being that this is adjacent to Wilderness Park, that's an amenity and a highlight of complete neighborhoods. Another goal is the healthy, active, and connected people goal. Under this goal, when we were developing it, we did an analysis of inequity to understand maybe where some neighborhoods were located, didn't have access to recreation or those outdoor spaces with at least a 10-minute walk from where they lived. We did a mapping exercise on that. It's included in the comprehensive plan. Again, along the lines of proximity to parks, this being adjacent to Wilderness Park, it's going to encourage people to have those active lifestyles. Environmental stewardship and sustainability really does talk about the resources that we want to conserve as we grow and develop as a community. This development aligns with the goal and our development policies in that it's compact and adjacent to city limits, but it is also accommodating the growth that our community is experiencing. And as David had said, watershed management regulations will still apply to this project. Community resiliency goal. This is being prepared for climate change and the hazards that we're going to face as we go into the future. And we know that with this development, Wilderness Park is still going to be maintained for the duration of the comprehensive plan and beyond. And so it's going to continue to function as a floodplain, and that's not going to change. Lastly, the climate action plan, I just wanted to note that implementation is happening, but it's ongoing. There is, with that, an exercise to update the floodplain mapping project. And again, that continues into the future. So that's good to know and progress for our community. Lastly, I just want to mention that during the comprehensive plan update, the Wilderness Park User Experience Master Plan was brought up. We did bring that into the comprehensive plan, and it is now in there by reference. And that was something that we heard from the community as an important item to include. But in our conversations with the public and others, we didn't receive other comments about, an additional buffer or specific land uses adjacent or near to the park. So overall, the updates in this CPA or comp plan amendment application do align with the overall growth framework of the comprehensive plan.
Are there any questions for Director Carey or Mr. Barnes? Councilwoman Raybold?
Paul, I don't know if I heard you correctly. Did you say that during the public comment period for Wilderness Park and the comprehensive plan, there was no comments for the creation of buffer zones?
What I'm speaking to is the comprehensive plan update that we just completed last year. We talked about Wilderness Park in terms of the user experience master plan. There was some potential for looking at expansion to the south because it's floodplain to the south as well. But we did not receive comments during the comp plan update specifically saying, let's do a buffer around that park or let's reevaluate or change the future land use designations. I just thought that was important to note.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions? I had a couple questions. So just to make sure I have this correctly, Wilderness Park is in the floodplain, right? You also mentioned that there was there had been other parcels that had been acquired, but this one had not been acquired by Wilderness Park. Who's responsible for acquiring parcels?
So I think this might be a good chance, or the right time, to bring Lynn Johnson, Director of the Parks Department, up to talk about the Wilderness Park Master Plan. I will put this image up that can be referenced by that.
Before we bring Director Johnson up, I got one specific,
Sure.
more planning question. We had gotten a lot of emails in that had said that this, one of the waivers was to waive information about grading, drainage, and paving. Is that accurate, or is it just they'll have to provide that later on?
So it is what you just said at the end. It is, all of those things are still requirements before this project can move forward.
So if those aren't up to standards, then the project wouldn't go forward.
Correct. We would not move forward until they got to the point that the plans were meeting our regulations that still apply to this project.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lynn Johnson with Lincoln Parks and Recreation. David has, I think, a copy of the Wilderness Park management plan up on the screen. As you may know, kind of the history of Wilderness Park, in the 1960s, there was a crescent green study that looked at a continuous green space around the west side of the city. It really paralleled Salt Creek. I think part of what came out of that was this vision of Wilderness Park as a natural way to preserve floodplain, to protect really downtown Lincoln and the areas around downtown Lincoln from flooding. So this was a non-structural approach to flood mitigation. That land was acquired in the 1960s, 1960s into the early 1970s. And Wilderness Park primarily is owned by Lancaster County. There is an interlocal agreement between the city, the county, and the Lower Platte South NRD regarding management of Wilderness Park. The city of Lincoln, through its Parks and Recreation Department, is responsible for the day-to-day operations and management of Wilderness Park. The primary role that the Lower Platte South NRD plays in the park is really channel stabilization and flooding mitigation. And we've certainly seen some of the impacts of channel degradation in the park. If we kind of fast forward until the late 1990s, we were starting to see pressure from development on the east side of Wilderness Park. The County Ecological Advisory Committee was still in place at that time, and the County Ecological Advisory Committee recommended, through a number of partners, that a sub-area plan be developed for Wilderness Park to identify parcels that were significant to preservation of the ecological roles of Wilderness Park, including serving as floodplain management. A copy of that plan is in front of, or on the screen. There were, I think, 18 properties identified at that time for acquisition. A total of about 700 acres were identified. Since that time, about 400 of those acres have been protected through either fee simple acquisition, conservation easements, or the recently adopted floodplain regulations. About 200 of those acres have been developed at this time, and about 64 acres of that land that was identified has not been preserved at this point. It remains essentially in, I think, agricultural use, or predominantly agricultural use at this time. I think, as you've heard, the parcel where Wilderness Crossing is being proposed was not identified for acquisition. There were a series of sort of quantifiable factors that were used in evaluating these parcels, and that piece of property, and I think in part because it's not within the floodplain and it was in agricultural use, was not identified for acquisition. In about 2012, there was another study done that looked at Wilderness Park and greenways and greenway extensions, and a major focus of that was Haynes Branch, but it also looked at how Haynes Branch interconnects with Wilderness Park. Again, this piece was not identified for preservation or acquisition through that planning effort. That plan really focused primarily on native prairie areas that would be potential for reestablishment of native prairie. And because this was in agricultural use, because it's not part of a riparian corridor, and because it's not floodplain, it was not identified for acquisition. Probably a question that may come up or you may be interested in is, how do we identify land for acquisition? Really the comprehensive plan, and it was through natural resource GIS planning process that was done about 20 years ago. There were really three primary priorities for land acquisition and land conservation. Native prairie was one of those. Freshwater and saline wetlands was the second one of those. Floodplain areas and riparian corridors. And this piece of property that is where the wilderness crossing development is proposed does not meet any of those criteria. As we work to meet those objectives that were identified in the comprehensive plan, it's really driven by available funding. So some of the floodplain land that was conserved along Wilderness Park was through stormwater bond money, for example. There was money identified in previous stormwater bonds for non-structural floodplain protection, and so that's how some of those parcels were funded. A lot of times, the environmental trust has been a funding source that has been used for land conservation, either fee simple acquisition or permanent conservation easements, and it really has to be then tied to the ecological value of the property in order for us to be successful in securing those grant applications. And I would say really for more than 20 years, we've been successful in getting those grant funds for that type of acquisition. Some of this land was conserved using environmental trust funds. This recent round of environmental trust applications, the city did not get any of those funded, just as a piece of information. And I guess with that, I'm going to pause and see if there's any questions that you might have of me at this point.
Are there any questions for Director Johnson, Councilman Washington?
Thank you for coming this afternoon and giving us more information about your acquisition planning process. You said that when the acquisition planning got underway at Wilderness Park in the early 2000s or the end of the 99s or whatever, that it was spurred on by watching development pressures on the east of the park. And I was just, that of course made me think about, now we have all these development pressures on the west of the park. And I don't know that they were addressed or picked up when you said you did a greenways study in 2012. And certainly the goals of those earlier efforts dealing with floodplains and existing prairie make sense. But I guess I'm curious about, I'm curious a little bit about the acquisition prioritization, and also I'm really curious, this isn't yours, I think this is for the public, that there were no comments about a buffer around Wilderness Park during the comprehensive planning process. That actually catches me a little bit off guard, because that's what I've been listening to, reading, and talking to people about in the last week or so, is about the need for additional buffers. And I'm sorry that comments didn't come in during the comp planning process on that. I'm putting you on the spot. I'm just gonna heads up. What are your thoughts about buffers around Wilderness Park, or about the need to protect edges of the park?
It's a good question. A lot of the prior effort tried to look at the impact that urban development would have on the existing park. So things like light encroachment, things like stormwater impacts, and urban runoff coming into the park. So I think the intent of this study that was done in 1999 was really to answer that question about lands that would be priority for acquisition to provide a buffer to what was then the boundaries of Wilderness Park, based on those kinds of things about protecting the ecological resources of Wilderness Park, and also protecting the floodplain of Wilderness Park, and as a drainage corridor. I think Paul alluded to this. The addition to Wilderness Park that was identified in the most recent comprehensive plan update was really looking to the south. And there's been ongoing conversation probably for 20 years about the importance of extending Wilderness Park to the south of Saltillo Road, as the community continues to grow to the south. And that is a priority that was identified within the current comprehensive plan, and that is one of the areas that we were having conversations about developing a strategy for acquisition. I think the other thing that I should note about at least Parks and Recreation's efforts in land preservation, land conservation, is it's always willing sellers. So really we're either being reached out to people who have land that they're interested in potentially of selling, or we've identified some priority pieces of property. We're reaching out to landowners to see if they might have an interest in either selling a conservation easement or in fee simple acquisitions. So it really has to be a willing seller for us, at least in the past, to have acquired property.
Oh, I understand. Thank you.
Any further questions for Councilwoman Raybold?
This might be for David Carey. David, could you tell us a little bit, or Paul, the change in what are the tier emphasis from A, B, C? Because obviously we're moving these areas from a lower tier of interest to something that is more pressing or current, or?
Yeah, I can take a stab at it, and Paul can correct me as I go. So the tier structure has been we have 3 tiers. The tier 1 is the area that the plan is actively planning for growth and development. And within that, we break it down to where existing plans have been approved. And then you go to the priority B area. That'd be priority A. Priority B would be an area that is expected to have some type of activity as far as urban growth is concerned within the first half of the planning period, so out to year 2035. And then priority C within tier 1 is out to 2050. So it doesn't stay necessarily rigidly in that order. Some things can change. For example, like a South Beltway could be built earlier than anticipated, and we have to think about that a little bit differently. So the other tiers, so tier 2 and tier 3, those would be considered areas that are beyond the 2050 timeframe for the current plan. So intended long term, we expect to be growing into those areas as well, but not in the next 25 to 30 years.
So, but in this case, we're changing the status of the tier, that's probably happening sooner than later.
So I would say the reason why we're changing the status of the park is because the changes have already happened, and are happening over the last 20 years already around the park. So it's not, we're actually catching up to the reality of the situation for that purpose.
I would say we did adjust the future service limit with the 2050 update to accommodate the new growth, and within that is all the tier 1 in various priority areas. We knew that there was interest in developing Southwest, and I think it's happening faster than we thought. And in order to avoid, a pocket of Wilderness Park that's not contiguous and annexed in the city limits, we're making this adjustment. So it's really reflecting what is going on in the area. Everything else will remain the same, like I said earlier, but also reflecting the developments that were approved to the west. So,
yeah, I think that's a good piece of context, which is pretty rapidly in the last few months, we've had several major projects on the other side of 77 come through and got approved and are starting up and happening now. So this area is a hot area for development now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Washington?
Thank you for letting me have this a moment again. Director Carey and Mr. Barnes, I really just want you to say again what you said, maybe in another clear statement here. Because I think what you just told us was that we're moving tiers are construction and development's happening a little bit sooner than you thought. And so things that were in tier growth 2 are moving into tier growth 1, or things that were in tier 1C have moved faster, and so they're in tier A or B. But we're not changing the future land use. You're not saying you're taking lands that you had already planned to stay ag and making them into residential development. You're taking lands that were scheduled as residential development in a growth period further away and saying it's happening faster.
yes, so it's all about timing with the growth tiers.
Okay.
That's the bottom line there. The future land use map does change the location of the commercial center, the neighborhood center, so that is true. And then there were just a handful of others kind of reflecting the approved development, and like I said, the school site that's over here, and some, cleanup with that green space. So those are the future land use changes. Nothing with the future land use of Wilderness Park is changing. That's environmental resources. It's a floodplain. It needs to function as a floodplain, and we're not going to change that. Yep.
Councilwoman Raybold?
I'm still struggling with, there were no comments on a buffer. And I don't know, judging by the number of people here, I think we're gonna get a lot of comments about a buffer around Wilderness Park now. And I don't know if it's because it was designated as maybe tier 2, C, or it wasn't, like Councilwoman Washington indicated, that it wasn't, it's changing, the market is changing, but I think maybe when we did the comments, I don't know if people thought, oh, well, it's 1C, it's not a priority for development in the next, 20, 25 years. I'm not sure, because it's sort of interesting and puzzling, and the question to you is, were you surprised?
Well, I'll take a stab at that, and
Okay.
then Paul can answer as far as the comp plan process is concerned. So the plan has been saying that this area is going to develop in the near term. That's not changing with this comp plan amendment. That has been in place. That southwest area has been a growth area for quite a few years now, and the new plan, the 2050 plan that's now adopted and in place to be followed, has been identifying that as a near-term growth area. I would say one of the bigger changes here is that we're acknowledging that Wilderness Park isn't in a location that it should be tier 2 anymore. It should be tier 1, because it's becoming actively surrounded by annexed area of the city because of all these recent developments and recent approvals. So the actual identification in the plan for this southwest area for growth has been for many years now identified as a near-term growth area. And what has happened is the infrastructure has been put in place recently, and the demand is there for the development. And so we're just seeing the development come through now that we just hadn't seen until the last few years.
And I have some questions, but I think they're on watershed and conservation and setbacks, and I don't know if it's more appropriate to ask of maybe watershed management or for your team, or
Tim Zock is certainly here from Watershed and can answer those questions. My only thought is that we may want to have the applicant for the project come forward to talk to get that conversation going as well, because that's certainly, the project itself is what's kicking off a lot of the discussion. I'm not saying you have to do it that way, I'm just suggesting it.
How does that sound? We'll invite the applicant up, and then after that, we'll re-invite city staff. Any other questions for Mr. Barnes or Director Carey? Councilman Shob?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gentlemen, thank you for coming forward. Just to help me better grasp this, we have 4 agenda items we're talking about today. Will this be the last time we get to talk about this development? Or will the applicant have to, if this passes, will there have to be subsequent meetings here where we discuss these issues?
So if an approval happens, there would not be necessarily another public hearing on that. What was referenced earlier is that all the regulations that are required of a development like this will have to be met. Those reviews will have to happen, for example, by Watershed. And so the process would move forward. They would not be able to move forward with a project or the beginning of the project until all of those regulations have been met.
So if we approve these, they don't start building tomorrow, that just starts the process?
Well, we're in the process, but it continues the process, yes.
Continues the process. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions for Mr. Barnes or Director Carey? Okay, don't go far. And I would then invite the applicants up.
Hi, good afternoon. Sam Manzito Jr., 4400 Lucille, Lincoln, Nebraska. Good afternoon, members of the City Council. I'm here with Danae Kalkowski and Mike Eckert, and we'll be making our presentation together, so we'd like to request some additional time if possible. Thank you. We will all be available for questions at the end of the presentation. Again, My name's Sam Manzito Jr. I'm president of Manzito Construction, Real Estate, and Development. My team and I are the developers of the Wilderness Crossing project. Currently, the Wilderness Crossing land is privately owned by the Catholic Bishop of Lincoln. As a member of the Diocese of Lincoln, I've had an interest in putting this property to work for the diocese through the development of the land and at the same time for the benefit of the city of Lincoln and its need for additional housing. The Lancaster County 2050 comp plan is projecting an additional 48,000 households in Lincoln between the years of 2020 and 2050, or roughly 1,650 per year. According to the Residential Land Inventory Report, there have only been an average of 1,350 dwelling units permitted per year for the last 3 years, proving the need for additional housing units. My team and I understand the responsibility of developing next to Wilderness Park and the importance of protecting its wildlife and other natural attributes. Over the past several weeks, my team and I have spent time contacting the neighbors near the property by mail, email, and phone. We've had 3 meetings with Adam Hintz, president of the Friends of Wilderness Park, to share with he and his board members our development plans and to hear their questions and concerns about the development. We've had additional meetings with Lincoln City Church on March 17th, and shortly thereafter on March 22nd, we participated in a neighborhood meeting facilitated by Dale Brambilla to share our plans and listen to their concerns. There were 5 main concerns which came from those meetings. Number 1, a concern with light pollution and its impact on nocturnal animals in Wilderness Park, the potential for additional stormwater runoff, a need of a buffer to ease the transition from the east side of the development to Wilderness Park, a general concern of lots backing to the park, and the need to add fencing along the east property line to protect the park, and the creation of additional traffic due to more residents living in the area. Each of these items will be addressed by Danae or Mike during their presentations. My team and I are motivated to maintain a healthy and open relationship with all our neighbors while continuing to assist in the growth of Lincoln as described in the Comprehensive Plan of 2050, which includes this property. As a developer, I do want to stress to the council today that we will in no way be altering the park land owned by the county to develop this private piece of property. Our goal is to protect the park while at the same time develop another nice neighborhood for our community, and in this case, a neighborhood where the residents will have the unique benefit of easy access to one of Lincoln's natural amenities, Wilderness Park. Thank you, and now I'd like to turn this over to Danae and Mike.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Mike Eckert with Civil Design Group, 8535 Executive Woods Drive here in Lincoln. So I've got the task of hydrology, traffic, and all those easy items for you. So I'm going to start off with, you've got this in your staff report, but just to give you the general parameters of the site very quickly. If that's come up. We've got Pioneers Boulevard on the north and Homestead Expressway or Highway 77 here on the west. And then First Street comes down and connects to Old Cheney Road further on the south. And so that's the general parameters that you've seen in a lot of exhibits. The first thing I want to do is put some context on the scale of Wilderness, or Salt Creek, I guess to be specific, in terms of the volume of water that does come through there. This is first a quick sub area. This shows the property, and there's roughly about 1,000 acres here that generally comes into a tributary here south of our project. And so we're about 7% of that land mass, all of which is designated future urban. You have the approved projects directly across Highway 77 as well as the ones to the south, and all of this shown as future urban residential. And then the other exhibit that is quite telling is the size of the drainage basin that is basically called the South Salt Creek Watershed Basin. And so that area I just showed you is represented in red right there, that little circle. And our site, you really can't see. It's relatively small. But this drainage basin comes down to, actually goes into Saline County, almost goes down to Beatrice and Gage County, goes clear over to Highway 43, comes back up, and it encompasses now several urban areas of Lincoln. All in all, it is 142,000 acres of land that all drain to that exact point on Pioneers Boulevard. And so it's kind of incredible how all of these subbasins diverge in that last area. And the point I'm trying to make here is that when it comes to the hydrologic function of the park, it is a massive area that drains into it. And so our 75 acres, it cannot even be counted in the thousandths of a decimal place of the total land area coming through here. This is part of the reason why years ago in the comprehensive plan it was determined to be a flood control area and still functions as that way today. I got a couple exhibits now. One a little more bulk size or zoomed in size. I'm going to have to zoom out with another one, and hopefully it works to talk about the drainage. And this is hard to read on the Elmo, and I'll do the best I can. We basically have a ridge line on this property that comes right here. Everything from there drains to the north, hits Pioneers Boulevard, comes over here, another drainage basin connecting to it, and comes over to where there is a existing culvert that dumps it into the park adjacent to Pioneers Boulevard. And then on the south, the property generally flows all the way down to this corner. And then it transfers through the church property. Well, it's in the right-of-way as it exists today with a series of two different culverts they have on their driveways. And then here is the big box culvert that was on the other map. That is the area that all the other 1,000 acres comes through and drains to that point into the park. Now what I want to try to show here in a little larger exhibit that might allow you to see some of the contours is that there is a high point, and I'm going to zoom in as much as we can here. There is a high point on the ridge line right here that function as the peak of First Street. And if you're not used to reading topographic maps, it's sometimes difficult to see, but what generally happens, this entire property from this ridge line here to the north, as I mentioned, comes and drains down this way, but anything that's directly going towards, in this area right here, First Street, comes into the county ditch section, comes down here and joins this culvert. And on the other side of the road, there is an existing ditch section that peaks at the same area, and these contours come down and carry this water to that same point. As I transition this south, the same effect happens as we head south. This is the ridge. This is the contours for the ditch section that continue on this side of the property. Comes down, picks up our drainage, takes it under the culverts here in the church's first access drive, takes it under the culverts in their second access drive, and then into the drainage way, or the box culvert there. And again, the same thing happens on the other side of the street. You do have the Danker property here, which we'll talk a little bit more about later, in their driveway. But there's a very good ditch section here that continues to carry that runoff straight down, also coming in on the downstream side of the box culvert there further to the south. And the reason I point that out is because there's not a lot of flow that goes directly into the park from this development. It's either going south, going north, captured in culverts, or it's in the ditch sections. And I think that's an important thing for folks to understand. Now, in light of that, I want to put up the site plan for the planned unit development that was submitted and detail a little bit more about how we envision this hydrology working. Again, we've talked about the fact that the grading and drainage plans aren't done, but by the lay of the land, we estimate we'll have a detention cell here in red, and then our large one is going to be on the south. This will do the bulk of the work for the subdivision. And so, and I think what's important for everybody to understand that when you do a project like this, and when you're done, virtually all of the runoff in this development will come into the streets, into the storm sewer system, and get conveyed to these 3 detention cells, where it will be contained for up to 72 hours and slowly discharged, meeting the city standards. And so what we've proposed is the only areas that will not go into these cells, even though we will have to account for that runoff and over detain it in our detention cells, is just this row of lots at back to the park. And so that gets into another issue that we'll discuss with some of the compromises that have been made. So in speaking with stormwater, I want to put this exhibit up because when we talk about the Salt Creek Resiliency Study was a component that, a study that primarily talked about the Salt Creek levees, but it also talked about the increased storm events that are going on and the empirical data that we have on that. And that was inserted into the Climate Action Plan. And then there are now pending changes to the Drainage Criteria Manual based on that data, but it hasn't happened yet, as a lot of things have to get worked through on that. However, our firm, and I think most of the firms in town, have been using what we call the NOAA 14 data, which is the new data compared to what we had in past years. And so this chart here shows the changes in that data. You've got your 2-year event, 10-year event, 50-year event, 100-year event. And this is what is in the Drainage Criteria Manual today. And this is what the NOAA 14 data says that they're seeing based on a compilation of the rainfall events that have been happening over the past several years. So your 2-year event is largely the same. Your 10-year event actually went down. Your 50-year event is up by 0.4 of an inch. And your 100-year event goes from 6.68 inches to 7.33 inches, or 0.65 of an inch. And this data is, as you can see, directly out of the Salt Creek Resiliency Study. And so we're here today to represent that we as the engineering community, we're dependent on using the most recent data that we have. And so we will be using the NOAA 14 data, the new data, even though it's not officially part of the Drainage Criteria Manual, that we will be using that data to size our detention cells that we showed on that exhibit. And so that's, I think, a very critical element that everybody needs to understand and be happy with. But again, it's a best management practice for the engineering community, and we're using it. Wanted to also, there's been a lot of questions about, with that Salt Creek Resiliency Study and the new modeling, what, the city wants to eventually engage in the process of looking at remapping a lot of the floodplain. And so there's been some concerns about this site and whether it would be in the floodplain. And I have worked with Tim Zock at Watershed on this exhibit, and wanted to show you that up in our northwest corner there, our lowest adjacent elevation is at an 1170. And the base 100-year floodplain in that area is at 1160, and the 500-year floodplain is at an 1163. So we are 7 feet above the 500-year, 10 feet above the 100-year. And so even if the resiliency study talked about the potential increase of 1 to 2 inches in the new modeling. And so we're in great shape there on the north end. Obviously, we get very high here at the peak we talked about. And when we come back to the south, same thing, not quite as far out of the water, if you will, but very close. It's an 1167 elevation. The 100 years at an 1162. So if the 100 year went up 2 feet, we'd be roughly 2.5 feet above it there. And so, and the 500 year is at 1164. And so the other thing that, finer details that you're not all aware of, but any of the lots up in this area that even get close, and any of them in this area down here that get close, Tim and his team mandate that we establish minimum opening elevations on all those lots. That's enforced through the building permit process. We have to grade it to those. So that's just a little bit more information about where we're at, and probably a big reason that this land wasn't included as part of the park, because it is clearly out of the floodplain, and that it is an upland area. I wanted to just explain some details too here on what we have been working out with staff. A lot of this was prior to the interaction from the folks from the park, as well as after. But this is up on Pioneers, and this is a relocated First Street coming in. First of all, with the relocated First Street, I think we've got unanimous approval from the city staff, be it planning, Parks and Rec, Lincoln Transportation, and Utilities, that moving it is the best thing for the park. If we were to leave First Street as it is, we would pave it, and it is considered a local street, so we would front lots onto it. We would front lots onto it, and Lincoln Electric System would come in and tell us, you've got to put up your big 33-foot bright white lights and and light it as a public road. So we feel this idea, which I think really precipitated in the planning department to relocate it, as it's generally shown on that other exhibit, is going to be the best thing, to be backing lots to the park. Then what we've agreed to do, we took 10 foot of our developable land that we will get from the center line of the existing First Street, and what's shown in green there is going to be a 10-foot outlot owned by the homeowners association. The important elements there is that each individual home builder and buyer on those lots will not be able to put up their own fence. The fence is going to be there, and what was very important to Parks and Rec was that that fence is solid, that it doesn't provide access to the park for the young children or the old children or anybody really, that there's a fence there to say this is the border, and if you want to get to the park, go down to the south end of the property where the trailhead starts and take your access there. And then we're going to be doing some landscaping in that area. And really what I wanted to talk about with this exhibit was that, and you can see these drainage contours going down here. So what we want to do is basically on this side where the county road sits today, we're going to, at the developer's cost, we're going to remove all the gravel. We're going to widen that ditch section so it actually has more capacity to carry even more water, even though there's probably going to be less water going towards it than there is today. And then we will, we're working with Lynn and his staff on a series of native species to be replanted in that area. So I think it's a very important element. So you've got a 33-foot right-of-way section, and then the 10-foot outlot, and then the back of the lots that is a traveled roadway today that will turn into permanent green space. And then I think the other thing I want to talk about was that, as many of you know, in 2016, every development in the city of Lincoln was required to integrate a water quality element into their detention cells. Our detention requirements started back in around 1994, and I think it's been a great windfall for the community, and we saw that in the massive storms in 2015, that a lot of the detention cells and subdivisions that were newer did not even overtop with the 100-year event. But now we've got a water quality element, and the water quality element is designed to be an extra part of your detention cell that functions that first flush. When you have a situation like we've had here where it's very dry, and then all of a sudden you get a 1 or 2 inch rain, that there has to be a water quality element in your cells, in your detention cells now, that accounts for the contamination that can come from the development, and allow that to be captured in a forebay, or you bring in soils that allow it to infiltrate into the soil in the detention cell. So I think this is also an important element to understand, that when we've got all of our drainage on this entire development basically going to 2 locations, and we can capture all of that in detention cells and have the water quality component and a water quantity component that'll meet the best available information we have for our current rainfalls, I think it really provides a lot of protection for both the quality and the quantity going to the parks. And as you all know, but I'll reiterate it for the people here, the way the detention requirement works is we have to look at the runoff today, and it's been agriculture land for at least 15 years. We have to run an evaluation of when that goes to rooftops in concrete. What is the increased runoff? And we have to capture that, all of that, for a period, the difference for 72 hours and release it slowly. And that helps that peak storm event from happening. Whereas today, we get a 6-inch rain, all the water on that site comes off, goes to those 2 locations and runs immediately into the park. With the water detention requirements, we will be capturing that and holding it so it's a steady flow for 72 hours and that peak event is reduced. And that has happened on all the urban development upstream that has been adjacent to the park. Quickly, traffic. Because we were requesting a small neighborhood commercial center, less than 5 acres, B2 neighborhood uses, we were required to do a traffic study. The traffic study showed at full build out that our intersections, as shown on this exhibit, basically they used a representation of our general street network, and that at Southwest 2nd, which is proposed to be a future roundabout, and at First Street, upon full build-out, they function at level of service A. And we dug into the details a little bit more, and we were only 70% of the way to getting to level service of B at our 2 intersections. It did also evaluate a lot of elements outside of this. Now, what I want to say about this is there's a lot going on here with the state. So as you may know, they want to take, the goal with the South Beltway and what will be the West Beltway is that a truck coming from Kansas City can go clear to Denver without ever stopping, which means he never has to stop in Lincoln, because once he gets on I-80, he can get clear to Denver. And so the state is involved in the initial process of looking at Highway 77 and what is it going to be, what is it going to look like, and doing a year-long traffic study of this entire area. After that, they're going to take public input on intersections like Old Cheney and Pioneers and Warlick, and what are they going to be? Are they going to be overpasses only? Are they going to be interchanges? We think it's a conclusion that Old Cheney will be terminated before Highway 77, and will continue to function for this development as a route to get back to the intersection that at 14th and Old Cheney, but that we worked with planning staff and Lincoln Fire and Rescue, and they determined that we're going to do everything we can with the state, that even if they say there's no overpass, no interchange here, that we keep the connection to Old Cheney for emergency management services, as well as for the people in this subdivision, as well as for the people that like to use that route to come up to the trailhead right there. So suffice it to say, we are going to function in the interim off of this access. At First Street, we're going to give the state time to figure out exactly what they want to do here with an overpass or interchange, and then eventually that will be a roundabout. There is a condition there, though, that if we want to do any commercial development, we have to put in that roundabout. So I feel like the traffic issue is largely resolved, benign. We've had 0 comments from staff, questions or concerns. Last thing I have, and then I will let you go, is a series of maps from the Wilderness Park study that was mentioned. Now, this was conducted by Kip Halvershorn and the city, and Kip was a professor in community and regional planning at the Architecture College, and Kip was, in the summer, Kip had a great job. He was a professor for 9 months, and then he was a national forest ranger, and he worked in Yosemite and other parks, so he was really a good qualified person to do this study. There are several maps in here that talk about the various elements that were deemed to be important to be included. And so this is an outline of the project area that we're talking about today. And so here in the resources protection map, there was nothing identified. This is another one about plant communities. And although there was some, adjacent to us in the park, again, this site, there was nothing on this site identified. This got into some geological formations, and it does speak to, you'll hear a lot of people talk about the sandstone outcropping area that is on the park land, and Parks and Rec is doing what they can to maintain that. They may eventually have to fence that off. I guess it's getting so much interest. But again, on this property, nothing identified. Habitat management, on this property, nothing identified. And then basically floodplain areas. And so this is the map that was up earlier that was not identified. And some of these areas that were identified have been acquired. NDOT has some land down there south of the church, and the hope is that they will at some point declare that surplus and it will go to the city. But I wanted to present those maps just to give you a frame of reference on that study. The last thing I want to say about that is that projects, as we talked about input on the comp plan, may not always come to the attention of people until a project gets developed. But for the development community and for the city, the comprehensive plan is that document at which you feel the rules have been established for you to proceed and start looking at what could happen to this piece of ground. Following that study in 1999, we went through comprehensive plan updates for the 2025 plan, the 2030 plan, the 2040 plan, and now the 2050 plan. And this project, this land, in all of those comprehensive plan revisions has been labeled as future residential. So there has been a long history of this land being shown to be developed. The last thing that I just want to mention is that we will have Danae explain about a lot of the other specifics that have been included in the resolution, substitute resolution that you're seeing. And I'll be around for questions.
Thank you. One thing that I want to say for the folks that are watching the audience, there was mentioned a staff report and some maps. If anyone is interested in looking at those or reviewing the staff report themselves, it is available online. You can either Google Lincoln, Nebraska City Council and go to our City Council webpage, or type in lincoln.ne.gov/city/city-council. If you click on minutes and agendas and then click on our agenda on the Wilderness Park items, you will then be able to see the staff reports for each of those items if you are curious and want to review those for yourself or some of the maps that were brought up.
Great, thanks. Danae Kalkowski, now appearing on behalf of the developer. So it's been kind of previously mentioned in our meetings with the neighbors and the Friends of Wilderness Park, and in written comments received and testimony received at Planning Commission, there's been a lot of concern expressed about the impact of this new development on the park and on some sweat lodge grounds, east of First Street, adjacent to the park. I think as Sam mentioned, and is what we're going to go over, this developer team for Wilderness Crossing are committed to creating a neighborhood that is sensitive to its location. In order to help mitigate the light and noise pollution, as Mike mentioned, we'll be putting that 10-foot outlot all the way along the east edge of the property adjacent to the single-family lots. We're going to purposely put that fence right on the property line so that the 10-foot outlot is to the east, allows us to plant some native vegetation in that 10 feet outlot, and then combine it with the vacated right-of-way that will stay with the county, another 33 feet that the developer's taking on the grading to remove all the gravel and establish basically a 43 feet wide native buffer area between the fence and the park. The fence will be owned by the association. It'll be right on that property line, so it can be owned by the association as well as the outlot. That way we can ensure continued maintenance of that versus what each and every homeowner might want to do with their fence and let it go into disrepair. The entire association would be able to take care of that and make sure that that area is maintained. In addition, the developers researched options for placing lighting restrictions within private covenants on this development. That will be filed. We know there's definitely sensitivity for those lots over there adjacent to the park on the east side, but we've looked at placing restrictions on the entire development. The covenants will be filed against the lots before they are platted. So they will run with the land, so even though ownership may change, the restrictions will still be there, and they will be enforced by the homeowners association made up of all of the members, or all the lot owners in the development. The developers' research for potential lighting restrictions led them to a website from the International Dark Sky Association. Evidently, this is a very well-known website, and the standards that they have out there, our friends from Wilderness Park were supportive of using that as a resource. And we're excited when we told them we were planning to use that as a resource for our lighting standards. So to support the principles that are promoted by the International Dark Sky Association for what they would call responsible outdoor lighting, the developers will be placing language in the Wilderness Crossing covenants that requires lot owners to use fully shielded light fixtures. That means basically those shields that come down and forces the light to be focused down instead of allowing it to be emitted and out. There's actually examples on that website that we'll be able to attach to our covenants of acceptable versus unacceptable light fixtures. The covenants will also require the use of LED lighting that has a color temperature of 3,000 or less kelvins, and that minimizes blue light emissions in the night sky, which are the emissions which are found to be most harmful or to brighten the night sky. Again, the website has great resources for clicking on to find where you can find these at Home Depot or somewhere, make it easily accessible for our homeowners to be able to find these type of light fixtures, or fixtures and bulbs where they'll be shopping. In addition, after visiting with Lynn Johnson and Sarah Hartzell from the Parks Department, we're also going to be placing provisions in the private covenants that prohibit the planting of invasive species of trees and shrubs that Parks wants us to avoid so that those don't end up over in the park. Lynn has already graciously provided us a list of those species to stay away from, and we've also asked him to provide us a resource of things they would recommend for native Nebraska plantings, and we'll be able to include those also as a recommendation and additional guidance to our homeowners. We've worked on revisions to the PUD ordinance to further clarify some of these things that we agreed to at Planning Commission and that we have agreed to since. I'm going to hand this out. I'm going to walk through it with you quickly. I know you're not going to be acting on it for a week, but this will give you an opportunity then to look at it over the next week and kind of see what we're proposing. And a lot of it's some of the things that I've already talked about. Sony, can I get you to hand those out? Thank you.
I'll just pass it down. It's fine. Thank you.
We've already provided copies of the revisions to both the Parks Department and the Planning Department, so they've seen what we've been proposing. So I think what we thought maybe be the easiest is actually ask for the motion to amend to just insert a substitute resolution, and then I've done a red line version of the resolution so you can see exactly what we're proposing to change. And the changes basically start on page 3 at the bottom. And these are basically under 3, these are things that we need to add to our plan before we can get a final plan approved and move forward with the final plat. So at Planning Commission, they added the note that we revised the plan to show the 10-foot outlot and the 6-foot high privacy fence that we had agreed to at Planning Commission to install. So all we're really doing to that condition is, instead of saying that there would be landscaping within that 10 feet, we're specifying that's going to be native vegetation.
Hey, Danae, do you mind if we put one on the overhead so that way
Yep.
folks can watch it and follow along?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, so basically H is the condition that would require us to show that 10-foot outlet with the privacy fence, and that we would be placing native vegetation within that area. And then we've also, at the request of a council person, added the condition that we'd be willing to allow some animal crossings within the fence in locations that are acceptable to the Parks and Recreation Department. So we have some low areas where they'd like to see some animal crossings. I would be a new note, basically, and this just details what Mike had explained, that the developer will grade the lots that back to Wilderness Park, that 10-foot wide outlot, and the vacated portion of the county right-of-way to maintain the current stormwater directional flows to avoid any drainage directly into Wilderness Park. And that goes back to Mike saying, you know, it hits the ditches, it goes to the north and goes to the south. So the flow coming off the back of those lots will not go directly into the park. It will be directed to the south and to the north, as it is today. Note J is a new note, basically stating that prior to any land disturbance activities, the developer agrees to obtain an approved SWIP permit and to perform installation of all our sediment, erosion, and control measures based on the approved SWIP permit. Okay, then I'm going to flip you to page 9. So we made these commitments at Planning Commission to put, the developer made the commitment to put these things in our covenants, right, with respect to the lighting. But what we're doing here is basically saying we're going to prove to the city that we've done that. Typically, when we put our covenants together, they're reviewed by the city attorney's office because we have provisions in there relating to maintaining those detention cells and the water quality features. And so what we'll do at the time we are coming into final plat, when we have the city attorney reviewing those covenants, we're going to also have them review our covenants before the final plat gets filed to prove that we have put in those lighting restrictions that we indicated we would. With respect to the shielded feature or fixtures, with respect to the Kelvin 3,000 or less Kelvin light bulbs. We're also going to encourage lot owners to use light only if it's needed, when it's needed, where it's needed. That's in accordance with the Dark Sky Association. We're also going to discourage all-night security lighting. And then the new thing that we added there based upon our conversations with parks is again to require that no invasive species of trees or shrubs be planted within this development, and to encourage the planting of native Nebraska vegetation within the development. So we will have to prove before a final plat is filed that we have covenants already filed against the lots with these provisions, or we will hand over a signed copy of the covenants to the city to file right behind the final plat. So it's basically the developers just putting into word and requirement the commitments that they have made and agreed to implement. I think basically with that, I will wrap up. I think Mike's already hit some of the things with respect to the master plan and the drainage way and the detention. So I guess in conclusion, I'm just indicating that we're asking for your approval of the comp plan amendment, the annexation, we have an annexation agreement, and the change of zone. And Mike, and I'll ask Mike and Sam to come up here so you can shoot questions at any one of us. And since Mike covered the hard stuff, we'll give them to him. But
all right, who wants to go first? Councilman Cho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kakowski, this one's an easy one for you. On page 4, you talk about SWIP, and that's an acronym for something that I don't know what that is. I'm not a stormwater management person. What does that acronym stand for?
Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan.
Correct.
Okay. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Go ahead, Mike, because
it's
Mike's area.
This is a required of any development in Lincoln. Whenever you're disturbing more than 1 acre of land, you have to go through the process to say, here's what the grading's going to look like, and here are our erosion control measures: silt fence, straw bales, matting, all kinds of other items that are reviewed by the city watershed department to say, yes, we feel like these are sufficient, or they make comments to say, I think you need 2 rows of silt fence here instead of 1, and other things. Now, the reason that's actually in there is because we want to show our commitment to making sure that's done and in place before there's any grading. Because there's nothing that, once you have a subdivision approval, you can go out and grade, do what you want. And maybe you don't get your SWIP stuff installed until later on, and you get a rain and you have a problem. So that language changes the sequence to say the SWIP has to be in, the SWIP has to be approved before we move any dirt.
And do the acronym one more time for me.
SWIP.
Stormwater
Water pollution prevention plan.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further, Councilwoman Raybold?
So, Danae, you talked about the covenants. Are the covenants going to be directly listed and referenced in the PUD?
Well, these conditions will be in the PUD ordinance, that we're required to put these provisions in our private covenants, or we won't get a final plat approved.
So who enforces the
It's still gonna be
covenants?
privately enforced, Councilwoman, because there's really no mechanism for the city to enforce light fixtures, light bulbs on, maybe light fixtures, but light bulbs, and what we plant specifically on each individual home within the development. It's actually probably better to be policed by the neighbors who care about what's going on in their development and want to make sure that the lighting standards are maintained. I think, and Sam can speak to this, but I mean, Wilderness Park is a huge draw. It should be a huge benefit to homeowners who live in this area. And they intend, I think, to market it that such that we're gonna have these provisions in place that protect a park because we're going to be a good neighbor to the park. So we have these specific things in our covenants that you might not see in other covenants in Lincoln, but we're going to have them and we're going to enforce them to make sure we are a good neighbor.
So Danae, on page 10 in the revised section, I believe it's 11, all privately owned improvements shall be permanently maintained by the permittee or an appropriately established homeowners association approved by the city attorney. So who is the permittee in case there's a homeowners association does not get established? Who is the permittee?
Well, the permittee is Wilderness Crossing LLC. And so what that provision, that's a standard provision in here already. So that's really referring to the fact that when we do a typical subdivision, we have those outlots for detention and water quality. And right now, under the subdivision ordinance, the developer is responsible for making sure those get implemented. We have the ability to transfer that responsibility to the homeowners association once we have completed them and the city has signed off on those improvements. In order to transfer those to the homeowners association, we have to show the city's attorney's office that we've put specific language in our covenants that if for some reason they let the homeowners association go and they don't maintain it, that the city has the ability to come back against each individual lot owner to make sure they maintain those improvements that are really a common benefit, the detention, the stormwater.
So I guess absent homeowners association that gets approved down the line.
Right, developer.
The permittee, and is it customary to make them put up a bond so that we verify
They
that
do,
they've
and they will.
put up
Yes,
the
they'll treat,
appropriate,
yes,
native
they-
grasses and.
It's appropriate to make them put up a bond for the outlots for the stormwater because those are physical improvements that have to be installed. I don't think it's necessarily appropriate to make them bond for planting natural species. I guess you could for the fence. Typically, we don't have to bond for like a screening fence.
Yeah.
It's just a,
Yeah, certain landscaping elements that are required by code. But it is generally, you're right, Danae, for the detention cells or other long-term common ownership lots.
right, water lines, sewer line, paving, just within the stormwater ordinances, they added the requirement for the stormwater detention bond.
Right. And there's a very stringent release process on particularly on the detention and water quality elements now, so.
So absent the homeowners association, the permittee will also be responsible for the maintenance of that private road going forward once it is completed to city specifications. Is that correct?
No
or-
private roadways within this development.
Okay,
So
so it
the
becomes a
relocated
new-
First Street, once it comes internal to the development, will be a public street.
And the developer's responsible for
Yes.
for doing that.
For that until they've completed all the improvements required by the city, and then it would be turned over to city ownership.
I have additional questions
Sure.
on Watershed.
No, go for it.
Does anybody else? No, go right ahead. Okay,
Oh,
so
I'm sorry. We'll do, before we go to move
Yep.
Watershed, I apologize.
That's
Councilwoman
okay.
Ward.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple questions. I'm not for sure who. On line D on page 9, you talk about adding a change for all-night security lighting is discouraged. And I certainly appreciate your sensitivity to the lighting pollution issues for the project. But is it, first of all, the two-part question I have on this addition is, if it moves forward, do we not want these tenants, these homeowners, to be safe with all-night security? I know you're being sensitive to the lighting issue, and I guess this is for Danae, is discouraged? How do you
So I
hold
think
that
what I'm
up
trying to
in-
get there, Tammy, so even if they had night security, it would still have to be shielded down, and it would, have to be minimized. But I think what the Dark Sky Association would suggest is that if you're using security, you use something that's on a timer, or that is motion activated, sorry. I mean, that there are ways to still provide your security needs, but not just have a light on all night long. And that's really what we're trying to address there. And that really comes from just the overall concept of trying to be more sensitive to night lighting.
Fair enough. Thank you for that. Then to go back, I guess, page 3, we talk about, I think this came from one of my colleagues, you mentioned identifying locations acceptable to Parks and Rec for small animal crossings through the fence in low areas. Aren't you glad I brought this up?
I am.
So I'm curious as to some further explanation of this. I think it's probably a very good idea. I'm just curious as to how you define this, what that might look like and what kind of animal.
Right,
We're
I'm
talking
not
fox?
quite sure exactly. I think I don't think we're trying to put a lot of openings in the fence. I think we're talking about maybe 1 or 2 small openings that would allow small critters to get through without maybe allowing your large dog critters or something to get through also. I think it could be a challenge, and that's why I think I use the language that the locations have to be identifiable and acceptable to Parks and Recreation Department, because that's really something to accommodate a comment we received, not necessarily something we care about. We're trying to be about where they're located is
Hang on
what
one
I
second.
meant.
Hey, folks, I really strive to make the council chambers be respectful for everyone. I would ask that we please not mock or have public outbursts when people that might have different values or different beliefs than us are speaking. Just like I would not allow people that have different beliefs and different values, for those that are in favor of not moving forward with this, to mock or to publicly try to humiliate or have a public outburst. So I'd please ask that we be respectful, and if you want to submit comments, you're more than happy to email them in, or you can use your 5 minutes when it's your turn to come up. But please, 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 let's keep this respectful and peaceful and neutral for everyone.
So I apologize for the way that came out. That's the first time that's happened to me in these chambers, so.
I'd also add for Danae's benefit too. I mean, the comment was, I think, from the standpoint that there are some natural crossings potentially of some smaller animals that we're just trying to protect, and that was the comment that was given to us. So we would, be willing to explore that further. If it's not needed, we won't do it then.
And we're trying to accommodate the locations that Parks would feel acceptable. Where those exact locations are, we don't have a say in or mind. That's what I was trying to get at. We're not gonna determine where those need to be. We'll leave that to the experts to determine where those would be helpful.
And I
Not that
think
we
I'll
don't
just
care.
add that the fence was a very important issue to Parks and Rec in terms of human humans not being able to access that park so easily, to have to go down to the trailhead. And so, if any of you paid for a fence recently, you can imagine the commitment that Sam has made on that. It's a half a mile of fence that he'll be establishing.
Appreciate that, yes. Thank you. Thank you, all three of you, very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Washington?
And I know I said earlier that Councilwoman Raybold could go forward, but I wanted to ask a question about the bonding of items within the development, and to encourage, even though it may not be normal or regular for fencing to be bonded, I really would like, besides the stormwater detention areas, but the fence itself and street trees to be bonded going forward.
Well, street trees would be bonded already.
Okay.
So about the only thing I could think of here would be basically the fence.
Yeah, I understand perhaps the buffer vegetation strip, and maybe there's another
And I think when we get,
cooperative agreement or
I will
something
say
that could happen there.
that when we have items like this, in whether it's a straight preliminary plat, community unit plan, PUD, planning is always at the discretion when it comes time to the final plat. The final plat is a great thing for the city, for them to go back and check these notes on the site plan, these items in the resolution, to say, have these all been satisfied? Because with no final plat, you cannot sell property.
Right.
And so that's often when we see the enforcement of the notes, and if anything's not specifically bonded, that they exercise their enforcement.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Any more questions for this crew before we bring up
Yes.
Watershed?
Well, I realize I had another list of questions. It's talking about the housing product itself. Can we talk about that?
Sure.
Okay, so what is the proposed housing product mix? Are you going to have some affordable housing? How are the lots going to be dispersed? Are they, like, will Manzito sell the lot to a private construction team? And how are you going to maintain the consistency of all these new covenants and codes and requirements expected of each individual lot owner or construction team?
Mike, what's the exact split of lots?
It's almost 50-50.
Thank you.
I'll put this up, Jane, and
Okay.
Sam and I can kind of go about it. And he can explain his process of the marketing and sales. But generally speaking, this is the flexible commercial, B2 commercial area, or multifamily here. This area we see as flexible between multifamily and townhome. These generally are townhomes, at which Sam has one of the members in the LLC, Blake Hollingsworth, who will primarily be the builder of those. Blake's done thousands of townhomes in our community. And then we transition right here to the pure single-family detached.
Yeah, and it's approximately 150 townhome units, 150 single-family homes, and about 200 apartment units. This would be approximately the 500 units. That's some of that's still to be worked out. And it's our intention on the single families to work with a few select builders in town and sell a bulk of lots to those few select. We would keep it open to some others. We are intentionally not doing low-income housing here because there's a project across the street that's already doing low-income housing here. So I would say our product type's going to be probably something similar to the project Neha had up here earlier. That's going on in
Southwest Village Heights.
So be consistent with that.
So are you saying it's probably just going to be market rate housing or more high end?
No, market rate.
Market rates.
Yep.
With the mix of housing types.
Correct.
Can we talk about Watershed? I don't know if they can answer the questions about Watershed, but Danae, so typically what is the normal setback from a property line, or, property line, you can build a fence right on the property line, and that's what it sounds like you're planning on doing.
So right now we have a rear yard setback in all of those lots, right? So the house can't be set within a certain distance of the rear yard. And we're already meeting that where we put the fence. So the house can't be, 30 feet, I don't know, it's 20 feet or something percent of depth.
Yep.
based upon your zoning.
20 meters.
So we're gonna provide that rear yard in the house, in the lot. Then we'll have the fence and then an additional 10 feet. So typically, you would be able to take your rear yard of your lot right up against the Wilderness Park property line. I mean, typically.
So if this helps, and I'll reference, this is the townhome area, then we transition to single family. So in the townhome area, for example, we'll have a 110-foot deep lot, which is fairly standard for a townhome. And then the 10-foot outlot. When we get down to the residential, we'll have the single family detached, 120-foot depth, then the fence, then the 10-foot outlot, then the 33-foot. Does that make sense?
Right, so we're just talking maybe only 43 feet from the park? From the fence to the park, it's gonna be 43 feet or just 10?
To the park property line.
To the park property line.
Yes, 43 feet. And then the houses, obviously, within the lot have to be set back.
10 feet.
Right.
Well, no, inside the lot, inside that 120-foot lot, the house has to be set so far from the back, from the fence, from the backyard line. We have a rear yard setback that has to be maintained along the back of all those lots. So you couldn't push the house clear up to the fence. The house has to stay toward the street, and you have to leave the open space in the back of your yard. They call that the rear yard setback for those homes.
You're going to require that to be?
No non-invasive species, and we're going to try to recommend that they utilize.
Distance?
You're talking the distance.
The distance.
Oh, the
I'm talking
distance, sorry.
I can't know how the code exactly, I believe it's 30% of the depth or at least 20 feet. So if
So
you have
at
a
a
110-foot lot, you'd have 33 feet.
Okay, so at a
rear yard
minimum,
setback.
you'll have the 43 feet fence, then another probably 33 feet house.
Correct. And so all the residential in this, besides the multifamily though, we're using the R3 zoning code for all the setbacks.
Which would be just a typical urban density.
Can we talk about watershed? Or
Any last questions for these folks before we go over to Watershed? Councilman Beckius?
Yes, one last question. Do you know yet whether or not you plan on platting the entire subdivision at once or phasing?
Well, Sam and I talk a lot about this. What we know we want to do is definitely do a first phase that will include the entire relocation of South Street to go from the beginning. First Street, thank you.
Yeah.
South First Street, and then from then we'll see. We see a typical residential lot subdivision ranging all the way from 50 to 150.
Sure.
And beyond that stretch is you're getting beyond your 1 or 2 years, even maybe a 3-year sales period where you have a lot of infrastructure hanging out there. So, but as we've looked at the grading, we looked at the fence, we've looked at the other issues, that's our anticipation is we're gonna at least make that connection clear to the south in phase 1.
Okay, the reason I ask is actually based off of Councilwoman Washington's question about bonding for fencing. You know, I would certainly be open to also a requirement of fencing being in place by phase 2 or phase 3 or something of the sort, instead, in lieu of bonding, for example. So, okay,
Well,
thank you.
I think what, as I mentioned earlier, I think what the planning department and will do in the final platting phase is, I don't think they're gonna allow us to plat lots that we don't have the fence installed behind them. So,
Right, but that doesn't mean that those lots couldn't be in phase 2 or phase 3.
correct.
Correct.
Right. And if we do stop the phase, the public road will terminate, and we'll have to tie back into First Street. But there'll be fence where there's new houses, and there would be no fence where there's not any new houses. But there are some conditions on the amount of lots that we can do without making that connection clear to the south, because we're functioning basically on roughly one paved entrance. So that's why we believe we will go the whole way in some way, shape, or form there with the new South First Street.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, you wanted to call out
Well,
Watershed?
I guess Watershed probably would be the right group to come up.
Tim Zock with Transportation and Utilities, Watershed Management Division.
Thank you, Tim. I know that Watershed has been talked about a lot, but you know, we've heard the detention cells are going to be established, but I've heard, you know, people talk about runoff of pesticides, herbicides, insecticides, you name it, we know that there's runoff already going into Wilderness Park, but with all this other development probably planned here and further west and further south, so we know that there's more development coming. What is the normal and customary recommendations to help control runoff from all these herbicides, pesticides, insecticides?
So our water quality requirements are based on treating a volume. So there's a calculation based on the area of your development, the impervious area, so the amount of pavement, roofs, and then there's a storm event, so there's a different requirement if it's a new development like this one versus a redevelopment in the middle of the city. And so that comes up with a volume that they must treat. And so in a detention pond, where they would do water quality, then they have to make sure they're treating that volume within the pond and slowly releasing it within 24 to 48 hours. That allows some of the water to infiltrate into the ground and for those pollutants to settle out into the ground and possibly infiltrate. It allows for a lot of the solids, so like sands and gravels from the road, soil, to settle out to the bottom of the pond, and then as the water slowly trickles out. So our regulations are not specific to treating specific pollutants, but it's based on treating a volume, and then different pollutants are treated kind of as that volume drains out of the ponds.
And then with the NOAA standards that we've talked about, and that they're going to be building to the new projected that have not yet been incorporated in our city standards. When they do those NOAA projections, do they use it based on the current land use? Or do they consider, oh, there's going to be future development here, future development there, on top of their normal and customary projections for increase in water saturation events because of climate change?
So the NOAA Atlas 14, it's a rainfall data. So it's just looking at how much rain is going to be coming down. It's not looking at like what that rain is going to do once it hits the surface. So that's where the engineer will have their analysis where they look at, okay, that rain, if it hits the row crops, how much water is going to run off of the row crops, how much is going to soak into the ground. And then when they do their project analysis, they look at less water is going to soak into the ground because there's, you know, less grass and open space, and more of it's going to run off the pavement and the roofs into the storm drains. And so it's the NOAA Atlas 14 it's just the rainfall, what's falling out of the ground. And it's not a projection of the future, it's looking back. It's looking at past rainfall events and what we've seen in the past.
So with Wilderness Park being that great floodplain area,
Mm-hmm.
and the projections for the future, wouldn't it be also, I mean, when you look at, for your analysis, or when the civil engineers, wouldn't they take into account that Wilderness Park could be just flooding as it has done, like it always is supposed to do, but then it just seems like with any water event, it just overflows its banks and overflows and just starts flooding into areas that normally were not considered in the floodplain or flood-prone areas.
Yeah, and that's what our Salt Creek Resiliency study looked at a very preliminary level of looking at the new NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall, what the floodplain would look like. And it showed approximately, it was on average about a foot rise, but in this location it could be anywhere from a foot to 2 feet of rise. That's very preliminary, and that's kind of, it's not what we're using to actually map a floodplain, but it's for us to know, okay, what should we do to protect properties from this, risk that we know is probably out there. We've seen, like the 2015 flood event, we've seen where it actually is, where it overtops Highway 77 down by Warlick and Old Cheney. And that was what Mike Eckert was trying to show, is that the floodplain today is maybe 5 to 10 feet below the low point on this property. And so with a 1 to 2 foot rise, that still wouldn't get up onto this property.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Washington?
Thank you for coming forward this afternoon. I have a question about the stormwater detention basins and their life expectancy and the continued requirement for those basins to be maintained.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about how long an initial basin lasts before it needs to have regular maintenance?
Yeah. So, first off, the developer posts the surety bond we were talking about. That can't be released until the pond's completed, till it's graded to what it's supposed to be graded to. Everything's built per plan, it's seeded, and grass has been established. And once that happens, the developer will request to the city that it be released. One of our watershed inspectors will go out and inspect the detention to make sure it has been constructed. And then once it has been, if they make corrections to, finally complete it per our inspection, then we'll release that bond. The developer will turn it over to the HOA, and the HOA is required to maintain it from the moment they own it on forward. Our staff inspect all detention ponds within the city on a 4-year basis. So we go by quadrant, so we take a quarter of the city and we inspect all those detention ponds within that quadrant each year, and we kind of cycle through them every 4 years. And the detention pond is supposed to stay there, into perpetuity. It shouldn't be removed or it shouldn't go away. That's what the covenants, the subdivision agreement, it's in an outlot that's preserved, designated for detention and open space, and with kind of our continued inspection. If there are any issues, then we send letters to the owner of those detention ponds. So in this case, it'd be the homeowners association, and then they'd be required to make those corrections. And then if they don't, then we have to get our city attorneys involved with kind of making sure they make those corrections.
Yeah, and those corrections would be like a way to refresh the soils. I mean, I know that's part of the detention basins are that there's a certain kind of soil that can actually absorb water at an appropriate rate.
Yeah, so let's say like it fills up with a bunch of dirt and sand and gravel, they'd be required to clean that out. Any vegetation that dies, is there any patches of vegetation that are dead or standing water, they'd be required to make those corrections. If like the outlet to that detention pond is plugged up with debris, branches, grasses, they'd be required to clean that out.
Okay.
Any erosion through the detention pond.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Watershed? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. I received a request to take a break, and if there's one thing that I've learned from working at a middle school, that's breaks are a good thing. So that way it gives everyone a chance to use the restroom, get a drink of water, stretch their legs, and come back refreshed. So we're gonna take about a 15-minute break, and we'll come back at 5:45. We'll be in recess until then. Okay. All right, we're going to be, we're back in session. We're going to come up to the public hearing portion of it. The city clerk will call folks' names who have signed up to provide public comment. If you have not signed up to provide public comment, that's totally okay. We will still get to you. We just got to hang tight. We have about 3.5 hours of testifiers just to kind of give folks a sense of where we are at. If for some reason you need to leave and you still want to provide public comment, you can also send the council an email at councilpacket@lincoln.ne.gov. Or if you want to provide public comment but don't feel comfortable coming up and speaking in front of the microphone, you can also send an email to councilpacket@lincoln.ne.gov, and that will also be submitted for the permanent record, public record. Sound good? All right. Madam Clerk, will you please call the first person?
Okay, just as a reminder as well, there is 2 podiums. So if I do call an individual for testimony, the other person that's up next on deck can also come up and just sit at the front to wait to come to the other podium to speak. First up is Adam Hintz. On deck is Gary Shute.
I'm so sorry, if you could say your name and address.
Sure thing. Adam Hintz, 1919 Prospect, speaking on behalf of Friends of Wilderness Park. I was hoping that maybe the hydrologist engineer with the applicant could share the drainage of the Salt Creek Valley map, and then also the new the site plan map that shows the new conditions, but they're not conditions. Not as strong as conditions. They're called covenants. That's right. A map that shows the new covenants that will be promised. If that's possible. If they don't want to share that, that's fine. I just never saw that map before, and I wanted to see it. So, Friends of Wilderness Park has started a petition. There's 900. Thank you so much. That one, and then the one that has all the lots in it.
Oh,
with the green line on the right. Yeah, thank you so much. Friends of Wilderness Park did start a petition. We currently have, well, as of 2:46 p.m. today, we have 912 signatures, and so I'd like to submit that. Thank you to everybody who put their name on that. I have both personal comments to share in addition to testimony on behalf of Friends of Wilderness Park, a local nonprofit for which I am the current president. For this reason, I ask the council to please permit me extra time at the end of the hearing. This will allow me time to finish my presentation on behalf of Friends of Wilderness Park, in addition to my own statement detailing reasons why a delay of vote is wise and prudent in this situation. Thank you. The Friends of Wilderness Park organization has existed for 25 years and is dedicated to the protection and celebration of Wilderness Park and the Salt Creek Riparian Corridor. The Friends are composed of members and supporters from across the entire Lincoln community and beyond. This includes Wilderness Park users, elected officials, scientists, parents, grandparents, business leaders, teachers, and children. This long-standing organization and proud partner of the City of Lincoln Parks and Recreation Department stand on firm opposition to the council resolution being considered today. This includes the proposed Comprehensive Plan Amendment 22001, Annexation 211013, and the change of zone 21057, all in relation to the Wilderness Crossing development. These important decisions were not satisfactorily presented at the March 30th Planning Commission meeting and should have been better vetted at that planning level. Needless to say, here we are today asking for time and patience so the community and you as leaders can make the best and most well-informed decision that could have lasting impacts with regard to the development in question and future developments in and along the Salt Creek Riparian Corridor and Watershed. Friends of Wilderness Park was first contacted by the developer in late 2021. The Friends of Wilderness Park asked the developer to contact us again once a tentative plan was better defined. We then met with the developer in early March and then proposed development, and the proposed development was presented. And that would be this development here. Yeah, so this is what they first gave us. You know, when we asked how many houses there were, I think there was maybe like 500 that would be in there. What really shocked us was the amount of rooftop that is in this relatively small area that's wedged between Highway 77 and Wilderness Park. That shocked us. So I'm gonna go ahead and take that down. I'm gonna leave this here for others to use. The day after our meeting, Friends of Wilderness Park sent the developer a message thanking them for meeting us and listing our initial concerns pertaining to water quality, stormwater management, grading, light pollution, and noise pollution. We also outlined the needed protection of the rare sandstone prairie ecotype, which has been identified on the adjacent park land and painstakingly restored by the Parks Department and community volunteers. This same ever-decreasing prairie gem existed on and across the property connected to the development. The developer did not contact us again until over a week later to schedule a meeting. The next meeting we had with the developer was on March 28th, 2 days before the Planning Commission hearing. They reaffirmed their commitment for the proposed development with minor modifications to answer our concerns. We informed the developer of our preference to wait until the city council hearing before meeting again and asked the developer to let us know if they were able to make the development any more sensitive to Salt Creek and Wilderness Park. And that's important. We offered them, let us know if you could make this PUD more sensitive to Wilderness Park. We have not heard from them again until today. The primary reason not to meet with the developer involved was not wanting the developer or city planning to again use interactions with Friends of Wilderness Park as a rubber stamp for the project, which was seemingly the case before and at the March 30th Planning Commission meeting. Our conservation-minded organization with hundreds of members cannot support a development that threatens the park in any way, and this position must be clear. What was presented to us today by the developer will need time to be looked at before Friends of Wilderness Park is able to give a thumbs up or down. We need to delay the vote today on the noted resolutions so Friends of Wilderness Park has the broader community can better understand the potential impacts and possible shared solutions that we can all agree on, including the developer.
Time.
May continue?
I have to be really tight and I have to give everyone the same amount of time. Otherwise, it could be seen as being unfair if I give you extra time, but then I don't extend that same extra time to other folks.
I really don't want to leave any stone unturned. The planning department failed to look at the comprehensive plan in relationship to Wilderness Park. And I would really like to be able to make sure no stone is unturned when it comes to this motion.
I have questions of the speaker. Could you tell us a little bit more about the comprehensive plan changes that Friends of Wilderness Park are concerned about?
Sure. The comprehensive plan designated and zoned this parcel at residential since 2002. This was news to many of us at the Planning Commission hearing. Let's keep in mind the comprehensive plan has changed much in the past 20 years, with new environmentally focused elements that speak to sustainability, conservation design, the Salt Valley Greenway, ecology and habitat, natural resource conservation, and much, much more. The comp plan was also updated during a pandemic when civic participation was presented with many challenges. And that's why you're not hearing people talk about buffers, because we were all busy. The comp plan was We are under the assumption that having this new language in the comprehensive plan, in addition to having the Wilderness Park Master Plan, the Salt Creek Resiliency Study, and the Climate Action Plan, would have been sufficient to educate developers and the Planning Commission for a much more sensitive path forward when considering growth and development around Wilderness Park and in the Salt Creek watershed. Once we read the Planning Commission staff report, we were alarmed by how insensitive and off-target the staff report was when considering important environmental resources. It's not that we were not aware that this area was marked for zone change that surprised us, although it is in a poorly placed location. It was the lack of due diligence adhering to elements already in the comprehensive plan, other studies and plans, plus the lack of sufficient answers on these questions at the Planning Commission hearing that left us baffled. Until we can answer how a productive agricultural area with wonderful soils can be rezoned with strong adherence to all relevant environmental policies, especially conservation design. The elements of the Comp Plan 2050, we must request that you delay these resolutions before you and not set a precedent for rushed and poorly informed planning that stands to have long-lasting implications. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
All right, are there any questions? Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Next is Gary Shute. Up on deck would be Mark Knappett. Gary?
Gary or Mark? Who's after Mark?
Maggie Miller Jenkins is after Mark.
I'm Mark Napier. I live at 4101 Southwest 2nd Street, just a little bit north of this development. And I've got a lot of concerns about the traffic issues there, but I'm going to try and go through the plan forward policies. I've got a half a dozen or so of them here that I want to just skim through really quick. I'm sure all of you have this memorized, but I just want to point out a few things that I think are relevant to what we're talking about here today. First one is policy 18, conservation design. It says, you know, in section 1 F, minimize disturbance of natural topography on the development site. I don't know if any of you have seen this site, but you know it's a very steep hill. It's one of the highest, second highest, I believe, hill in the entire area. So the amount of destruction to the topography there is going to be extensive. You know, the developer even said that to meet the city standards for the steepness of the streets and the water and all of the sewer and stuff like that, there's going to have to be extensive grading. So you're taking the second highest hill in this area and you're going to flatten it. You know, so. I also noticed in here there was a offer incentives for such high density construction. So I think this is definitely an area that's super high density. I mean, I'm shocked when I see how many houses they're talking about putting in there. I understand the need for high density, but it's not a good location. It's got very limited access. It's, there's a lot of uncertainties right now about what the Department of Roads is going to do with the Highway 77 connections. And it's just, it's a bad time to be putting this kind of a development in that area. I said the first thing I was going to say, though, when I got up here and I didn't, was that I want to acknowledge that I think the developer has made efforts to make this less destructive to the park, but really what would be less destructive to the park is not putting 575 houses within a short distance of the park. That's what the park needs, is not to have this development there, not the concessions that they're making. So on 21 floodplains and riparian areas, the overriding policy for floodplain is a no adverse impact policy for the city and county. You know, there's in that area, you know, there's been flooding in the past, and you know, it goes over those bridges, and those bridges are going to need to be replaced if we continue to do things that, you know, that even if it's a minuscule amount, and you know, eventually it adds up, and it's going to increase more and more flooding. These bridges are going to be gone. Already one of them downstream has been closed to traffic. You know, so policy 20, ecology and habitat. Review and revise regulations as appropriate for requiring buffer areas around critical natural areas. So let's stick this on there. In policy 23, Salt Valley Greenway corridors and connections to green spaces, creating green partitions which help to prevent the wall-to-wall urban feel, connecting habitat for the movement of wildlife, protection of floodplains, and many others. Develop a strategic plan for acquiring and conserving lands within the Salt Valley Greenway, connecting corridors, and through a cooperative effort with public agencies, private organizations, and individuals. Continue to use the conservation easements to protect greenways, areas, and other desirable to allow compatible land use, such as row crop farming and pastures.
1 minute.
Geez, never gonna make through. The, let's see. I think this open space one is the one that I really wanted to get to. The community should invest, this is plan or policy 25. The community should invest in planning resources and early identification of those areas that are most valued as part of the Green Challenge. This principle supports the notion that getting ahead of the game by knowing the resources that are most valued and their location and their, you know, this is the thing that was brought up earlier, that, you know, you keep saying, well, why didn't anybody say anything about the, you know, this has been slated for 20 years or decades, you know, for urban or, you know, housing development. Well, I've lived there 20 years, you know, I didn't know anything about this space, you know, 20 years ago when that was slated as being, you know, an area that was going to be developed, you know. So I think it's irrelevant. You know, they keep going back to it, but I consider it irrelevant that they keep saying that, well, this has been slated for this forever. This has been slated for this forever. I don't see how that's relevant. You know, 20 years ago, the policies were different for what was areas that they wanted to preserve, you know. So this, I think you're going to hear a lot more about the nature in this area that's, you know, that's going to disappear if there's 575 houses next to it. So, any questions?
Seeing none, thank you so much.
All right. Well, I just wanted to point out on this thing that I put on there, you know, how that space, you know, when you zoom out that space, you know, you've got the park all along here. You've got that little cutout that's not part of the park. It just seems wrong to be not using that space to protect the park. You know, there's a lot of protections on the other side as well. So, thank you.
Up next is Maggie Miller Jenkins. On deck would be Stephanie Walker. You're more than welcome to come up closer to the front if you're up next to testify.
Hi, my name is Maggie Miller Jenkins. 1419 North 34th Street is where I live at. And I wrote something, so I'm just going to read it. My name is Maggie Mashri Jenkins, and I've been a Lincoln resident for over 30 years. I'm raising children and starting a life that I'm hoping will be thriving for my future grandchildren and generations to come. The proposed development that backs onto Wilderness Park could destroy a large part of that future. I don't know if anybody has read the IPCC report that's come out for 2022. Essentially, it's just a really big report that tells you about the way that the world's ecosystems are looking, the way that the water tables are looking, all that stuff. So that's been my own personal project, is reading that. As of Chapter 2 of the IPCC report, states that over 47% of the observed species are dealing with extinction effects from the climate change that is happening right now. And that same chapter also talks of how the wildlife as well as the water quality and freshwater ecosystems have been negatively impacted by the current climate changing conditions. So the area of the proposed development would be devastated by the amount of destruction that would be a natural happenstance that comes from the construction that would be needed in those areas. With most of what I've heard from the Nebraska Plan Forward, Plan 2050, we've been talking a lot about preserving green spaces. Seems extremely counterintuitive to say that you want to preserve a green space while saying that you're also going to develop massive amounts of houses on a already green space. I also want to point out that when the guy was up here presenting, one, he said that they didn't have a lot of pushback the first time that they presented this. It's really hard to get a no to a question that you didn't ask the public. If the general public had known that this was going to be something that would affect our park, our water systems, the way that our ecosystem is currently working, you would have had a reaction like what you see today. You would have had mass amounts of people come out and tell you that it's not a good idea. Because for the people that live in these areas, for the people that look into the research of what's happening in our world, not just Nebraska, but worldwide, for what climate change is affecting and how it's really coming down to Nebraska specifically, it's really hard to look at the data and say, let's build more houses. We have a ton of houses right now that are just unaffordable. If you would lower the price of how much it costs for paying rent, you'd have a lot less homeless people and you'd lead a lot less developments for new houses, because I can guarantee you that the houses he's gonna build wouldn't be something I could pay to live in. As a stay-at-home mom with a husband that works for the Nebraska system, our already stretched budget for our cost of living, it blows my mind that Lincoln would still want to build places for people that aren't like me, that work regular jobs, grocery stores, regular jobs, and they can't afford the places that they live already. Why would you want to build more places that we still can't live in? But you're also going to be taking away places that we use consistently. I use Wilderness Park as my mental health space. That's where I go when the pandemic slaps me in the face, when being a mom is too heavy, when the realization that I have to pay for food, water, and shelter when those should be human rights. When all of that hits me a little too hard, I can go and touch nature and be reminded that that's really what it's supposed to be about. So I'd really like each and every one of you to take a little bit of time and think of the walks that you take with your kids, think of the water that you get out of your tap, and then look at the map that he put up that showed that all of that water flows to the one place that they want to destroy. They want to level it. And what do you think that would do to the flooding? Nothing good. And I'm just an average person that doesn't have a degree in any of this, and I can see that just from the pictures that he showed me and the little bit of research that I took some time to do. So I'm really hoping that you guys do a little bit more research than I do, and that you guys read the reports that I'm reading, and that you can at least delay this, because I'm definitely opposed to it, and I hope you are too.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, or perhaps at this time I should say good evening. My name is Stephanie Walker, 3801 South First Street. In all, I'm a 22-year resident, on South First Street on the north side of Pioneers Boulevard. Lately, though, I have beginning to think that I have taken the area for granted. I have cried a lot. I know as neighbors and protectors of Wilderness Park that we watch out for the area daily. So how did this proposed rezone and development advance so far without new land management studies and further community input? Before I continue, I would like to thank you. Thank you for this opportunity for a public hearing. We recognize that it is proceedings like these that communicate to the community that our voices matter. That we too are part of the decision-making process when it comes to the future of our city and the borrowed land on which it resides. Most of us, like you, have lived here our entire lives. We have watched the city grow. I have personally experienced the growth of this city from 75,000 to its current standing population of over 283,000. That in simple math, is a population growth of over 200,000 individuals in my short lifetime. That seems rather significant to me for a few reasons. If you know that Lincoln has a few gems tucked in its satchel to keep luminary people here and to welcome others seeking a conscientious city like ours. Without community supporters like Pepe's Bistro, the Down Under Pottery Studio, KZUM radio station, the Pioneers Park Nature Center, the Prairie Corridor, and one of our longest standing protectors of the city, Wilderness Park, Lincoln would not pulse the way it does today. We are a relatively safe and welcoming community to live in. I see it practiced in our city policies as we grow. We focus on things such as transparency and inclusion. However, we are all human, which means if we are not diligent, we will miss the mark. Having said that, it is this legacy area, it is Wilderness Park and its surrounding buffer zone, the area being threatened by a proposed rezone and development, that as members of this type of community, we should do everything in our combined powers to protect it. This is not a decision to enter lightly. We have had only a few weeks to gather and prepare our opposition to a development that is currently not taking the prudent and appropriate steps to ensure that Lincoln's legacy park is protected, so that it continue to protect us as we move full speed ahead into a rapidly changing climate. It is imperative that today we implore you to simply vote no or delay this vote so that an appropriate amount of time, study, and all-encompassing community input can be achieved. There are big questions hanging in the balance. How will Pioneers Boulevard, Old Cheney Road, South 1st Street, Southwest 2nd Street, and two nearby and already dangerous Highway 77 South intersections be affected? Without a new and current study, we do not know the safety that could be achieved from a huge influx of traffic in this area. We can, however, easily recognize the dangers that will grow exponentially if a new impact study is not conducted. What will be the impact of development for the unique and sacred sandstone prairie that thrives solely on the land at Southwest 1st and Pioneers Boulevard? Simply spoken, it will be gone forever. A burden that Mayor Gaylor Baird and all of you, as our voted and current city council members, will forever carry with you if this is not voted down or at least delayed. As you are aware that this area is regularly used by Are you aware that this area is regularly used by Indigenous people in our community for prayer and healing? It seems rather ironic to me that the current owners of this plot of land would desire to sell to a developer, that in doing so would directly result in Lincoln losing a long-standing, protective, and sacred place. Because this land is so close in proximity to Lincoln's most reliable floodwater filtration area, that the land would better serve our spiritual community if left as a nature preserve. It would show what an intelligent community we are. It would show how we understand and recognize the importance of preserving undeveloped spaces. Not everything in life is concrete. Not everything of value is measured in profits and tax dollars. When we allow short-sightedness to prevail, when we open a Pandora's box for canceling what remains as pure and good in the world, when we allow short-sightedness to prevail, that is when we open a Pandora's box of canceling what remains pure and good in this world. Poured concrete does not protect us from devastating floodwaters, nor does it protect Earth from our own perils. What we see in front of us when we visit a sacred place like Wilderness Park, that is what protects us. We see the fluid process of life. We go there to celebrate life. We go there to mourn life and its losses. We go there to save life. In all things, we think the current landowners, all of those things are what we think the current landowners cherish and teach. Thinking of this in these terms adds a new layer of confusion to the situation, doesn't it? It adds contradiction, it adds arrogance, it adds a deep level of sin against God, against Gaia, against all that is life. We are here today to discuss the preservation of 75 acres of land. Only 75 acres of land. To delay the vote that would potentially degrade 75 precious acres of sacred land that in the big picture would serve and protect us better if it is allowed to continue its journey, a journey that started long before we were here to impose our false ideals supported by misdirection. So today we are here to ask, if you would please either clearly vote no on this issue and associated proposals, or at least see the importance of delaying this vote before we have a better understanding of the potentially devastating impact that developing Wilderness Park's buffer zone would have on the future of our beloved city. Thank you for your time. I'm just going to show a couple of quick photos. Is all my time out yet?
Yeah, your time was up a while ago.
Okay. Well,
I would be,
yes.
Go ahead.
I would be interested in seeing those photos.
I'd like to see the photos.
Just here under the thing.
ma'am.
So these are just photos of the 2015 flood, and do I just push a button, or does
It'll
it?
magically appear.
Awesome. So this is the bridge at Pioneers Boulevard. This is the Salt Creek Valley, right by our residence, basically. We were all there. Here, this is the creek line right now is probably about 15, 20, 30 feet below this, where it is here. And this is, of course, when the bridge was still passable and we were able to take these photos. So here is also looking down Pioneers Boulevard to the east. You see this fence line here. Perhaps you recognize that fence line if you drive this area. You see this here is a mailbox all the way up to where the mail goes in. This is Wilderness Park here, all underwater. And this car here is having quite a bit of trouble. And it looks like the train tracks are okay, but, you know, not in the best of shape there. And then finally, here's a photo that was in front of my home. And that's not even where the water stopped. The water came within 3 feet. Luckily, when my house was built, the man who built up that land built it up, so the water did not come into my home. It only came behind my home and under my home. This was an amazing flood. It was rushing in from the east. It was rushing in from the north. I mean, it was amazing. What flood waters come from so many different directions at you? It is just the most important area, one of the most important areas in our city that we really need to protect. This buffer zone is crucial to more homes than just the ones in the neighborhood. And I ask you to please consider all our testimony today, because we are not here lightly. We're not going to stay here until 9:30 just because we want to. We care about this, and we hope you can see where our concerns are coming from and vote your conscience today. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, I just want to give a reminder, please be respectful of the time limit. I can't extend and break the rules just because I consider many of you friends, because I have to hold everyone to the same standards, and I can't break that just because I consider a lot of you friends. So please be respectful of the position that I'm put in, telling my friends that we have to follow the same rules that we hold other people to in order to maintain order and decorum in the chambers, okay?
Mr. Chair, would you explain those rules again?
Sure. Yeah. Testimony is limited to 5 minutes per speaker. The first buzzer that'll go off means that there's 1 minute left. Then the second buzzer means that that your time has expired. Then the second one is also no public outbursts. And that's just to maintain neutrality and to maintain a calm decorum in the chambers. As we all know, I'll give you an example. When we were experiencing COVID, we had some people that had different values and different beliefs, and I think what some of us share. And we had people reach out that said that was the reason why they didn't want to come to the chambers. And I don't want people to feel like that they can't come into our council chambers regardless of their beliefs. So please be respectful of that. That's how democracy can work, and that's how we can make sure that no one's intimidated and that everyone's rights are respected. So please, please, please respect that. I really don't want to be a jerk or a bad guy about that, okay? Thank you all so much.
Up next is Dale Brambola. On deck is also Deb Brambola. And I do apologize ahead of time if I am incorrectly pronouncing names. I'll do my best.
He actually did a very good job. It's pretty close. It's Dale Brambola. And I reside at 4111 Southwest 2nd Street, just to the north of the proposed development. And I had a really nice little letter written up that I was going to read, but as I was sitting here taking notes, I think I'm just going to address some of the things that I heard during the first testimony that was being done by the planning department and the NRD and the developer. The first thing I'd like to say is you heard extensively of the way they commented and used the Comp 2050 plan. Well, that's fine. In that document, and you should all know this, in the first couple of pages, it says this is a guidance tool. They claim that because it's in the 2050 comp plan, that it needs to be developed, and that is absolutely wrong. As it was just stated earlier, this is a 75 acre development. next to Wilderness Park. Just lay that up there, so I will use it here in a little bit. So anyway, they also plan on submitting a PUD, a Planned Unit Development is what that stands for. I know you all know that, but I want everybody else to know. So that's strictly done. It's mostly a concept plan, but they have a lot of verbiage for all the covenants and everything else that goes into this community. But it's what they didn't talk about in this density rich housing development is the apartment houses that they plan to put up. Did anybody mention the peak roof on those? 55 feet. And this is on top of what should be the highest hill in Lincoln. And when the engineer was giving his little contour speech, if you notice, the top of that ridge was at 1,210 feet. And he said the lowest point was 1,170 feet. That's 40 feet of difference. And anybody, if you guys are familiar with developments at all, they have to do what they call a cut-fill plan, because they have to meet the city standards for everything, for gravity sewer, especially for the streets, and stormwater as well too. So is what they didn't address, and that's what I say, let's do a preliminary plat. So they have to address all these things. They have to come up with the drainage plans. They're gonna show the drainage basins. They're gonna show the cut-fill numbers. They have to show us their storm sewer plan. How big are these pipes gonna be? You know, and these detention ponds. Yeah, they're gonna release over 72 hours, but during a flooding event, that's gonna extend that flooding event time for 72 hours because those ponds are still gonna be releasing water into the floodplain zone in Salt Creek. Let's see, some other notes I wrote down here. So that preliminary plat just gives us all the information that we need. It will have all the drainage calcs on there and the size of pipes and the duration of these rain events. There's a lot of information. I don't know, do you council members actually see these plats and these different plans that come up? Okay, thank you. And so still talking about this plat, and they were talking about lighting and berms and fences and this and that, a 6-foot tall fence. So over the years, the history is lots over the years have gotten smaller. So what happens to the houses? They go up. And most houses today are 2 stories because the lots are so small. So the only way that you can get decent living space is to go up in stories. And they didn't bother to mention any of that because they talk about the light pollution. Those lights are gonna be up here. That fence is gonna be down here. It's only 6 foot tall. And I just didn't, I think they should have mentioned something about that so you guys get the whole picture of what's actually gonna go on over there. And not only that, and we all know that these things are phased out over periods of time. There's gonna be construction going on for years over there. And with the amount of cut fill, I would assume they're gonna have to take cut out of that site. And those heavy dump trucks are just gonna destroy Pinehurst Boulevard, not to mention the traffic problems that could happen with them running a light at Highway 77 and Pinehurst Boulevard right now. You know, they talked about yard setbacks. Think about it in reality. I wish I would have brought my tape measure in to show you what 43 feet really looks like. In the grand scheme of things, it's not very much. It really isn't. And so I'm gonna talk about this map a little bit. So here's their development right here. So over here, this is Southwest 2nd Street.
1 minute.
Thank you. Anyway, there's all the development is going on over here. Here's Southwest Village Heights. This is where the Lincoln Housing Authority is going to be. This is where the schools are going to go. And this will all eventually be developed into houses. Why can't we just leave this one parcel alone and let that be something that when people come into our city, they say, wow, that looks nice over there. Because as soon as they get past that, then you're into Lincoln. And with that, I just want to say real quick, I did facilitate a meeting with the developer in the very beginning, and I thought we were just going to meet with the developer. When we did meet, they brought planning members with them, and they brought their engineer with them, which I felt we were ambushed at that time, and I was just really expecting to meet with the developer and find out what their concept was. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can you I'm horrible with how long things are. Can you help that from like there to there, how long would 43 feet be?
I'm going to guess that's probably 35 feet
this
across,
okay.
I would guess. More than that, you think so?
Car lights, 2 big car lights.
Yeah, 2 trucks. So most parking spaces, are 19 feet deep to accommodate the new pickups. So you put 2 pickups end to end, you got 38 feet.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That helps.
Okay, thank you.
question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Councilman Becky.
Sorry.
Yeah. Did you say, sir, that you lived on Southwest Second Street?
Yes, I do.
Is your house on the map there by chance?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we're right here. That one.
No, the wrong side, Dale.
You better get it together.
Perhaps your better half could come forward.
Oh, yeah, right here, sorry, right here. This one right here. Got it?
Thank you, Dale.
Oh, sorry.
I appreciate it.
Anybody else, any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Yes, I'm next.
Yes.
I'm Deb Brambilla. I live at 4111 Southwest 2nd. Okay, on this map here, I want you to see, because I've driven this route many, many times. Now, all the way from Van Dorn to Rokeby Road, if you go on Highway 77, there is really no housing between 77 and Wilderness Park and the creek. The only two areas that don't have something there would be this area here, which is north of us, and this area here that's south of us. So everything else, it either goes right up to 77 or it's wooded right now. And it's insane to think that they should take this little area here to develop into housing when all of this here is going to be developed. It'll ruin that area. It'll just totally ruin it. And we have deer and turkey, wild turkey, all the wildlife comes through our neighborhood because we all have like 1 to 5 acres. It's very quiet there. The animals do not feel threatened. I love the deer. I love the turkey. I can look out my back window anytime and see them. But if you put this in here, the noise and destruction that is going to create to that area will be insane. And it's like just all the trucks coming in to put in streets, to haul out dirt, to build a house. Imagine how many vehicles have to go in and out to build one house. You're talking cement, you're talking lumber, you're talking all the people that are building on that house. And then take that times 500. Yeah, and I know that's kind of out there. But, you know, we can't handle that kind of traffic on Pioneers, for one thing. They haven't even decided what they're going to do up at the intersection. So that would be more construction going on at some point. DOT has not even told us how long that's going to be before that comes up. I hope you've all driven out there and looked this area over, because Pioneers is a narrow road, no shoulders. We have grain trucks that go on that road daily, going to the elevator. That's not going to change. To even think about putting a roundabout there, those trucks can't maneuver that, you know, and that's one of their main ways to get there. I don't see if there's any way to make this a workable development, not in this area, because right now it is what it is. You let them go through with this, they're going to be bringing in all the caterpillars and everything else. They're going to be bulldozing down the trees. They're going to be bulldozing down the land. Once you let that happen, you can't turn back and say, geez, maybe that wasn't a good idea. And there is so much area that's being developed around this whole city that they most certainly don't need to be snagging this little 75 acres, because it's going to be a detriment to the park, to the animals, to the people that live there, the traffic on Pioneers right now. We don't even have turn lanes off of Highway 77 to come onto Pioneers. You can sit there a long time just waiting for a turn. And it's going to bring thousands of vehicles onto that street on a daily basis, right up against the park. I mean, right up against the park. And if you can see here, you know, the creek comes pretty close. We lived there. We saw that last flood. We saw how close up the water got. And it's just not a good idea. You know, they can do what they want about diverting the light this way or what, but you're not going to get rid of the noise. You know, if you've ever been in any of the neighborhoods where it's dense dwelling, there's going to be so much noise all the time. What about 4th of July? They're out there shooting off fireworks right next to the park What do you think that's gonna do to the animals that call that home? And currently, they don't cut the dead wood out of the park. They leave that as a natural state. What happens when it starts on fire because of somebody shooting off their fireworks? It's just not a good fit.
Time.
It's not a good fit at all.
Excuse
So-
me. I'm sorry. 1 minute.
Oh, so no matter what they do or how they try to spin it, this is not a good idea. Does not fit this area at all when there's so many other places that they are already building. And let's see, my last statement here. We need to do what we're talking about, conserve, preserve, and protect this delicate area for the future. I pray you vote no to the rezoning and work on a positive plan. Maybe there can be some grants, or maybe the park can purchase this land. There has to be another answer to this besides letting this big development go through. Because once you let it happen, we can't turn it back. And to go destroy all that land. And the turkey and the deer do go over there to feed. Every fall after harvest, I don't see them as much. I see them over there because they're out there feeding. You know, and I'm really concerned about the wildlife here because, you know, I love animals. And vote no. That's all I can say. Yes, it's important to delay and have all the studies, but ultimately, this is not a good plan for this area at all. Is my time up yet?
Sorry, it is
I
now.
can keep talking. I
Sorry.
have a whole
Time.
folder full here. But does anybody have any questions?
No, thank you.
Like I say, we've lived there a long time. We know what the area's like. And I'll tell you right now, a flat piece of paper does not tell the whole story by far. And with just these two little areas that don't already have something there, I say we leave it the way it is. So, thank you. And I hope you vote no.
Thanks so much.
Up next is Larry Wexelman. On deck is Mary Bowen.
Good evening. Larry Wexelman, 7339 York Lane. And just for clarification, from there to there is about 48 feet. Each of these tiles is 2 feet, so if you just count them across, you can get a quick calculation. So thought I'd answer that for you. I appreciate your time this evening. I'm going to make it quick because I can see the 7 o'clock glaze settling in on the council members, and I know it's been a long day. I started with some pre-formulated notes when I walked in. I kind of had to throw them out the window because as you listen to the discussions, some of that material just doesn't fit anymore. What does come up is a series of questions I actually will provide to the council, and perhaps when time allows, we can get some answers to those questions. The first is what brought this development forward out of the 2050 plan. Why now? Why is it important? Why does it feel rushed? And why are we considering this development tonight? The second, will the Chancery's office, the Catholic Church, transfer ownership upon approval of this development if it occurs? Will they continue to own the land, or is it in a holding situation and will be transferred immediately after this development's approved? That happened out by Wyuka, and I'm certain that it's probably going to happen here as well. Why has the 2050 plan seen need for this area? What has focused the commission's plan in this specific 141 acres, and what has seen the need for it to move forward? Why, and actually, is the completion of the South Beltway a direct stimulus for this type of development? Or are we going to see more as the traffic increases and the opportunities for development and retail sales increase? Are we going to see pockets of development pop up around that South Beltway? And if so, we've already heard from the developers that there's not enough infrastructure in place provided by the city to support those developments. What will the long-term impact of similar requests be if approved? I mean, will this be a series of dominoes? And if so, if they are in turn rushed as well, what's the long-term impact of the stress on city infrastructure? I mean, First Street, 77, and all other areas within that region. We heard a lot on Watershed, but there's more to development than just managing water flows. Ask Mexico City. They live in a lake. Is there any consideration, will there be consideration for this project, if approved, to apply for TIF funding? I find that a large consideration because there will need to be improvements in traffic flow to provide inflow and outflow for 575 homeowners, apartment dwellers, whatever you want to call them. And not last, but we heard about a homeowners association being made responsible for the management of this property after the developers complete and sign all of the agreements. Do you think it's reasonable to assume that 575 people are going to come to agreement on how to maintain water basins within that specific area? And if so, how quickly would they make decisions on how it would be funded and rationale behind making it happen? That seems real counterintuitive to me whenever, as a board member for a property group here in Lincoln, we hire a professional management group to deal with those kinds of issues. The last is the native history and culture as parts of the land use being disregarded in these particular decisions moving forward.
1 minute.
As a modest suggestion, there's been a study commissioned to assure that the potential existence of Native American remains or artifacts do not exist on this property. Salt Creek was the dividing line with the Odo tribe on the east and the Pawnee on the west, and the Sioux rode both sides of Salt Creek. It is, since the early 1800s, traditional native grounds, and the fish farm, as well as a long-standing sweat lodge for the native community, has existed just across the road in Salt, in the park area, for over 40 years. Please give it deep consideration, the cultural and historical aspect of this development and how it impacts the native community, not only over previous years, but moving forward. I appreciate your time and the work that you do. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Wexelman? Seeing none? Thanks, Larry.
Hello, I'm Mary Bowen, 4101 South First Street. I am very concerned about the possible development in my backyard. My main concerns are traffic and flooding. Traffic, Pioneer in our area is a 2-lane road with no shoulders and 2 railroad crossings. Sometimes the train sits on the track for 10 minutes to an hour or more. There can be a lot of grain semis coming and going to the large elevators. Pioneer to the west of First Street has a slight rise, so if you're on First Street and want to go east, you have to be very watchful for oncoming traffic coming from the west. And with the big increase in traffic, that will all be a frickin' nightmare. Flooding is another concern of mine. Wilderness Park was meant to help with flooding, and when the south end of First Street floods, and it will flood, all that traffic that can't come out the south end will have to go to the north end to try and get out. And there's got to be other land that is not between a highway, a river, train tracks, and 2 2-lane roads. We really need to keep our green space as it is. Please do not change the zone. Besides that, it is very special land to the Native Americans. Thank you.
So much.
Up next is Moni Yusis on deck is Kamel Ebers.
I'm Monty Eustace, 3340 South 31st. What I've written, I'm gonna read it. It's the straight version. But the bottom line is that Wilderness Park is sacred, and putting anything in that spot is not okay. I've been spending time in Wilderness Park for at least 45 years. I was also involved in the 1990 sub-area study of Wilderness Park. I'm speaking in opposition of the development. New buildings so close to Salt Creek should not be allowed until the basic flooding studies are up to date. But I think the land should be a buffer. And in fact, somebody talked about community gardens. It'd be a great place. Wilderness Park is nearly 50 years old, thanks to the foresight of Mayor Helen Busalis and County Commissioner Jan Gauger. The land for Wilderness Park was bought with the express purpose of protecting the city from flooding. The park was to be a sponge to absorb runoff. But how much runoff? How much can it possibly hold? Obviously, Wilderness Park provides many, many other important environmental, cultural, and recreational services. Lincoln has a comp plan and the 2021 Lincoln City Climate Plan for city planners to use as guidance. There's also the final Salt Creek Floodplain Resiliency Study recommendations to use. I'm really concerned with what the Salt Creek study said. It says current hydrologic models do not use up-to-date precipitation estimates. Current guidelines underestimate the real level of flood hazards. Flooding is forecast to increase by nearly 10% by the year 2100 because of climate change. And flood hazards will increase significantly in the same time period because of climate change. And then the last takeaway, there's a high degree of uncertainty in future conditions flood hazard analysis. Well, that means the city better err on the side of caution when planning for the future. There are so many concerns about this development. 550 plus units and commercial space in such a small area, the increased traffic density that people have been talking about, paved roads and driveways increasing stormwater runoff, Pioneers Boulevard and Old Cheney both cross Salt Creek and are partially in the floodplain. Parts of Highway 77 are probably in the floodplain as well. All three roads could be inundated in part by flooding. If this area is developed by Manzito Brothers as they've planned, all might be well for 5 years, 10 years, or even 20. But at some point in the not so distant future, flooding will happen, either there or downstream. And at that point, it will be homeowners and businesses who suffer the personal and economic losses, not the developer. The city should make sure that does not happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Kamel Ebers. On deck is Janet O'Brien.
Hi, my name's Kamel Ebers. I live at 2833 South 42nd Street. I don't know how this works. If I have time left over, can I give it to someone?
No, unfortunately. Sorry.
Okay. There's a plan here. There's a lot of plans here. I just kind of want to tell you my history with that area. Sorry. I want to tell you my history with that area. I'm 48 years old, and I was brought up at First and Old Cheney by my grandparents. My mom was a single parent. Affordable housing has always been a problem. In the 70s, they were making plans, to build this city that we all here love so much. We're here for a reason. My mom couldn't afford a house. I spent a lot of time at my grandparents' house, First and Old Cheney. Right up the hill, my grandpa was a rule breaker, a Danish rule breaker. Joined the army when he was 16, came back cussing. My grandma is the crier. They both love land. They had the little parcel basically right behind where the soccer fields are now. Wilderness Park is my backyard before 77 came in. When I was 8 years old and we lived in town, it was so bad one time. I walked from 17th and Burnham all the way with my own 2 feet at 8 years old to First and Old Cheney, my grandparents' farm, all by myself, across the highway, past the prison, through Wilderness Park, to my grandparents' house. The land is safe. The land led me back there. I knew how to get there. Growing up, I always loved the land. And my grandpa used to get very angry. He would stand out on the road at people that would drive by too fast. I've never seen him more angry than when it flooded. He lived there. They moved there in 1948 and bought, I think it's about 30 acres. He used to stand out there and yell. Those sons of driving into the flood. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. Well, back then, we didn't have cell phones. So anybody got in trouble, they had to come up and walk to my grandparents' house and get help. And he had to help people. People have drowned there. That's not going to change. You move 1,000 people down there, people will get hurt. It'll happen, children. People will do things because people are weird and they're wonderful and they need space, right? They need space. So let's, you can count on a few things. I think we've talked about some things I'm really excited about our community. Got Earth, Wind, and Fire definitely is coming. We just talked about the fire problems that we might have from 4th of July, right? The land is something that we're borrowing. And we're not actually borrowing it, we belong to it. It doesn't belong to us. We have a lot to learn from our native cultures on how to move forward without destroying ourselves and each other. I hope that you look at all of these things. I can't say what I don't know. I love the inspiration that people want to build things. I know that homes are wanted. My husband's in real estate. I've got a real estate license. I know what it's like. And the houses that are going to go there, man, what a tasty area. It is a tasty little morsel. Wouldn't you love to have a house backing up to Wilderness Park? Those are going to be like 3, 4, 5, 600,000. Who knows? That's nice. That's good money. That's great. There are people that need those houses, you bet. But don't ever talk about affordable housing when you're looking at that kind of stuff.
1 minute.
And, in some more thought about affordable housing, just to kind of throw it out there, you might want to ease up on some permits that are happening in town so that people can have smaller houses, tiny houses. Things like that are actually going to help our community with our elderly, with our young people, things that aren't going to cost a family another $200,000, $300,000, $400,000. And the people who have to rent, their rents aren't going down anytime, and putting a control on that, if you try to control people and you can try to control investors, that's not gonna work. Just like trying to control the lights. You can't control those lights, and you can't control water. And I'll tell you, Earth, Wind, and Fire, there will be water. Definitely. And you're not gonna be able to hold it, and it's gonna happen. And are any of these houses gonna have basements? Is my question also. All of these things, it's gonna affect everything. So thank you, and I appreciate Lincoln, and I appreciate the developers. I appreciate all the things that have been put into place. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Janet O'Brien. On deck is Renee Sands.
Hello, I'm Janet O'Brien. I live at 4200 Southwest 2nd Street. I am the first house north of Pioneer on 2nd Street. And First, I want to start off by saying I'm an old lady, but I got here and I saw a lot more old people, so I don't feel sorry. I love my age. I've lived in a lot of places, a lot of states in my whopping 69 years. I've moved a whopping number of times. Not always because I've wanted to, but sometimes, a lot of times, because I needed to for one reason or other, if it's my reason or the housing or whatever. 7 years ago, I moved into what I thought was going to be my forever home, my final home, not have to move again. I live on a beautiful dead-end street, gravel, I love it. There are 11 homes on my block, and they are beautiful homes. They're beautiful people. I would consider quiet. I've been in quieter areas, but I think Southwest Second is a very quiet area because the traffic is the trucks, the semis going back and forth, and on Highway 77. Right? I can get used to some of that. A lot of it's during the day while I'm at work, so I don't hear it, but the nighttime stuff I can get used to. I can close it out. I can close my doors, whatever. All those cars going by all the time, and that would be 10, 20-fold of what's going by there now in the future if this area is allowed to be developed up. I don't ride my bike or I don't walk down Pioneers because, as it's been mentioned before, it's a 2-lane road. There are no shoulders. And the advantage of that 2-lane road is that it cuts down on the traffic that goes through. So what's it going to end up being? It's going to be 4 lanes? And that roundabout that they had on the map that we got sent out, that's my street. How is that going to be quiet? And then I have another question to add to that. We talked about the night light in the development area having regulations on what kind of lighting can be used. What about the street lights? What about that roundabout that's going to have lights all around it? What about the intersections that are going to have lights on them? How is that preserving night light? What about the apartment complex? It's going to have a lit up parking lot because we got to watch out for the safety of those people, which is good. But what about the night light and how that affects everything else, the wildlife? Deb talked about the deer and the turkeys, and she's quite right. I see turkeys going across my road all the time, over to my neighbor's house, over behind my house, all the time. I love it. I see deer out there. Okay. The turkeys will come into my yard and eat every time they come. I mean, my grandkids just love it, for sure. Every morning I can see 10 turkeys out there. Not every morning, but quite often there are 10, 12 turkeys out there. That's just the adults. Then there's the little tiny babies that you would get to see grow up through the summer. Those 8 little babies that become 8 bigger turkeys that become maybe only 6 because 2 of them have been hit or devoured. I don't know. Maybe 4 later on down the road. I don't want to see us. I don't want to see Lincoln contributing to the death of wildlife. And I think we would be.
1 minute.
Let me show you. Beautiful turkeys. Maybe not. There. That's my yard. That's the corner of my yard. Right over here. My fence. Okay, this is in the fall time. Beyond these trees, there's one set of trees here, and then there's another set back here. This set back here is right on West Pioneer. In the fall now, before all the trees bloom up again, I can see through there, and all I imagine when I look through those trees to the south side of Pioneer is roofs and houses and cars going back and forth. I don't see the serenity that is in this picture. I don't see that at all. Says here, my view will soon be high-rise apartments, cars and trucks and semis. My calm, my peace is gonna be gone. I think I missed the part about my calm on here, but.
Time.
The deer that come back and forth. I don't. You travel up and down the gravel road, and you go slow because you're looking for cars. I purposely take First Street down to Old Cheney to go to work every morning, and I take that route.
We hit the 5-minute mark, so please feel free to
Already did?
wrap up. Yeah. So
Well-
please feel free to wrap up what you're saying, though.
Feel free to wrap up.
Yeah.
God, I talk too fast. Okay, I will miss that calm. I will miss going down First Street and seeing the deer go across at dusk or at sunrise. I will miss seeing the turkeys. The only thing I'll probably see are carcasses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Renee Sansoul. Sansus? Okay. Susie, excuse me.
Oh, good evening. Ewe de wongi de, all my relations. Ebebli te wiblatamik. Umaha ijaje wawita te shonge khube wa u. Wache ijaje wawita te Renee Sansusi. Inoha wawita ke ala Sansusi. Moshi hondi. Iringe. Idadi wawita ke Frank Sansusi. Shonge hizi. Iringe. Umaha wa ubli. And I said, let me introduce myself. My Umaha name is Sacred Horsewoman. My English name, or white man name as it's translated, is Renee Sansusi. My mother was Ala Sansusi. Mo Shiholi. That means the eagle that circles high in the sky. That eagle that can see everything down on the ground below. My father was Frank Sansusi. Shongehizi means yellow horse. Both of my parents are deceased. I'm an Umaha woman. So what I gave you was a short and sweet, proper introduction of who I am, of exactly who I am. And what that does is, it's a way of establishing relationship. It's a way of letting you know who I am, but who my relatives are. And it also lets you know where I'm from. I said I'm from the Umaha tribe, and if you know our history, we're all along eastern Nebraska. But we came here to this area, the Salt Creek area, Watershed, for a number of reasons. One mainly was for salt, because we use salt as a preservative. But also, this was a commons. So not only for the Oto and the Pawnee, but for all these tribes that would come from the surrounding areas, because we knew this area very well. Come here for generations. And I want to read what I wrote, but then I'm going to say a little bit more afterward before I run out of time. So to the City Council regarding, this proposal and associated proposals. My name is Renee Sansusi, and I was born in Lincoln, Nebraska. Oh, also I didn't say my address, 1120 D Street. And I have lived here more than half of my life. I'm a member of the Omaha tribe. Today I'm here to state my opposition to the City Council's potential support of the proposed developments. The proposed areas of development are near locations where many Native and non-Native people seek healing from our traditional ceremonies. We consider these areas sacred and precious to our way of life. Our traditional ceremonies help to sustain us in times of crises, sickness, and grief. Through such beautiful ceremonies, our people have found a way to heal from addiction and strife and to return to living healthy lives. What may not be known is that on this land that is proposed for development, better known as green space, exists an ecosphere for plants and animals that depend upon a healthy balance. There are also traditional medicines in this area that can be harvested for medicinal use by native spiritual practitioners such as myself. How do I know this? Because I have gone to these areas to harvest such medicines. For many generations, Salt Creek was an area where many Native people came to harvest salt. It is well known for the wetlands and was considered a once healthy habitat for all who lived nearby or within this area. As a child, I was often taken out to the fish farm and to Wilderness Park for cultural events. I often played in these areas. As an adult, I witnessed the fish farm become a place of ceremony. Much needs to be considered in these areas, such as the Dakota Sandstone Prairie restoration that is happening at this moment.
1 minute.
I am beseeching you, the City Council, to hear us as Native stakeholders and friends of Wilderness Park, and to vote no to advancing these proposals at this time until we have all been included in this discussion and a stakeholder committee has been established. Vote no to any decisions, really, regarding the advancement of these proposals. Help us to establish protections and to continue a way of life that helps us to stay in good health. Thank you. And what I wanted to say is about this land, this area and all the surrounding areas, like I said, we know it. And as Native people, we love this land. We know this land just like we know our hands. Help us, listen to us, what we're saying. Use your common sense, as they say, but also use your hearts, use your minds. This is something that's really, really important to us because it's in regards to our health. And all the people that I know that have gone to that sweat lodge there at the fish farm, but also nearby at Oyate Tokaya, these people have sought healing and have gotten it. I've seen it and I've witnessed it. So as a spiritual practitioner that lives here in Lincoln, I value that area because it's one of the few places I feel I can go and be and feel safe here in this beloved city. And I want to continue to see it that way.
Time.
So again, in regards to that, think about what we're saying, but also hold it here. And I appreciate you this evening for being here and listening to us. I thank you. All my relations.
Did the council have any questions? Okay.
Up next is Marilyn McNabb. On deck is Lori Bruner.
pass something out? Great. There may be a couple extras.
You.
I'm Marilyn McNabb. I live at 1701 West Rose. I'm speaking for myself. You're being asked to approve a project without being given the most basic and important information about how it could affect our city. This proposal comes to you without information to assess how a rainstorm on the future streets, rooftops, sidewalks, and driveways of this development would affect the Salt Creek, which is just down the hill, and also the city of Lincoln, which is just down the creek. More than 20 years ago, I was on the Mayor Don Wesley's floodplain task force. I can guarantee you that we never considered the intense and long-lasting rain events that result from greenhouse gases heating up the atmosphere. The rules that resulted from that project were built on a belief in stability and predictability. From the 2020 Climate Action Plan draft, we know that flooding is, quote, one of, if not the most important climate risks for the city. It points out that we are already seeing intense rain, like May of 2015 event. It refers to this passage quoted from a June 2015 article from the Department of Natural Resources. This is, quote, the early May storm system poured rain almost directly over Salt Creek watershed and sent water rushing through the city. 5 of the 9 stream gauges in Lincoln on Salt Creek or its tributaries saw record high crests on May 7th. As the water came flowing into Lincoln from the south, Wilderness Park provided the first flood reduction buffer. The park acted like a huge sponge, slowing the flow and letting the creek overflow its banks out into the riparian area. The levees that started at Calvert Street and run through town provided flood protection, but barely, and he gave some details about that. It was like an inch, or a foot, which is not much. Damages to public property in Lincoln, Lancaster was $3.9 million. That's just public. There were also lots of homes that were affected, according to the Lincoln Lancaster County Engineering Management Office. The climate plan draft calls out the importance of the final Salt Creek Floodplains Resiliency Study Recommendations Report from August 2020. It is often referred to as the Olson Report. If you remember one thing from what I say today, I hope it's this. I strongly urge you to take a Saturday and read the Olson Report. It's on the web. It's also at the bottom of the handout. Lincoln's future prosperity and the protection of our citizens' lives depend on our success in managing the risks of flooding. The options are very limited. The report discusses in some detail why raising the levees is not a feasible option. It also discusses the connection between land use decisions, like the one you're making today, and flooding. It explains, quote, land use changes typically cause increases in runoff by reducing the amount of precipitation absorbed into the soil. When native land and vegetation are replaced with buildings and impervious surfaces, a high percentage of precipitation runs off, creating higher potential for downstream flooding. But here's what troubles me most. Waiver number 1 asks you to approve this plan without having the developer provide information on plans for grading and drainage and stormwater detention. For one thing, that gives the planning department very little authority to ask for more if the developer offers less. The council has already approved the project. But more important, thanks to Planning Commissioner Joy's question and Steve Henrikson's frank response, we know that once the developer produces these analyses, then even if the public were to bring in the world's expert on land use flooding to warn about the development's risk to flooding in the city, there would be no forum for her testimony. The record says Henrikson stated that the submittal would be public, but they would meet all of the city's standards, which would be approved administratively. That's a way around both your authority and citizen participation.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Henrik's explanation was that, quote, before having the developer spend a lot of money, they would propose a waiver.
That would trade your authority and the public's right to examine the implications of the developer's plan on flooding, future flooding in Lincoln, in order to save a developer the expense of having to meet regulatory requirements. Please say no to that trade. Questions?
Are there any questions for Ms. McNabb?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Next up is Lori Bruner. On deck is Foster Collins. Lori Bruner. Next up, Foster Collins.
Good afternoon. My name is Foster Collins, and I reside at 2100 Calvert Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about this important matter. I'm standing to oppose change of zone CZ 21057 and the accompanying resolutions for property south of Pioneers Boulevard, west of South First Street, Wilderness Crossing. The proximity to Wilderness Park raises too many issues and problems for not only Wilderness Park, but the city of Lincoln as a whole. You've received many comments already about the fragility of Wilderness Park and its value to Lincoln as both flood storage and as a recreational resource and a spiritual retreat. All of these values are vital and are jeopardized by this development. I'm concerned that the speed of this proposal through the Planning Commission's approval process has caught a large part of the community off guard, and that we should slow the process down and take time to consider some of these issues and possibly some alternatives. The comp plan makes numerous references to the importance of preserving the riparian corridors and the greenways of Lincoln. The potential damage to Wilderness Park is an unknown in this instance. No proposals that would impact the park's capacity to absorb floodwater should be considered until we have access to the latest data from FEMA addressing this, and some of that will be coming later this year. Additionally, the NOAA weather patterns and information about climate change should be considered. The comp plan also recommends buffers to protect Wilderness Park as well as other riparian corridors and greenways to protect their ability to perform their roles. We need to use reliable information to determine how large these buffers need to be. The developer of this project has proposed a 10-foot outlot behind a board fence to buffer Wilderness Park from their development's backyards. This would be an absurdly inadequate buffer for a park of the nature of Wilderness Park. Even with the 20-plus foot width of the old First Street roadway, this buffer is inadequate. This is not the last development that will be brought before you that will be close to and affect Wilderness Park. I'd like to see a study to develop a long-range plan to guide all development in proximity to Wilderness Park. Such a study should take into consideration transportation needs and future plans, population growth, wastewater management, lighting standards, buffer size standards, and other growth challenges. Such a plan should be sensitive to the needs of the city from affordable housing, density of development, and the protection of our irreplaceable jewel of a park. For these reasons, I ask that you delay approval of this change of zone and its accompanying resolutions. I'd also like to address the planning director's comments about the lack of comments on buffers. As a longtime supporter and user of Wilderness Park, I will admit that I have not made myself heard loud enough or often enough about the need for adequate buffers around the park and between the park and any new developments. If we didn't get this important piece into the 2050 plan or the comp plan, bad on us. The Director Carey has made that point well. We had our chance and we didn't take it. But the comp plan can be amended. If you make a decision assuming the lack of prior buffer discussions means we don't care about buffers, you will be making a very short-sighted decision. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Up next is Rosina Polini. On deck is Roy Helm. Rosina.
Good evening. If somebody caught you at the glazed hour, I think I'm catching you at the witching hour. Thank you for being here, and you are listening. I know by the questions you're asking, and I really, really appreciate that. Thank you to the Menzitos and the developers, because like 2 weeks ago, it looked like, we already saw it, right? Is it face up? Like that. All right, and then you brought an updated version with a row of trees, which was awesome. However, I got this friend, and he's thinking it really needs to look more like that. So, and I've got a question, because I do not know. Can federally acquired land be annexed?
Hang on one sec. What's that?
Make that map bigger
Oh.
up there so we can see it, please.
I would, if I'm not technically challenged, zoom.
Thanks,
Zoom, thank you.
Thank you.
It's, you know, it's just a development in a sensitive area. That's what this person does. And they let me know that this is more of what they'd be looking at. However, so my question being, can federally acquired land, because this whole wilderness park was acquired with a federal grant, can it be annexed? I don't know the answer. I'm just putting it out there because I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't know. My opposition to Wilderness Crossing is really not about Wilderness Park, and you who know me know that I organize Run for the Bridges and have raised like almost 80 grand, that I am in that park at least daily, unless I'm sick or out of town, and more often 2 or 3 times a day. The city shut down Wilderness Park in 2015. Oops, I gotta go backwards, don't I? Well, there were a group of about 5 of us, 6 of us, depending on the day, who had it all cleaned up by August. Hand shovels, chainsaws, we cleaned it up. Then they came in and did some, well, anyway. So, this is the flood. This is what we're talking about. This is how high it is. Now I want to show you, and I'm sorry I don't have pictures of last year, because last year, like I said, I organized the Run for the Bridges. My last runner comes in, Paul Durbin, awesome dude, physicist. And I go to pick the flagging up, and it's like this, like literally. I'm at 14th. It's raining that hard and that fast that it looks like that I did not get back in for 4 or 5 days. Okay, this is at 14th Street. Okay, now we'll come a little bit up the creek. That was, so we know this area. This is Bolshany. This is May 2020. That's under the bridge. That's Salt Creek. That's how high it is. This is a non-flood event. Non-flood event. 2 in a row, 2 years in a row. And I'm not even talking about November 2021, which I also don't have pictures of. May. Okay? That's at First Street, but on the other side of the creek I took the picture. Okay, because I go into First Street a lot and run the horse trails, la-di-da. So that's what that looks like. That's a non-flood event. That's with no houses. Okay. This is one of my favorite little areas. I really didn't want them to change the mural, but I'm so excited for the way they improved it. This is the D Street Tunnel. I couldn't get into Wilderness Park, so I thought I'd go check out what was going on over there. That's what was going on over there. So my message is, as much as I love Wilderness Park, this is about the Salt River not the creek, because it's already almost out of its banks. And that's in 2020, okay? We have detention ponds. Whoops, I'm gonna get out of order, sorry. Cumulative effect. I'm learning a lot. But what I don't understand about cumulative effect, and believe me, I researched it, are we really talking over time? Because we're not talking about this development. We're talking about the southwest development. We're talking about everything on the west side of Highway 77 added to what we already know happened on the east side of on the east side of the creek, right? From the Walt Library right on down, right? We know that, like, the high school was underwater for days, right? Nothing's improved since then, right? Nothing.
1 minute.
Okay. So, I better speed it up. All right. I wanted to just address a couple of ideas. We don't know what we don't know. The alluvial silt that crumbles in the areas that the NRD cannot get to, then raise the level of the creek. What does that do to your overflow? So that's something we really, really need to assess, because that's all alluvial silt in there, right? You've either got sandstone or alluvial silt, so it's breaking down. That's called the channel evolution cycle, if you want to look it up. I'm learning a ton. Our FEMA, they're reworking the flood map, but it's not going to be compiled till 227. So are we waiting, like, are we going to use what standards for this development? Because our flood maps aren't even going to be compiled and ready to look at until 227. Okay, and then we do the cost-benefit analysis of what are we going to repair and how. Because everything that 1.4 million, right, is just to cover the flood. So all of this new money is gonna take 6 to 8 years for a grant to get funded, and then for us to actually be maybe at a level that works. Because we really don't know, right? We don't know what the Salt Creek will hold. So I'll entertain any questions. I am a novice, but I will tell you, I am in that park. And when that water, oh, excuse me, I know, I'm over time. But this is it. I'm in that park. When the engineers said at 14th Street crossing, yeah, it'll work. And I was like, I don't think so, Sarah. Do you know how much water comes through there? She's like, he's an engineer. I said, that is gonna flood and overflow after the first high water event. May 2020. It did, and it ruined $15,000 worth of stuff. So what don't we know? That's all I'm asking. And you guys, you're asking awesome questions. Thank you. I don't know if you have questions for me. And the handouts basically outline the information that I had.
I have 2 questions for you.
Sir.
I missed exactly what you said right before you said it's called the overfill channel evolution cycle.
It is called the channel evolution cycle.
What was the sentence you said like right before that?
So the idea that the alluvial silt banks just crumble when you got a high water event, and like, you know, at First Street where the root hive is, we were gonna buy that property. And I was watching his property go into the creek, like by chunks, right? So that's what happens to the Salt Creek banks where it's not repaired. Now that area got repaired, but there are a lot of areas that the NRD cannot get to. Or they're gonna like go through the park and, you know. So, and I don't know what the answer is, but I do know that there is so much we don't know. It's worth hanging out for a while. I mean, you know. Another question.
Yeah, I got another question for you. Would you be do you have the ability to email those pictures, or if you don't, I can pull them off the website, but.
There you go.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah, I got them on.
Back to you if you want.
Oh, no. What I'm disappointed is that I couldn't give you the chronological, forgive me, my mouth's dry, but how the frequency is increasing beyond what I would expect. And I only know because I used to go I mowed that area for decades until Parks and Recs got funding. And we've done trail clearing for decades. So like the engineer can come in and look at it for a cycle, but I've been looking at this for 40 years, you know? And I'm just saying, when the water comes, another good example is the Cardwell Branch. They're gonna put in a big box culvert at some point that hopefully will help some of the erosion in one of the tributaries that comes directly east of Highway 77. Because when it gets rushing, I mean, I'm glad it's there, but, you know, I just don't know how much water the Salt Creek will hold. And forgive me, Lynn, but like, I don't know if you talked with Aaron and Josh and those guys, or like, you know, even Dave, longtime land manager, but they're in there. And when I mentioned this project to them, they were like, huh? Because it doesn't make sense to the people who are in there, because we see the velocity, and again, we don't know what climate change is gonna do, right? Mary, thank you for having the vision to talk about extending the buffer south, because I thought you were nuts. I was like, no, we need to maintain the park. And she was like, no, we need to extend this as far south and buy up every property we can. You knew what you were talking about. You did.
Thank you so much.
And that Cardwell Branch happens to empty out behind the new casino area, if you weren't familiar with that stretch of land.
Hello, Roy Helm. I identify with the pronouns of he and him. Reside at 2750 South 13th Street, which is Oto and Pawnee land. I'm going to keep this very short. There are so many that have spoken my mind that I'm not going to repeat what they've said. I've taken it to heart, and I hope you do too. My original intention was to come in and ask for a delay on the vote, but I've been convinced that we need to, in the words of Nancy Reagan, just say no. This isn't appropriate at this time. There does need to be more study done, but please take to heart the passion and commitment of the citizens who are speaking, and please say no. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Up next is River Sky. On deck is Kevin Aberix, thank you.
Hi, my name is River Sky. My pronouns are they and them. I live at 1724 D Street, apartment 2. I wrote some notes in my phone and then I deleted them. A few years ago, I had the opportunity to walk 18 miles from Van Dorn down to Saltillo Road and back the length of the park both ways for a fundraiser in a day. This is harder for me. I have never been to a government council type thing of any kind. I have not been civically active since I burned myself out campaigning up and down Iowa for Bernie Sanders in 2016. I'm here today because the park is more important than me. I am a non-binary transgender person. I'm also disabled. My service dog's vest is falling off here, poor guy. I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder after surviving 33 years of abuse by my birth family. And I want to tell all of you that when I start to feel suicidal, a big piece of my safety plan is to take this dog and walk in Wilderness Park. I am one of many people who needs that park to keep my body alive. I'm shaking. I don't even know what I'm going to say here for the rest of my time, but I need you to hear that this park matters. There's been a lot of fancy words There's been some folks in some very tasteful, expensive clothing giving some very well-prepared presentations, and here I am in my thrift store shirt saying what's in my heart. And I hope you can hear it, because this park needs to live, it needs to be okay. And saying, oh, we're gonna be careful of this, we're gonna be careful of that. Well, if we're being careful, we need to wait for the data. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it's the value of accurate data. And I know a little bit of ecology from some classes I've taken. I know that wild spaces, if they become damaged, they can never be fully restored to what they were. We can try to improve things, but they never go back as if it hadn't been. I know that there's been a lot of comments of, well, we're not doing anything to the park itself. We're not going to touch the park. Well, wild spaces are not just damaged when you take a bulldozer in and cut down all the trees. They're damaged at the boundary. Habitats are destroyed by what contacts the edges of that habitat and what's near the edges of that habitat. We've seen this picture of a big watershed basin. Oh, look, it's this big, and we're only going to put in a development at this one little tiny spot. Well, that one little tiny spot is at the tip of the funnel. And if I'm pouring myself a glass of milk through a funnel and somebody says, well, let me just put one dab of roach poison in that funnel, I'm going to say, that's not okay. Well, but let me put that one dab of roach poison right at the very nozzle of the funnel so that everything that goes through the whole funnel is going to go straight through. Everything through that 100 and however many thousand acres is going to go through the 75 acres of the development, and all that clean, better water is going to run through these roofs and run through these gutters. And it's all going to be affected. We can't just say it's a tiny spot, because it's the tiny spot that everything goes through. And now I want you to throw away everything I just said, because it doesn't matter, because there's a bigger reason to put the brakes on this. We're sitting here deciding what to do with stolen land. It doesn't matter what I say. We need to listen to the voices of the Native people. They are the only ones who has any moral right to make this decision. And if we decide against their will by force, history will shame us, if there's a history to remember it. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you so much.
How, Madaki api, Chawashtia nape chuza pilo, Tachanku heska macha pilo. In my traditional Lakota language, I've greeted you all as relatives, for we believe that we are all related. I've told you that my Lakota name is Holy Road. My non-Indian name is Kevin Aberesk, and I live at 5930 Garfield Street. I'm a journalist who's lived in Lincoln for the past 23 years, and I'm an enrolled citizen of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. I want to talk to you today about a place with a funny name, the Fish Farm. The Fish Farm for the past 40 years has served as a site for prayers for our sacred Inipi or Sweat Lodge ceremony. It was actually established by a revered Lakota holy man, Leonard Crow Dog, who was the spiritual leader for the American Indian movement. And he came here in 1978, along with his father and his wife, also revered Lakota people as well. And they consecrated that ground. They established it so that we might use it in our Lakota and Native community here for our prayers, for our ceremonies. And we've done that for the last 40 years. I can promise you that almost every Native person you've ever met, has probably either been there or prayed there at some point. It was the first sweat lodge I went to when I moved here back in 1999. And I met some incredible people there. Met Myron Long Soldiers, one of the leaders of that sweat lodge at the time. Many of you may know who he was. He served on the Indian Center Board of Directors for many years. I learned many lessons inside that sweat lodge. I learned about leadership and how important it is to be a servant to our people. I learned about the importance of humility, and I learned about how important it is to embrace and recognize our traditional Native identities. This past weekend, I got to actually take my daughter there for her first sweat lodge. And I learned another lesson. I learned to let go. I learned to allow my daughter to suffer, to experience the pain. It's very hot. It's very difficult inside of a sweat lodge. It's essentially a hut, and there's a pit inside of it with hot rocks. And we sit around it, and a medicine person will pour water over those hot rocks. The steam will hit us, and it'll sting our skin, you know, and it just burns. But as we suffer, we pray, because we believe that when we suffer, that the Creator will hear those prayers. So I got to experience this with my daughter and let her go. And that's something I'm going to have to practice again, I'm sure, in the future. I don't want to think about it, but there it is. Now imagine, if you are a Christian, trying to take part in communion as hundreds of cars roll by, as trucks with loud exhaust pipes drive by. Imagine trying to listen to a sermon or trying to say a prayer to your Creator as exhaust fumes choke you. You know, this is a real reality that we're facing. This project would bring 575 houses, townhomes, apartment complexes, 1,200 cars daily, according to the staff report. No matter how you try to dress this up, no matter how many accommodations you try to make, it still is what it is. And you can't hide the fact that there are going to be this many homes, this many people, this many cars driving by every single day. And I want to remind you that this comp plan isn't necessarily written in stone, and it's safe to say that when our city leaders considered the future use of this area, they didn't have this particular project in mind. I can tell you that this project isn't right for this location. Finally, I want to say that I know that some of you are looking at this and considering this a NIMBY issue, a not in my backyard issue. And I would agree with you. This is a NIMBY issue, but here's how it's different than every other NIMBY issue. Wilderness Park isn't just my backyard. It's your backyard. It's our backyard. It's our children's backyard. And we have to preserve it for future generations. The fish farm isn't just my backyard. It's my church. And it's a cultural treasure for our community, and we have to value that. We need to protect it for our community for future generations. You know, instead of talking about encroaching on Wilderness Park, let's talk about expanding it. Instead of talking about drowning out our indigenous ceremony in noise, pollution, and floodwaters, let's talk about building a permanent buffer around it. Last, I want to say that, isn't this a beautiful thing? You know, this is what community really looks like. We didn't come here to chastise you and make you feel bad. We're here because we care about you, and we don't want you to make a decision that you'll regret later. Thank you. Wapilatanka.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Maya Aparask. I'm the daughter of Kevin, so I live at 5930 Garfield Street. Also, I'm a sophomore at Southeast High School and an enrolled citizen of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. I'm here today to talk to you about the proposed zoning change for the property at First Street and Pioneers Boulevard, and about the massive project plan for that property. But before I do, I want to talk about the sacred Inipi ceremony, which you might know better as a sweat lodge. A few days ago, I had the opportunity to take place in my first Inipi. I was nervous because I knew it was going to be hot and dark inside the sweat lodge. But almost the moment I arrived, I was greeted by warm and welcoming Native and non-Native people who were so glad to see a young person participating in this sacred rite. One of the men there offered to teach me how to powwow dance after I mentioned that I wanted to learn. Another young woman joined us, and the three of us spent several minutes practicing the fancy shawl dance, the jingle dress, and the women's traditional dance. I would say it's an understatement to say that I have 2 left feet, but I can tell you that the people there never once made me feel silly or not Indian enough. It was a positive and empowering circle of people, and it felt good to take that energy into this sweat lodge. And while the experience marks the hottest I've ever felt in my entire life, I didn't get too scared. I had lots of supportive people around, giving me tips on how to endure the heat. Ultimately, the experience allowed me to connect to my spirituality in a truly profound way. And while I've been confirmed in Christianity, I have to say that the Inipi ceremony felt far more profound than anything I've ever experienced. And this brings me to my point and why I'm here. If I had to experience this ceremony as hundreds of cars and trucks rolled by, I can say confidently that it wouldn't have been the same. The peace and serenity of the Sweat Lodge grounds was beautiful. I listened to the songbirds and the swaying of the trees and grass. I listened to the crackle of the fire and felt its warmth. And I danced. I did all of these things because I was in a place where we were protected from the outside world. Now, many of my Native people are facing a much different reality. Should this massive development be constructed right across the road from the oldest and most heavily used sweat lodge in our community, it will shatter the peace and serenity of that place. Imagine trying to listen to a sermon or sing a hymn to the rumbling and loud exhaust pipes of hundreds of cars and trucks. This to me begs the question, how much are we willing to take from our indigenous neighbors and from future generations who won't get to enjoy the peace and silence of Wilderness Park and the Sweat Lodge on Snell Hill? Is there really no other place we can drop a few hundred houses and apartment complexes other than right next to our city's largest and most biologically diverse park? As a young person, I can tell you that this doesn't feel fair, that I may not get to enjoy everything that Wilderness Park and my community's oldest sweat lodge has to offer. The Native people of Lincoln have so few places where they can go to take part in their traditional ceremonies, where they can go to reconnect to the great mystery, and where they can go to dance. I would simply ask you to respect the sanctity of this sacred place and the right of future generations to get to share in this experience that I had in my first sweat lodge. Wubi Latonka, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm next. Okay, hello, I'm Devin Gambrell. My address is 4400 Van Dorn Street, and I am Oglala Lakota, which means I'm Native American, so you can guess what I'm gonna talk about. You know, I didn't have anything written, but you know, my relative Kevin just told me to come and speak my mind. I've had a lot of trials and tribulations over the last couple years, and I remember one of the proudest I've ever been in myself was going to the sweat lodge at the fish farm, like consistently. It was the first place I got a feather. Like, I don't know if you guys understand the significance of getting a feather, at least for us Plains tribes, you know. But I don't know, it's something that'll bring you to your knees, make a grown man cry, you know. It's people don't realize that the devotion it takes to be a part of this culture gives back on a mental and especially spiritual level. Like, but to be presented with the idea that this peace and serenity in this area that we call the fish farm, it's a funny name, Kevin said, but like that it will be somewhat tainted by outside pollution, outside sound pollution, light pollution. I didn't think about that one, but you know, I don't know, I think it's not too hard to be depressed as a Native American, you know? It's like we almost have nothing but our culture, you know? The US government, you know, we try to take everything from us. They did. And we literally survived genocide, you know? And up until the 1970s, it would have been illegal for us to practice our culture, our religion in any facet. And I just think that something as, I guess, sacred as the fish farm should be untampered with. And you know, like, obviously, there's water, you know? That stuff's not good, you know? But, you know, out of all these things, I hope you remember one thing, you know? I hope those little critters like deer can fit through those fences, you know?
Thank you so much.
Oh, Rick, questions?
Are there any questions? Nope.
No.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is Marceline Hutton. On deck is Mary Roseberry Brown.
And after Miss Roseberry Brown gets done, we'll take a 10-minute break so folks can get a drink of water, use the restroom, stretch their legs, and come back refreshed.
Marceline had to leave, so I'm the following person.
Okay.
I have a handout.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Roseberry Brown. I reside at 1423 F, as in Frank Street in Lincoln. And I would like to follow up on Rosina's question, and I don't know if it's appropriate to ask any of the council people or to put them on the spot, but I think there's one person that does know the answer, and that is if Wilderness Park did use federal money when they acquired Wilderness Park, and what are the regulations about destruction of the parkland by city officials? I think you might know that answer. I think I heard you say it once, but I don't know if, is it appropriate to ask her, or do you want to not be put on the spot right now?
It's testimony only. I'd rather not be
It's
answer
my
the
testimony.
question.
Yeah,
It's not,
okay,
but
that's fine.
We'll talk later.
Okay,
All right.
that'd be good. Okay, I originally planned on coming. When I came, I planned on asking for a delay in the vote, a delay in the decision making. But the more I sit here, I just say no. I just want to say, like other people said, just say no. It's the right and prudent and wise thing to do. But we know that currently the comprehensive plan stipulates that natural and environmentally sensitive areas be preserved, and certainly Wilderness Park is an environmentally sensitive area. But we need to determine if this development would it help preserve the park as the comprehensive plan suggests should be done, or would it destroy the park? And we need a study to determine the environmental impact of such a development. But I have just a very few starters for the study. And the starters are birds, amphibians, fish, and native plants. But for birds, I think a lot of people here in this room, native Lincolnites, would recognize the name Paul Johnsgard. He was a noted ornithologist, professor, wrote many, many books. And I remember hearing him say that when exposed to noise levels, well, first of all, songbirds sing to establish their territory. And what a beautiful thing that is. Wouldn't it be nice if people did that? But they sing to establish their territory. When noise levels go up, the bird has to sing louder and louder and louder. And when the higher the noise level goes up, the louder the bird has to sing. And eventually, it's like a little tiny creature puffing out huge noises. And it expends its energy on trying to sing to show where its territory is instead of feeding the babies. And studies have shown that the baby birds, their weight goes down the louder the noise levels are, because the parents are so busy singing, trying to defend their territory. And eventually, when the noise levels get loud enough, the baby birds die. And the birds don't reproduce because their babies are, that process keeps going, but eventually they aren't continuing their species. And we're left with starlings, pigeons, English sparrows, which are typical of urban environments. I was disturbed by, at the Planning Commission meeting, it seemed to be implied that this development could coexist with wildlife, that wildlife thrives in the urban environments, and somebody gave the example of a fox in their yard. Well, foxes are different. They aren't reclusive like most of the creatures in Wilderness Park. A lot of very reclusive birds, and noise would cause they would not be there anymore. The second is amphibians, frogs, turtles, salamanders. And there have been many, many studies. You've probably seen reference to the frogs are dying out because of the high acidity and in their ponds. They're extremely sensitive to pH levels in the water of the ponds they frequent. And more study is done on what water would become off this development. So if it goes in detention ponds, eventually it goes into Salt Creek. Even if it sits in a detention pond for 72 hours, it's going to go into Salt Creek.
1 minute?
Pardon?
1 minute.
Oh dear. Well, anyway, we need study on that. We also need study on fish. They're very sensitive to water temperature change. If Pioneers and First Street are widened over the bridge, that's going to cut back vegetation. It's going to raise the water quality. Water quality is going, as it goes up, the temperatures are going to go up in the water. Fish are not going to spawn if the temperatures get too high. More study is needed on that. Native plants is another starter. Again, as First Street and Pioneer would most likely be widened, there's going to be disturbance and runoff. And a lot of our native plants are very sensitive to that. Invasive species would be carried in with the more traffic, with the disturbance, and would most likely crowd out the native plants. In conclusion, Wilderness Park is Lincoln's greatest treasure, as far as I'm concerned, and we need to just say no. Environmental study needs to be made on the effects of anything like increased traffic, road capacity, bridge expansion, water temperature increase. And such a study should establish specific buffer zones around the entire park. It's stipulating exactly what would be allowed in those areas. Also, it should include the economic benefits to Lincoln. So in conclusion, just say no.
So much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thanks so much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 15-minute break so folks can use the restroom, get a drink of water, and come back, and so no one misses any public testimony. If folks have to leave, you can still submit public comment online at councilpacket@lincoln.ne.gov, and your written words will then be part of the public record. We'll come back at 8:15. Okay. As a reminder, we're going to go back into the public session. We got probably about another 2 hours, maybe a little less than 2 hours of public testimony to go. The city clerk will call folks that have already signed up. If you have not signed up, don't worry. We will still, you'll still be provided an opportunity to come and provide public comment. So we're gonna call folks that signed up, but if you haven't signed up, don't worry about it. If for some reason you need to leave and you want to provide public comment to the council, you can do that through email, just by emailing councilpacket@lincoln.ne.gov, and your written words then will go into the public record if you need to leave or if you don't feel comfortable talking in front of the council. That being said, we'll go ahead and kick it off again.
Up is Clint Densberger. On deck would be Vanessa Bonge.
Good evening. It is very late. Appreciate everybody's patience, I guess. My name is Clint Densberger. I live at 2735 Garfield Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. I am a member, full disclosure, of the Friends of Wilderness Park, serving as the vice president. But I need to start my remarks with some personal things, and I really was kind of interested in some of the early testimony by the proposal committees and officials, Mr. Eckert and Kalkowski. Really, I think most of what they said are really good reasons why we should wait. Their reasonings about this plan having been produced in '99 and 2012 and some of the processes that were involved with that, I think those are all good reasons that we should take heed and consider that maybe some of the information available at those times, maybe some of the participation at that time, maybe some of those things weren't really enough of a part of the democratic process to include the community and really to think about and reflect on the long-term ramifications of any development in this area. And so, having said that, and James, you're not good with numbers, but a football field's about 300 feet. We measured the edge of the Salt Creek bank would be 272 feet from the closest backyard if this new development were passed. That's less than a football field. Yet, as you've heard today, that's apparently not a concern because those houses will be out of the floodplain. So we don't need to worry about that 272 feet that will be flooded because of this development or have additional water because of it. And again, the statistic of 142,000 acres, I think it was, in the whole Salt Creek Basin. I don't know if any of you have been paying attention to Colorado and its 6 neighbors and what's been going on for about a year, or some of the other concerns going on around the country and the world. And our infamous governor and his I don't know if he's starting a war with Colorado with this canal, but his efforts to address some of these, and I kind of like Colorado. I don't think we should start a fight with them right now over water, but I think it should be a little bit of a warning that change is on the horizon, that there are probably private interests right now looking at the Ogallala Aquifer and Nebraska's water resources, and that we have a gem here that we have a responsibility to our future generations to take care of. And we shouldn't be talking about how bad will we potentially damage this stream, but how can we restore it to be in a healthy ecosystem and water that would potentially be healthy enough to be a second source of water for the city. That means including all 142,000 acres upstream. That means looking at all the inputs of the farms and the neighbors and the other developments that are already approved, and considering the amount of glyphosate and Roundup and pre-emergence and all these things people like to put on their lawns that end up in the water as nitrates and phosphates and kill the ecosystems. We need to really think hard about reconsidering how we treat this ecosystem, this whole riparian corridor that has been a lifeblood and sustenance for Lincoln for generations. And I would like it to stay that way.
1 minute.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding? You're joking, right? All right. There are several reasons to be patient while building community consensus, and this is from the Wilderness Park Board. For instance, the Nebraska Department of Transportation will not have a report on the future of the Highway 77 and Pioneers Boulevard until the end of the year or perhaps sooner. Therefore, the traffic study submitted is not sufficient to predict the future of the area. Bob Simmering from Lincoln Traffic and Utilities stated the future of Highway 77 and Pioneers won't be fully reflected in the traffic study. This information should influence a change from agricultural to residential with up to 575 homes butting up against it. A new study must be conducted with the possibilities of Highway 77 and Pioneer considered. Peak times and the use of semi-trucks traveling to and from the grain elevator to the east should be a part of this study. By delaying for 6 months to a year, we will also be able to acquire the new floodplain maps from FEMA, which are expected later this year, and that will truly help to protect the public from a 100-year flood as opposed to using old data from 2016. Unfortunately, the stormwater waiver to allow a plan to be submitted later will only be used using this old data. It would be prudent to wait until we hear from FEMA at the end of the year. The Salt Creek Resiliency Study points to our need to update the floodplain maps. Advisory boards, the Parks Department, wastewater management, public conversations, and community input must be seriously considered in developing a plan in and along the Salt Valley Greenway. Not only are stormwater retention areas and other mitigations needed, the usage of Wilderness Park in particular has doubled since 2020 as a part of the pandemic. And it has been mentioned, it is a mental health sanctuary, not just for Lincoln's community, but particularly from the natives who have had so much taken from them already. Please give more weight to their testimony tonight. And thank you for your patience. There are lots of possibilities, ways to use this agricultural land to feed local residents, particularly underserved communities. Think about other possibilities. Somebody needs to be bold and think about the long term here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Pankabedi, Lakota, Jujaje, Wiwi, Tate, Ujapi, Tubus. I am actually from California. I was coming in to visit with relatives and ran into this situation here. From me just sitting here listening into everything, what I've noticed is that we have a corporation or whatever they would like to be called, I'm not exactly sure. And we have the indigenous community and the surrounding communities on the other side. It seems like the corporation hasn't talked to any of the community members and none of the indigenous people about this situation, but yet here it is presented to all of you instead of them going and doing the right thing and talking with the people that live in these areas. It was already mentioned, and I know a lot of people laugh, but this is serious. And I know that she said that she didn't mean it when she said that she doesn't really care, but words are powerful. And you should care about the animals, you should care about the water, you should care about the land because it's not gonna be here much longer. My people are from this land and I'm a reconnecting native and I come here to meet my relatives and then I walk into this about our cultural sites that they're gonna be building right next door. I suggest you all go there and see how it is. And see why they're rushing this. Why does it have to be done now without talking to the community members? That's a problem. We have this problem across the country. How much more do we have to give up? Do you know why I'm called a reconnecting native? Because my culture was taken from me. I didn't get the opportunity to go to a NEPI. Still, I am 35 years old. And I have not had that opportunity. And now I hear that one of them is going to be destroyed. But it's not just one, it's all over the country. Everything that we had was taken from us. We have a younger person that's in high school that was recently there. We have natives all across this country that don't get the opportunity to learn our culture. Now, if those were churches, how would you feel? Every day you could go to church, right? There's churches on every single corner. We have little places for our culture. Where's freedom of religion? For who? Because it's not for us. Where's our freedom of religion if you guys are just willing to listen to corporations to run over our lands? Now, I don't live here. But again, I said that this is going all over the country, and I know because I travel, and I've been to different places, and I'm seeing this everywhere. Our sacred sites should be protected no matter what. Doesn't matter how much money someone has in their pocket. This is our livelihood. This is our culture. This is our beliefs. We don't do that to any of you. I don't care what anybody's culture is. We don't do that to anybody else. So why is it continuously being done to us? This isn't okay, and I hope that you all vote no.
Thank you so much.
Up next is Sam Carr. On deck is Jordan Hasselbeck. Sam Carr. Okay. Is he here? Jordan Hasselbeck? Nope. Anastasia Finner. Kathleen Daker, sorry. Thank you.
Hello. I really appreciate your staying here to this hour of night to listen to us. My name is Kathleen Danker, known to my friends as KD, and for 42 years since 1980, I have owned an approximately a little over 2-acre property at 4700 South First Street. It's located on the east side. It's surrounded by Wilderness Park. I don't know if this will show up. How do I get it to show up?
Just one moment, it'll show up.
Okay. This is what I can't ever think of as anything other than the Snell's Dairy Farm property. This is us. This is the acreage right here. The house was built in 1910, and the property was grandfathered in when the park was founded some 60 years later. In the 1970s, somebody named the acreage the Flying Fish Farm after a fish-shaped windsock. And it is often referred to just as the fish farm. We have never actually farmed any fish. In the past, I used to walk with an empty gallon jar north on South First Street from the fish farm toward Pioneer Boulevard, turn west before I reached the intersection, and climb on the driveway up the hill to the dairy barn there to get milk from Mr. Snell, its owner. Sometimes I would venture onto the house at the top of the hill and to visit with Mrs. Snell, and I felt privileged to be experiencing the serenity of that hilltop and to take in the wonderful view of Wilderness Park spreading to the east and the south, the Capitol building to the northeast, Yankee Hill neighborhood to the west, and a distance as far as my eyes could see to the south, at least to Sutilla Road. That hill is the highest point for miles around. Somebody earlier today said it might be the second highest hill in Lancaster County or something like that. And it was a privilege partially because when you're down on the road, either Pioneer Boulevard or First Street, you can't see how tall that hill is, and you have no idea about the views from it. I want to talk about the hill. I want to talk about the sweat lodge at the fish farm. I want to talk about the animals and the birds. I want to tell you what it says about vistas in Plan Forward and in the Green Print Challenge. I have photos from that hill that I won't tell you when I took in order not to incriminate myself as a trespasser. And I'm not sure I'm going to get to many of these things, but you certainly could. For one thing, I sent you a long letter last night, and I don't expect you to have gotten the time to read it yet. But if you haven't read it, it has a lot of this stuff in it. And also, you can ask me questions. Okay. How are the developers going to create numerous level townhouses and apartment building lots out of the Snell's High Hill? The hill is made up primarily of Dakota sandstone rock with a layer of dirt on top. Are they going to dynamite it? Will they attempt to quarry it down like was done at the beginning of the 20th century on the hill's lower east flank across South First Street in what is now Wilderness Park? Are they just going to try to erect houses on the slope? What are they going to do? More importantly, will this project increase the size of future Salt Creek floods? Salt Creek forms the back boundary of my property. I have seen it flooding many times in 40 years. Though never as badly as Mr. Snell told me happened in the 1940s when it rushed past what is now the bottom edge of our garden. He said it didn't reach our house then, but I'm afraid that coming floods in this century may outstrip those of the last one. And people have already talked about flood risk being Lincoln's on the top of the list of the climate risks to Lincoln.
1 minute.
In the case of long or heavy rains, which can outtop, overflood any detention ponds if they're strong enough and they last long enough, how will the Wilderness Crossing project be graded or otherwise constructed to prevent rain and chemicals from running off its innumerable concrete, asphalt, and other impermeable surfaces and draining directly down into the adjacent Salt Creek floodplain? So very close to the park, isn't it more reasonable to preserve the water retaining qualities of undeveloped land to lessen the amount of flooding? I'm going to cut out all of this that I wrote about the plan, all the goals and parts of the plan forward that the Planning Commission just totally ignored. One of them, though, is actually it's in the green print challenge, which recently was put up, just very recently was put up on the city's webpage. It was first done in 2001, but has been reworded. But anyway, it says resource imperatives that require a certain separation from development should be accorded that separation and protection. Wilderness Park constitutes one of those resource imperatives, along with Snell's Hill and Salt Creek.
It's time.
Okay. I didn't get to the sweat lodge. Does anybody want to know about the sweat lodge?
I would like to ask you if you could tell us more about the history of the sweat lodge on your land.
Okay. I just learned some of it tonight. I moved in 1979, and I hadn't realized that Leonard Crow Dog had been there in 1978 and had started the sweat lodge. All I know is that we've had the sweat lodge for over 40 years going. Most of the, there's never been a time that I've been there that people haven't been coming out to the sweat lodge. The lodge itself has been rebuilt many times. They're not permanent structures. What will happen to the sweat lodge? We may have to sell because, as in my letter, I explain why the costs of this are apt to make me have to sell, even though I probably won't be able to find a buyer because the whole attraction of the place, its value, lies in its seclusion and its peace and quiet. People have gone down, been driving down the road, stop their cars, walk across the front lawn to where I'm sitting in front of the house and say, will you sell us this place? And they do that without even going into the house. The house is old and the buildings are old. They're not worth much, but people love the place. They won't love the place when we're in the backyard of Wilderness Crossing. What will happen to the sweat lodge? Since the late 1970s, for over 40 years, pipe carriers, usually Lakota or Dakota, have been coming to the fish farm to lead sweat lodge ceremonies for their relatives and friends. It's not easy in a city to find a good place to build a sweat lodge. Optimally, the setting where it is erected should be private, peaceful, and surrounded by the natural world. We have been blessed, and I tried to think of another word, but there is no other word than blessed at the fish farm through the decades to be the site of so many prayers for the healing and well-being of people and animals and birds, of everything that lives, all our relatives. You could say that we fish farmers agree with the words that begin the introduction to Lincoln's Plan Forward comprehensive plan. We want to acknowledge that our community rests on the traditional lands of the Native people and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it through so many generations. This calls us to commit to work in partnership with our indigenous peoples, continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land that we inhabit now as well. We at the fish farm feel this way, but what about our many prospective neighbors? Will they object to the singing and sometimes the drumming that are part of the Inipi ceremonies? Will they try to get them banned? With the place being so inundated with noise and everything else, will people even want to have the Inipi ceremonies there anymore? I wanted to say that there are lots of things about vistas and their importance in the Plan Forward and the green print thing. Vistas tie together natural features, urban features, and cultural features into one comprehensive view. Developments can remove vistas. All significant views in vistas should be documented. I agree that we should just say no to this, but if it is put off for a while, one of the things that should be done is study and documentation of the Snell's Hill. Permission should be sought from the current owner of the Snell's old dairy farmland to study and measure the hill, document its views, and assess its potential for eventual addition to Wilderness Park as a public vista. I was going to say a lot about the animals. The animals consider the Snell's land the same as the park. They go back and forth all the time. And they couldn't come to this meeting. But I really should stop. I know I'm taking up more time than I should. So, like I said, I wrote a lot in that letter, and I don't expect you had time to read it yet, because it was long.
Any other questions for Ms. Danker?
No. Oh,
nope.
Any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, nope, seen it. Thanks so much.
Thank
I have to apologize. I'm not sure if I can make out the next name. I believe the last name may be Lanosh. Lanowski, thank you. I found you. Your first name, sir?
Dylan.
Dylan, thank you.
Like melon. Good evening. My name is Dylan Lanowski. I live at 4700 South First Street. Just thank you for your patience and listening to all of us tonight. It's really appreciated. And I really feel invigorated by this process, and have met a lot of really kind people in this process of getting to know my neighbors and having those discussions. So many people have said things that I wanted to say. I wanted to read one thing and just kind of briefly tell you about the land that I live on. The principle of maximization of profits, frequently isolated from other considerations, reflects a misunderstanding of the very nature of the economy. As long as production is increased, little concern is shown about whether it is at the cost of future resources or the health of the environment, as long as the clearing of an area increases production. No one calculates the losses entailed in the desertification of the land, the harm done to biodiversity, or the increased pollution. In a word, businesses profit by calculating and paying only a fraction of the costs involved. This is from Pope Francis's encyclical on climate change. And it's a very stark message that I think relates directly to what we're talking about here. In talking with the developers, and as we all know, it's all about money, and it's all about, maximizing the profits off of a piece of land. And you can see it, in the planned development. Just how packed in all of this is, particularly, along the park edge. And it's really, to me, it's kind of an abomination, really, to the land and to the people that live there and to the animals that live there, and just the history and the people that as has been said, hold ceremony there. I just want to ask that you really, really, really consider what everybody has been saying here, and not let these profits and this money and the plan that we've had for so many years dictate. I mean, things change, and we need to look at how things have changed as we move forward, as we are approaching some circumstances that are very dire, for us, for all the critters that live with us, unknown and known. And so we really need to pay heed to that. There are probably, well, it's unknown, but there are probably no endangered species in this land that we were talking about tonight. But what is endangered is, of course, the land itself, and the beauty of the land, and all the resources that it gives to the residents of the park, and as has been also said, ceremonial value of the hilltops, which is included in the ceremonies. I just wanted to give a brief overview of the land. I sent this map in with my comments, but directly right here is the border between the park and the PUD. There's, as people have been saying, there's the native sandstone prairie that has been in restoration. Below that, as you go down the stream bank, all along Wilderness Park, there are very old bur oak trees, usually probably around 100 to 200 years old, that line the whole park all the way down, even past the limits of Wilderness Park, south of Saltillo. these are ancient trees in our timeline, and so what happens at night is in that season,
1 minute.
the turkeys roost in those trees, and then they get up very early in the morning, usually before I get up, and they come out of those trees and they scamper across this field, and they come across the road, and you can see their well-worn trails coming up this hillside, and they spend their time up there most of the day mowing on whatever they can find up there, and I've even seen some things that can't be mentioned at city council between turkeys, but it's important for them. It's very important. So here in blue you have a seasonal pond that's home to frogs, and there's holes there that are burrowed holes for animals. There's organisms living there, and they depend on that for food. Over here along the roadside, you have another sandstone prairie outcropping that really shows that this whole area is connected, and it should remain connected. And to do anything else is to destroy something that's very treasurable to the city.
Time.
Yeah. I just ask that you just vote no, and in some way, if the city can buy this, if they can help the tribes buy this land, I just ask that it just be a no across the board. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next is Wyatt Nelson. On deck is Terry Langham.
Hello, my name is Wyatt Nelson, 1601 B Street, and say thank you to all of you for sitting here and listening to us today. It's good to see you all. I'll also say thank you to all of you people here for coming out and supporting this, especially, Renee and Kevin and, all the other, elder people here who came. It's really nice to see all of you. I'll say thank you for sitting up here so late, and doing your thing, being the people that we are here. And, even to you, Mr. Manzino over there, I want to say thank you for sitting here and talking with us. I hope you can find it in your heart to really hear what we're saying and find a way, to put this project down and focus on something else. There's a lot of other stuff I know you and your company has going on. And I'm just going to ask that you look inside yourself for a minute and, maybe tonight or later in the morning and ask yourself if this is something that you'd be willing to put down for all the people here who you've seen today. I would say to the city council, I'm one of those lucky people who gets to go participate in the sweat lodge ceremony there at Fish Farm. And I know it's across the road, but as Ms. Danker mentioned, it's really important to have a natural surroundings. And that hill there's a lot of spiritual power that comes in that hill. The fact that it's just right next door to the lodge, the fact that when you're getting in and out of your car in the evening, you can look out that way and you see the sunset coming over that hill. It's a very spiritual thing. It really makes my heart swell every time I see that hill. And up on that hill, there's great horned owls and birds, and everyone's talked about the animals and the plants, and these things are very important. And what I'm hoping that you can realize is that this area of land is not just another square, it's set in a development plot. It's very different from many of the other pieces of land, and that's why you see all these people here sitting here for hours today, who started at 2 o'clock out there with prayers and talking, to affirm, what we felt. And I want to remind you that, this has been a plan, but you guys are the city council. There's a reason that you have the authority to vote on these things. There's a reason that our laws go from the zoning commission and then up to you guys. So that in an extraordinary circumstance like this, you don't have to follow the plan. There's a reason we elect you guys to make votes. Because as the people, we're looking at you and saying, this is a special circumstance. We weren't here last week when you were approving some other zoning thing, which I'm sure you were because of so much development going on. But we're here now, and we're asking you this one little section, this however many 40, 70 acres it is, You have the power to keep it agricultural for now. And you have the power to get on the right side of the indigenous people in this community. And you can put it on your record. You can say, I was a city council person who voted to keep that land because there were native people that came to our meeting and asked us this one time for this one little thing. You can also be the city council that sets the record and says, you know what, also, we went more than that. We went above and beyond, and we made this hill part of Lincoln. Maybe you put a trail up there and some benches, make it a scenic overlook. Maybe you work with the Catholic Church and you put some kind of shrine up there. That would be okay. I don't know, something like that. Maybe you make it more park. Maybe you make it a garden, an educational facility, something that was mentioned. There's so many options. And you guys could set a big record and gain a lot of popularity. And I'll tell you what, this is about 5% of the people who care about this. But most people are at work, they're taking care of their families, they're doing other things. They have full-time jobs and they can't be here today to talk to you. And I'm sure that you all understand that. So you can think of us as the representatives of this whole city, and we're coming to you guys as our representatives, you know, like democracy. And we're saying, as the authority of this city, you have the power to say, you know what, we see that comprehensive plan, we're going to say, we're going to change it. So I ask you humbly to please do that. Say thank you to all of you guys here. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Terry's up. Up next is Roxana Pearsall.
Hi, my name's Terry Lang, and I live on 6248 Las Verdes Lane, which is in the development across Denton Road, 77. I can't put any better than my friends and relatives have put here before you already today. They've so many good words: alluvian silt, riparian zones. I love it. It's so true. There have been some glaring omissions in the process that some other friends have pointed out, and some of the other folks have alluded to here. These sections in the planning zone, in the Comp 2050 plan, were either completely omitted or part of the waiver the contractor asked for, but they were not addressed. And these are, you know, they in their presentation they said there wasn't a lot of public comment. Well, your predecessors here, the administration, the mayor's office here, a lot of people in this room worked on this plan for years, and as their input to make public comment to help design the future of our city and our county. And the fact that that was either willfully omitted or just not taken into consideration, that's our process. That is the process we are supposed to use in developing. You know, people have pointed out the topography of this and the fact that there is one small pond there, even though it's degraded a culture, you know, been farmed corn and beans for years, which is not the best use for a riparian zone. You know, we work with organizations here in the state who imagine how much rainwater retention you could get off that hill and that land if you had deep-rooted prairie plants, you know, and even intergrazed cattle in through there. There's a wonderful movie at the Ross this week that specified just how deep you can sequester that, and that you could use this property to protect us and protect our future, to help prevent some of this flooding, you know, in the future. I'm from Lincoln. I grew up here. Sam and I went to school at Cathedral together. I was raised in the same church with the same beliefs. I was taught that I was separate from this, separate from nature. And that is not what I've come to understand to be true. You know, that we are all connected. All of this is connected. All of our relations, all of us. And I appreciate you for representing us here. You know, but that is a vital, it's a shift in consciousness. I feel for you. I understand your position. I understand the people he has retained, you know, in his employ. I was educated the same way. But we are suffering from an idea that has not worked for us. This has not worked. The way that we are farming, the way that we are condensing ourselves into these neighborhoods in areas, you know, it's obviously not panning out well for us, you know, and the earth is telling us that, you know. And from just a personal standpoint, I'm also one of the lucky people that get to experience that reconnection to the earth and to spirit there at the Sweat Lodge. And it's really pointed out to me the importance of community, and that we are all, Lakota say, omataki, I say, all my relations, the living and dead, and, you know, the plants, the animals, the sky. That is what we are, and that is what we're representing, you know. And ask you to help protect this place. There's so many better ideas, you know. We can think not like this anymore. We don't have to think the same way that's got us into the problems that we're experiencing. We can choose to protect this area. We can choose to turn it into something that our great-grandchildren, you know, in community, in buy-in with everyone in the community, you know, how to do a better job in the future, you know. So I appreciate your time. I know it's late. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thanks so much.
Roxana Pearsall. On deck would be Spirit Stabler. Gone. Okay. Is Spirit Stabler? Okay. Rebecca. Excuse me, I can't pronounce his last name. Cantus Vevi. The spelling. Cantesk.
Is there Rebecca?
Rebecca.
Okay, next.
No, okay. Kadeja Sango Yelly. And then on deck would be Ken Winston.
Hello, my name is Kadeja Singerielli. My pronouns are they, them. I am a part of the Arapaho Nation. I'm also Yoruba as well, so indigenous to another continent. I know a few of you here, and the last time I was in this room, I sent James a text that I didn't want to come back because I was disappointed and I was losing hope in the city council. And here I am again, nevertheless. But I want you to understand I am not necessarily here because I inherently want to be. As a two-spirit person, it is my sacred duty to protect our land, our people, our culture, and our traditions. We've been healers, and that is our job. I'm here doing a sacred job. So, with that being said, your pronouns she, her, right? Tammy, Miss, are your pronouns she, her? She, her are your pronouns. You identify as, okay, just wanted to make sure I didn't want to be rude. You said earlier about the food trucks, you said this is how democracy works and that we should grab our flags. And I just want to point out that you're correct. This is how democracy works. Democracy works by pushing down indigenous people and stomping on indigenous people and creating genocide against us and our cultural spaces in lieu of money. This land was built on our blood and our backs. Everything that you have is because of us. And it is our traditions that you continue to spit in the face of. And, you know, I've said it once and I will say it again, that this administration or whatever you want to call it with this new mayor has been nothing but lip service. Everything has been promised and nothing has been given. We have received nothing but brutality, and we have received nothing but distrust. We have received nothing that would offer us any reason to trust why this man would make sure that native plants are planted, to make sure that he will be ethical at bare minimum. Just to be ethical, not even to be good, just to be ethical. How would we venture to trust that? Trust a government who has violated almost every treaty that they have signed with indigenous people. Everyone. So explain to us why we should offer you our trust, that you and the rest of these people will be able to make sure that native plants are planted. To make, like, there's no if about this. If this happens, when this happens, if this happens, it will ruin our sacred land. It is ours. This land isn't for sale. It is our land. We shouldn't even be having this discussion. Our water is our life. It is not just my life, it is your life as well. You are made up mostly of water. And there is a reason for that. There is no clean water with this. Net gain from this there will never be a net gain for Indigenous people in this. And how you can look at Indigenous people and ask us to trust you and trust these laws is I mean, it's silly. It's silly. And, you know, Sam is over here talking about, oh, they surveyed this place and they surveyed that place. And as we can see, no Indigenous people, even by his own accord, were involved in that. How are we having a conversation about passing anything without us at a table? Diversity isn't just about who has a seat at the table. It is about an inclusion. It is about who has a voice at this table. And we don't even have one. So how are we even considering making this move? There's no way. And I've always encouraged you to remember that you are leaving a legacy. And what do you want your legacy to be? Do you want to continue a legacy of genocide or not? Do you want a legacy that you can be proud of or not? This is the time. Everyone asks how they can protect and do their part about recycling or saving the environment or protecting Black and brown people. This is your chance. This is it right here. You want your opportunity, it's right here at your door. There's nothing more that you could do as everyday citizens, but just do this, do that. And it's not much to ask. And we talk about this land, and we keep saying this little plot of land as if it's not life. Every blade of grass, every grain of sand is life. It matters. And just because we have discarded and treated this land so poorly that we don't think about it and give it the consideration that it deserves doesn't mean it doesn't deserve that. And to close, I will say to you over there, Mr. Menzino, that you are doing your forefathers proud. You are continuing a legacy of genocide. You are continuing a legacy.
Would you please direct your comments to the council?
Well, then you can relay them to him. They are continuing a legacy of genocide, of oppression. And if you decide to sleep at night and look at yourself in the mirror, remember that that is who you are. Go to sleep at night and sign this contract for this in the morning, and knowing that you are continuing pillaging, destruction, and genocide against Indigenous people.
Thank you for your testimony.
Ken Winston. Then on deck would be Diane Volkoviec.
Good evening. My name's Ken Winston, and I'm appearing on behalf of the Nebraska Interfaith Power and Light and the Nebraska Sierra Club. I spent a good portion of the afternoon watching from home, and then I came down and got to hear lots of very excellent testimony, to be quite frank. And I wanted to point out some things in the current comp plan that are contrary to the idea of this being developed. The first one that I want to mention is goal number 9, which is civic participation. Lincoln and Lancaster County recognize the need for an equitable civic process and community buy-in during the planning and decision-making process. Well, there's absolutely no community buy-in in this process. Every member of the community, and it's been a broad spectrum of people from the community, have spoken against it. The only person who's spoken in favor of it is the applicant. And one of the things that it talks about is actively seeking engagement from historically underrepresented groups. And there have been several of them who've spoken eloquently tonight about how their voices are not being heard. And I think we need to start listening to them. Specifically, would like to talk about the fact that we need to support the concerns that have been raised by Indigenous people about the degradation of their sacred sites. For too long, our society has run roughshod over their people and their concerns. We need to take their concerns and issues seriously and make sure that these cultural sites are protected. I'm also in opposition because of the fact that it failed to consider any of the provisions of the Climate Action Plan that was passed by this council in March of 2021. These provisions have been incorporated into the comprehensive plan. Specifically, let me refer to several of those provisions. First of all, there's no consideration of the climate impacts of the development, which would be contrary to Policy 49 of Plan 2050, which talks about energy conservation and land use. There's no consideration of the development of local foods, Policy 22 of Plan 2050. There's a lack of consideration of potential increased stormwater runoff due to extreme weather events resulting from climate change. There's numerous provisions of the comprehensive plan and the climate action plan, particularly sections 51 and 52 of the climate action plan. There's no reference whatsoever to natural climate solutions, which is Policy 24 of Plan 2050. This is inconsistent with goal number 7, environmental stewardship and sustainability, which says that the Lincoln and Lancaster County will conserve and efficiently use our economic, social, and environmental resources so that the welfare of future generations is not compromised. There's no reference to policy number 1, which is Plan 50, which is affordable housing. There's not going to be any affordable housing. And being close to Wilderness Park is a substantial benefit to this developer. They should be required to do more. They shouldn't just be allowed to walk in and say, well, we've met this requirement and that requirement, and we could decide how we're going to do the grading, and we want a waiver to do that. These are taxpayer-supported amenities that they're going to try and take advantage of, and they're unique amenities. And allowing the requirements to be determined by covenant is completely inadequate. That's an inadequate protection for the unique elements of Wilderness Park. And then finally, there's been a lot of really great testimony here tonight, and way better than anything I can say. I mean, the photos that Rosina showed of the flooding, I mean, the fact that she's got 40 years of experience out there, she goes out there every day, that should count more than anything any engineer says, because she knows, she's felt it, she's seen it, she's experienced it, she's breathed it. And the people who've been in those sweat lodges, what they say, that should count more than what some engineer says. Some engineer is being paid to be here and can recite some fancy study that he read and say, oh, well, that's going to take care of it. But the main thing is, this is a unique area. And if you damage it, if you destroy it, you can't ever get it back. You'll never get it back. Once you build houses, 30, 40 years, houses won't be new and shiny anymore. They'll tear them down. They'll build new developments. Meantime, we'll have reaped the impacts of that development. So please do not do this. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
No question.
Thanks so much.
Hello, I'm Diane Volkoviak, and I live at 1600 Sioux Street. I won't repeat all of the testimony you have already heard. It's been some very meaningful and sometimes emotional, but very needed testimony tonight. And I agree with all of the concerns that have been expressed about this development. I can totally understand that, yes, we need some housing for Lincoln. And I understand that, a developer does what a developer does. But just because it's legal to put in a development like this doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do. And you have the power to say that, nah, this is not a good fit for this particular spot. Yes, we need some houses in Lincoln, but we need things that are also as important as housing our physical bodies. We need a place to house our souls. We need to be able to escape the hustle bustle of urban life. A place where you can walk amongst Mother Nature to experience all of the glories that involves, to experience wildlife, to have some peace and quiet. This place, Wilderness Park, and its immediate surroundings are so important. And there are so many other better uses for this piece of land. People have suggested growing long-rooted prairie plants, or perhaps with the growing need for local food because of climate change, perhaps community crops, which is close by with their greenhouses. Perhaps we could have some local food grown there. Something that fits in with Mother Nature, something that is quiet and giving and wonderful, something we all need as much as we need a roof over our heads. We need something for our souls. And I pray that the Catholic Diocese thinks about this and considers a better use for this land that provides a sanctuary of peace and life. Yes, you can delay this. You can kick the can down the road. You can do more and more studies. But I think the right thing to do is to vote no, so we can move on and find that better use for this land. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That is all that I have that has signed up to testify. If there are any others that would like to come before council to testify, please come to the podium, state your name and address.
Well, there's a couple of us. I'll leave that right there because I don't think I'm going to use any of my notes. I think a lot of you may not know my face or think, who is she? My name's Melissa Baker. It's been a minute since I've been here, and yeah, COVID and the pandemic helped keep me away. But I'm here tonight because I am so grateful that you are all here tonight, and I can tell since I've been sitting here since around 4 o'clock that you're all listening, you're tuned in, and we're all feeling this testimony. That's what's blown my mind. So just a little bit about me and why I'm here. As a job, I'm a para for LPS. I work with pre-K kiddos at Pershing. They light up my life, and they are so sweet. I also have 2 small children that are in kindergarten and 2nd grade. Those kids are why I'm here. That's one big reason. I also am a yoga teacher. What's led me into yoga and becoming a yoga teacher really is more community-based and something that I just pull right out of my big green heart. And that's because when somebody was here a little bit ago, their name was River. That testimony, and then the second testimony after Adam, just shook me. And it brought me to tears. Not because I had a 15-minute break today and I've only had cheese and crackers. And granola bars, thank you. But it's what they said that just poured out of their heart to you. And it dawned on me, that's a place I went to. Because when I had troubles in my teenage years, I'm from Lincoln, so that was a place that I went to. That was a place that I poured my heart out to, Wilderness Park. And I would walk alone or I'd walk with a friend, but that space, it is sacred space. We know that. Our indigenous family and friends are telling us that. That is sacred space. I know that. They know that. And I think most of you guys understand that. So a couple of things. For years, I've been active in the Sierra Club. Thank you, Ken. Thank you for putting words together so more eloquently than I ever could. I was also involved in the Mayor's Environmental Task Force and other environmental groups, because I'm really concerned about our water and other things. I'm desperately concerned about our water. I really want to know what 10 and 20 years is going to look like for my children and all these other children that I come into contact with. Because I'm worried, and many other people are worried about our water, the quality, the quantity, what we're building on, what we're tearing down, all these things. So I would just like to just bring that heart back. I know there's a lot of really good testimony here, and I don't want to repeat all the amazing things that have been brought up, but just an idea for a vision of the future. This area, we could do some amazing things with. There's lots of spaces we can build houses, and I beg of you, developments, please consider affordable housing. Please, please pay attention to the people in our community and what their needs really are. Because my husband works construction, he makes good money. I'm a para, I don't. After a month, my paychecks are about $200. After a month and of the things taken out of it. It's a lot. I could probably never afford one of those homes if I ever dreamed about it. And we do okay, and we're not in debt. So affordable housing is major, but what I'd like to have you guys all think about is that vision that some of our friends here have put out to you. That vision that this space, it could be a space that we could grow food for the community. Community Crops is doing amazing things in this city. And on that note, I'm also on the board for Lincoln Earth Day. I'd like you to invite all of you this Saturday, Lincoln Earth Day. It's from 10 to 2 at Lincoln Innovation Campus. We have a beautiful, amazing panel that'll be talking at 11 a.m. Tim Renna, Community Crops. They're talking about living green and all the things that we can do and the ideas that we can all share. This is a collaboration. I'm asking you to vote no, to turn this down. This is absolutely the wrong space and everything for such a proposal. But what I would love to see is us come together and collaborate. The city, Lynn, you've been here all day, Lincoln Parks and Rec. I'm also running for Lower Platte South NRD, Subdistrict 3. Why? Because I care. Because I care about the water and I care about the people. And I can tell, having conversations with lots of you for over the years, I know you care too. I know it's in your heart to do the right thing, and that's why you ran for all the things that you have and are running for.
1 minute.
I'll close in less than a minute, I promise. I'd like you to consider the bigger vision of this space, all the amazing things we could do with growing food, but please, as we bring all these groups together and talk about these things, do not leave our indigenous community out. They, more than anything, deserve not only a seat at the table, but those leaders deserve to be at that table with all this community to create that vision, that space. Create a space for mental health. Create a space for cultural, sensitive, sacred space. Allow them to continue with their spirituality, their church. That's all I have for you this evening. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you to all my friends for coming out.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Next up, please, we do have 2 microphones.
Hi, my name is Jordan Hasselbeck. I live at 816 South 32nd. First, I'm thankful to all of the people that spoke today for all of their beautiful testimony, but also because it allowed me the time to run 2 of my kids to swimming lessons and make it back in time to still add my 2 cents. So, and so what I've been thinking about, basically, like, so many people have brought context to, this little square on the map, right? Their spiritual context, their mental health context, all these kinds of things. So by trade, I'm sort of an educator, so I was going to give my own little context for something like this. So how do you go from something that was once held in common, right, by the indigenous people who you've heard from today and from their allies, so something that was once held in common to something that was then enclosed, right, and now where, like, property rights apply, okay? Well, it's already been said how it went from commons to enclosure, right? That was genocide. And then, but like these property rights, that's more what I wanted to talk about. Like the law is sort of a conservative thing, right? I'm not a legal scholar, but the law is sort of a conservative thing. It holds within its body these sort of vestiges that come from long time ago, right? From the Code of Hammurabi or from Moses or from any of these kinds of written laws. There's sort of, you know, habeas corpus is like 500 years old, that tradition, in the Magna Carta in England, right? The property relations that we have, they are a similar type of vestige, right? And you've heard about, like, at least mention of a conservation easement. So let's kind of think about it in those terms. When you have a conservation easement, the property holder holds these rights. And they sort of relinquish some of these rights, right, to a trust, maybe, right, to an environmental trust. Somebody else is going to hold some of these. Let's say they're like holding little sticks with their rights written on them or something like that. Somebody else is going to hold on to some of those things. And but what's the part that you're sort of passing off to an environmental trust? Well, there's different ones. It could be written differently, right? And you can, but a property owner has the right to use. Okay, I'm gonna pull out my little notes, and I won't use the Latin because I don't speak Latin. But a property owner has the right to use, like to enjoy a thing possessed directly, and without altering it, right? So they have that right. They could use it. They can also profit from it. This is called fruit, right? So the property owner can also derive a profit from the thing possessed, for instance, by selling crops, right? Or leasing immovables or annexed immovable. We won't go into any of this stuff. But they have these two things, right? They have the right to use. They have the right to profit from. They have a third right, and this is maybe the one that you would trade away in an environmental trust. And that's the right to, there's different words. We could say alienate, we could say dispose of. But the Latin, right, has this, and I'm probably butchering this, but abusus, right? Which has the same root as abuse. Okay, so you can dispose of this land as you see fit because it's yours, you own it. Those are our property relations. Where did that come from? What is that a legacy of? If you guessed Roman slave law, you were correct. So, yeah, when we uphold these kinds of property rights,
1 minute.
we really sort of uphold these types of relationships. A relationship of abuse, a relationship of disposal, as I see fit, a relationship of alienation. It's probably beyond the council to like deal with all of that right now. But if you vote to uphold this property right, that's just exactly what you'll be doing. You'll be working in this long line, this long legacy that, as we, as was mentioned before, includes ongoing genocide, right? And you're not responsible for what your ancestors did. You are responsible for the decisions that you make. That's it. I got
Evening. I think I know most of you folks. I'm Mike Farrell. I live at 2111 Park Avenue. I've been a citizen of Lincoln for 50 years this month. I work at the university. My family's been in this country since 1831. I used to go to sweats with Leonard Crow Dog out at the fish farm, so I'm speaking from not a disinterested point of view. I wrote you all a letter. I also wrote it to the Catholic Diocese, and I wrote it to the newspaper. If you haven't had a chance to read it, I'm going to read it to you, and then I'm going to sit down. The City Council is being asked to rule on the proposed housing development of a parcel of land bordering Wilderness Park and to the southwest of Pioneers Boulevard and South First Streets. In order for that development to proceed, the land has to be rezoned from ag to residential and commercial, with up to 575 residential units to be constructed, providing lots of little doggies for the coyotes when they come across the little land bridges out there. Aside from the arguments about water runoff and flooding, urban sprawl, and wildlife habitat, there's risen another point of contention. Nearby are places that many of Lincoln's native people have been using for several decades as sites for spiritual and cultural practices and renewal. I know that the late Lakota spiritual leader Leonard Crodog conducted Inipi ceremonies nearby in the 1970s. And many respected community native leaders, many of whom you've heard from this evening, have expressed concern about how the proposed development will impact these places. At issue here, once again, is the conflict between two worldviews. One that sees land as an innate commodity, and another that sees land as a living thing worthy of its own selfhood. However, there's an elegant solution which stands outside the question before you. And so in many cases, my remarks are not to you, but to the person I'm going to address next. Takes it off your shoulders. This parcel of land in question is owned by the Catholic Diocese of Lincoln. The diocese bought the land in 2000 for $800,000. It's currently valued as agricultural land by the county assessor at $290,300, and the property tax that was paid this year on that land was $4,603. No doubt if the land is transformed into that many housing parcels, its value increases both in terms of the initial sale value by the diocese to the developer, but also in terms of its potential to generate tax revenue for the city and the county. So there are no disinterested parties involved here in this dispute. You all stand to gain something. Recently, Walter Echohawk, a legal expert and member of the Pawnee tribe of Oklahoma, spoke at the Ian Thompson Forum just a week or so ago with a talk entitled Reckoning and Reconciliation on the Great Plains, Healing Historical Harm Caused by Conquest and Colonialism. If you haven't seen it, it's online, look it up. It's very powerful. In it, he asked that we here in Lincoln and Nebraska consider what could be done to begin a healing process with the native peoples who are still here among us, or should I say, we are here among them, but who have suffered greatly by our common history. One way that healing could begin is if the Catholic Diocese of Lincoln would recognize the entreaties of Lincoln's native community about this parcel of land. If there were someone here from the diocese, I'd be talking to that person. The diocese could set an important example of charity. The Latin word is caritas. By setting this land aside for the express purpose of encouraging its continued use as a place of spiritual importance to the native community and others of like minds. There are a few ways this could be done. The land could be deeded to the Lincoln Indian Center. It could be given to the city as an expansion of Wilderness Park. The church could retain it, but place a conservation easement precluding future development. And there are many other ways that your imaginations could come up with that would accomplish the same end. That would take the issue off the table for the city council, the proposed developer, and all the others involved in this dispute, and it would be a good thing too in the long run for the city and Wilderness Park.
1 minute.
I don't need the other minute. You guys got questions?
Are there any questions? Thank you so much.
Okay.
Emily Levine, 724 South 18th Street. I hate doing this, but this is important, so. 65 years old. I've been here my whole life. I'm so old that I hung out in Wilderness Park before it was Wilderness Park. For half of those 65 years almost, I was fortunate to have a companion in life who died 2 years ago this weekend. We should all be so lucky to have a friend like that. And she was a friend. This was not a romantic thing. We walked through Wilderness Park for 30 years with dogs, with each other. But more importantly, maybe we walked that rectangle y'all are talking about over and over and over again. After she died, I'd go out and take her dog for a walk on that land. I'm intimately connected with that space. In my heart, I can tell you so many little things about it, where the badger hole is, the Osage oranges, where they drop what, up on Snell's old place. That's where Betty and I sat to watch the total eclipse. You talk about a view. I'll send y'all pictures from the top of that hill, and you'll see why vista's important. Because, yeah, I still go out there. And the Catholic Church can come get me for trespassing, because the irony of that would be too much. I'm serious. They have more land than they know. Literally, they don't know all the land they own. They own so much of the world, and they built empires upon it. I'm going to speak for the animals for a little bit. Because they use that land as a highway back and forth in and out of the park. I think someone mentioned that. I've seen so many different animals walking there. She and I saw so many different animals. They'll all be gone. They can't live in the grotesque, perfect turf environment that y'all are gonna build. That you won't build because you guys are gonna do the right thing. I wrote you an email last night that contains a poem I wrote about a month after Betty died, and I was walking her dog. I should mention that Betty lived in that house on the east side of the road, what people call the fish farm. That's where she lived. I'm walking with the dog. We'd been walking for a number of weeks and making that loop that one day, you know, crying, because it's the only time and place I can cry about her. It's when I walk out there. And the poem came to me. I Take Peaches for a Walk. It's the name of the poem, and it's a loop around that land and what it evokes for me. And that's one thing land does. It's evocative, right? It's not just a physical thing. It evokes other stuff. That's what makes it magic, right? So I sent you that poem. I really hope you'll take the time to read it. That land is sacred to me.
1 minute.
This breaks my heart. I have more to say, so I'm going to send you all another email, because there's other aspects that, as wonderful as everyone has been, there's other aspects that haven't been talked about that hill, about Snell's old place. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, and I congratulate you on testing the fortitude of your gluteal muscles today. The thing about Wilderness Park, it is the most unique spot in Lincoln. Of all the parks that we have, it is the one park that is still connected to the natural world.
Can you please start with your name and address?
Oh, I'm
please?
sorry, Gail Ogden, 921 South 35th Street, Lincoln.
Thank you.
It is the place where the trees and the plants are all connected underground. 20 years ago, we didn't know about this sort of structure that was underground under our feet. So when you stand on that land, it's alive. It has depth, it has soul, and lots of people find it a sacred place to heal, to breathe. When the wind, the rain stir up the leaves, It changes the quality of the air. It's healing. It's soul soothing. And I wanted to read this poem to you by Wendell Berry, a world-renowned conservatory. Rosina. Oh, there he is. This is from A Timbered Choir, the Sabbath Poems. Even while I dreamed, I prayed that what I saw was only fear and no foretelling, for I saw the last known landscape destroyed for the sake of the objective, the soil bludgeoned, the rock blasted. Those who had wanted to go home would never get there now. I visited the offices for the sake of the objective the planners planned, at blank desks set in rows. I visited the loud factories where the machines were made that would drive ever forward toward the objective. I saw the forests reduced to stumps and gullies. I saw the poisoned river, the mountain cast into the valley. I came to the city that nobody recognized because it looked like every other city. I saw the passages worn down by the unnumbered footfalls of those whose eyes were fixed upon the objective. Their passing had obliterated the graves and the monuments of those who had died in pursuit of the objective and who had long ago forever been forgotten, according to the inevitable rule that those who have forgotten forget, that they have forgotten. Men, women, and children now pursued the objective as if nobody had ever pursued it before. Every place had been displaced, every love unloved, every vow unsworn, every word unmeant, to make way for the passage of the crowd, of the individuated, the autonomous, the self-actuated, the homeless with their many eyes opened toward the objective, which they did not yet perceive in the far distance, having never known where they were going, having never known where they came from. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Sam Carrillo, 4722 Hillside. Well, I guess everything's been pretty much said. You know, I guess my story about, you know, do you guys know that address at all? Do you guys remember that? Hillside, it's a block between 48th and Calvert and 48th and High. It's 4 blocks. It's 2 blocks on each side. And there's big plans to build a huge retirement center, all these great things back there in a watershed. And, you know, sounds crazy. Why would it, you know, how would anybody live? Well, eventually it didn't happen, and eventually the city just, you know, they gave the plans and said, well, I'm only taking out 5 trees. Did that end up happening? No. 275 trees were taken out. We're facing the same situation here. You know, nobody really upholds their end of the bargain when they, you know, when they're so ambitious, we'll call it. You know, now I sit, there's this, you know, well, there's not going to be a retirement home, but the city gave them a little contract to do a little watershed area. And I don't know how that works, you know, right? You improve the watershed by removing 250 trees. But obviously they thought that was correct. So, you know, I'm not sure. But I hope you guys don't make that mistake again. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. It's time to get home, I think. I won't take too long. All right. Benny's got the stamina. Hey, everyone. My name is Alex Houchin. My address is 1426 South 12th Street. I'm here speaking solely on my own behalf. Council members, I'm not an elected official yet, but I'm a regular watcher of live streams for both city council meetings and the Nebraska legislature. Watching these meetings for any amount of time, you notice there sure is a lot of real estate development going on in this growing city, for better and for worse. And you also notice that developers don't always get no for an answer, don't often get no for an answer. They come in here and they show you their maps, explain access and setbacks and right-of-ways and sewer improvements and all that stuff, and you all give your thumbs up and the heavy equipment starts to rumble. It feels exciting, I'm sure. We all want to look back on our time and service to each other and our communities and think, gosh, I sure did my best to help my community grow. But sometimes what a community actually needs already exists. As you've heard tonight, Wilderness Park means so much to so many people in this community. It's a sacred place, regardless of what you believe or don't believe. You can feel it. Go out there, find a tree to sit on, listen to the migratory songbirds, hear the wind in the trees. I mean, this isn't poetry like you just heard, but watch the insects going about their business, watch the bees visiting the trout lilies. That's right, Adam? Right now. Yeah, right now. Trout lilies are coming up. And if you're still and quiet, you might spot a barred owl or some deer. It's a priceless treasure, and above all else, it's a place we can go when we've forgotten that we belong to this earth and not vice versa. It saves lives, sometimes literally, sometimes repeatedly. In 2015, it saved us all billions in flooding damage, because that's what it was intended to do when it was created decades ago by good-hearted people with long-term vision. We all know Wilderness Park is an incredible place, but it can only remain so if it is actively protected. Think about it. How are you going to have a wilderness across the street from a neighborhood? It's not possible. So, it's been a while since I've done this, a little shaky. But here's the thing. I don't often come down here to speak, but I pay attention. I believe in my heart that you all have good intentions and that you want to do the right thing as often as possible for as many people as possible. And I also believe that if you've been paying attention to testimony tonight the way I have, you already know what the right call is here. You just need some encouragement to make that call. You need the people of Lincoln who love and appreciate the special, unique aspects of our city to stand with you. Here we are. All these people came here today into the night to open up their hearts to you and explain why Wilderness Park must be protected and defended against encroachment. So think for a moment. Think about what exactly would the city gain by adding 500 some more houses? And by the way, as Majid said earlier, this is not affordable housing. No one I know can afford any of these houses. But then think about what the people and the creatures of this land would lose if you failed to protect this incredible place. Think about all the other places those houses could be built. Surely there's a similar sized parcel of land somewhere else that those houses could be built on without ruining a beautiful, irreplaceable park that protects our city from flooding and from despair. And finally, think about all the people who came to speak today, or tonight. How many Lincolnites spoke in favor of this project? How many people spoke in favor of this project without a little bit of financial interest? Don't throw away something so timeless and beautiful just for the sake of some houses. Don't do it. Vote it down. Do what I know you know in your heart is the right thing to do. Preserve and protect this magical place for the life it supports today. Make sure it will for generations into the future. You can keep your minute.
Much. I think we have two folks left.
Good evening. Hi, everybody. Thanks for listening to all of us, and we appreciate that. My name is Roger Carmichael. I was born at 11th and South, grew up at 8th and South Street, basically the old Manasquia Boy Scout camp, Epworth Lake Park. That whole area has been familiar to me all my life. I've traveled the entire length of the park by hoof, by shoe horse, by snowshoe, and by my foot at least 75 times. I am probably a co-author of a future book of the park. So I'm familiar with the park. It's loved. It's loved by many. Traveled by water to New Orleans, to Pittsburgh, to Minneapolis, and to Wyoming from that park on Saline River, now known as Salt Creek. That's another story, another day. But that park means so much to everybody. And when you see that they're going to wall up next to that, park and protect it by a 6-foot fence. I heard about the lighting that's supposed to be environmentally pure or something. What's going to happen the 4th of July? I know that's already been mentioned tonight. That's going to blow that whole area terribly. Just going to drive them animals crazy. And they walk through my wife and I's property all the time. You might as well just put them out of their misery. That's going to throw them into all kinds of situations. It's just terrible. Plus, think of the fire load that's in there. I am retired from Lincoln Fire Department. I know what fire looks like. It is a wilderness park for a reason. It's never been cleaned. There are countless years of fallen trees in there that it has a fire load that is going to get bad. All them fireworks right there and so other problems, just terrible. And no 6-foot fence is not going to protect our park. We don't need less park, we need more park. The ground that's there could have so much more of a better reason for our people to use. I'm a lifer in this town. Some of you I even kind of grew up with in this room. So I ain't going nowhere. I want more park, and I know these people here will support that, and we hope you do. Now, I've talked about one thing. I met Arnott Folsom. He would not, and if those of you who don't know, Folsom Children's Zoo, yes? He would not like a fence built next to his city park in the middle of this town. His animals he wouldn't like that. And he wouldn't like this also, this whole thing is going to be too close to that park. There are veterans out there who need this space, who get away, who suffer from PTSD. I myself am a 7-year veteran, Marine Corps, Army, and Air Force. So this is used for people to go out and seek solace. So consider that. So many people use that. And I think I'm getting close to being done because I appreciate the opportunity. Better speak up. About worn out. I've been teaching driver ed kids for the last 4 hours. So anyway, but I got to talk about the road. Yes, I know. You know what makes me look brave out there is we have brakes on our side. Let's talk about the intersection of, this is true, that we have the future Interstate 280 in our midst going around Lincoln. Agreed? That's going to be a diamond there. Now, just 2 months ago, before I ever heard about this, my wife and I went and talked to the Department of Roads, and they knew, well, nothing's going to happen there for 4 to 5 years. Now, if this happens, this is going to happen a lot sooner. There's going to be the roundabout. I'm totally a fan of roundabouts, okay? I train people how to drive. I'm a professional truck driver, trainer for 32 years. So I train trucks how to go through those things. I take them through myself. I have every license you can get out on the road. But that's going to be such a humongous traffic load. Those folks coming out of Salt Valley are not going to go out there by the racetrack. They're going to cut right down, First Street into that neighborhood. That's a lot of people. A lot of people. Okay?
1 minute.
Well, thank you very much. All right. Anyway, I just see just some problems with this whole thing. I'm not against expansion, as I've seen this town, when it used to end at 48th Street, so and 56th Street. So I'm for it. I understand it, but not this spot. This spot, there's other choices that are not going to affect, wildlife, humans. We need this. We need more park, not less park. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
When I ran, this is what I talked about, Benny.
this is our job. This is y'all's job. And I wished for this every meeting, didn't I? My name is Lou Bratz. I live at 5020 South 56th Street here in Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm a homeowner. Nebraska born, Nebraska bred. When they bury me, I'll be Nebraska dead, and on my tombstone it will say two things: I was a good father and go Big Red. I come to you tonight to impart some words, but first, before I do that, I would like to acknowledge two people who are not here who would have been. One's name was Robert Pewter. One's name was Leo Yankton. And both of them would have been dead set against this. No pun intended. Winston Churchill said, "Hasty work and premature decisions may lead to penalties out of all proportion to the issues immediately involved." What that means is the decisions that are being made tonight, or could be made tonight, for the short-term solution of a few extra houses, have penalties that none of us know will transpire going forward. And why I say that this is a hasty decision is because, like, when I look at my children and they say they want to do something, I ask for information just like any parent would. Where are you going? How long are you going to be there? Who's there with you? How do I get in contact with you? And what these developers are doing is asking something from all of you, but they have lacked in many ways on their presentation. First, there is a lack of information and plans at both the city and state levels, these plans and these studies that everybody's waiting on. Not only to mention also what is going to happen with the South Belt Expressway and the different Department of Transportation projects. There is also lack of plans from the developers. They are asking y'all to make this decision on good faith, that they will come to you with the appropriate plans in place on how they are going to handle the waste and the water systems around their project. This is all lacking. This plan lacks any teeth from the developer's promises in regards to lighting and fencing and having a responsibility to the environment, when they say that these plans are going to be put in place, but then those plans are put in the hands of a homeowners association who has no real jurisdiction and has no real power to hold any of the homeowners to account. And believe me, I live in a place with a homeowners association, and half the rules ain't followed on most days. Unfortunately, through a Freudian slip or not, there was a voiced lack of caring by those who want to affect the wildlife in Wilderness Park. There is also, obviously, a lack of communication with the Native people in this city. Need I say more on that concerning their sacred sites and what is going to be done with one of the places that they do one of the hardest, and believe me, I've been there, hardest things that you could do as part of their culture is sit in there and bake like a potato and try to think about what you're supposed to be doing. Okay? But that's not new, is it? That's not new. Somehow or another, the people that were here first are the people that are heard from last. And last, but not least, there is a lack of need in this town for market rate homes. I know we all like to talk about a need for housing, but the actual need of this city is for affordable housing, real affordable housing for either the college students that sometimes get mom and dad to help them out, nobody's going to argue that, but also for the startup families in this town. As we like to continue to talk about our growth, well, we're making sure that we're pricing out exactly what will grow this city, which is families raising the next generation of Lincolnites. So with that, I find this plan lacking, and I hope that you folks find it in your place not to kick this down the road, not to delay this vote, but really go and consider before you make this vote, and then come back and say no. And why? Because those who cannot remember the past are doomed to repeat it. And frankly, we continue to ignore the past as we look at climate change and we look at this state and how fast people are running from it. And this is one of the reasons why. Thank you very much. I hope you all have a good evening. I appreciate your time and the time of everyone else.
Yes, you can come on.
Because I didn't sign no paper or
No.
anything like that, so.
That's okay.
You
can state your name, that'd be great.
My name's Brian Flood. I live right down the street, 1336 D Street. I was told about this meeting today, and I was told that it would affect the Native American ceremony of Sweat Lodge. Me, myself, and this is all just from my point of view or my life. The first time I ever went to the fish farm was probably back in like 2013 or 14. I had just gotten out of prison. Since then, I've been going through a lot of issues, or even before then. But that's my belief in God. That's my good faith, is this Sweat Lodge and this ceremony. Me, myself, I have mental health issues, and I've been a drug addict. I've been through drug addiction. Something that actually really helps me stay really sane and knowing that I'm gonna be okay in life is going in that ceremony at the fish farm. I'd probably be really upset or disappointed if I, couldn't go there. But my history, 2013, 2014, I go there and I pray. That's what I do over there. I pray inside that ceremony, that Sweat Lodge in Nipi. And what I do there is I go through these issues in my mental, and I sit there and I suffer, but that's my belief. I pray. I'm in there for a reason, and that's to pray for everyone from my left and my right. And I've been through this addiction, and I've been through these mental health issues to where these doctors recommend that I take these pills, or I was in this drug addiction where I was only normal with people who do drugs, so I have this perspective on taking these drugs, whether it's prescribed or whether I get them off the street. These two things that my mind collides with, but while I'm suffering, when that door opens and I get that air off my past, I get these thoughts of getting this methamphetamines or this cocaine or this marijuana or even cigarette smoke, or this prescription drugs that these doctors prescribe me. From my point of view, in that Sweat Lodge is how my mind turns, and my belief in God and my good faith. I don't want to say religion or spirituality, but that's my faith in God. And I was raised a Christian. Inside Sweat Lodge is where I found my belief in God. As you know, you guys probably know, I'll vote no against whatever you guys are proposing. As of now, I've been sober for like the last year, but my mind's been twisting and turning. I go through a lot of mental, different levels, a lot of different levels, from an addict all the way to business persona, even getting money, but in both ways that come together. But I go pills or I go drugs. But that's the way I see money, but I see my value in heart right there in ceremony. So I would ask that you guys vote no.
Thanks so much, and congratulations on being sober. That's a real accomplishment. All right, is there anyone else here to provide public comment on this item before we turn it over to the applicants to provide a rebuttal? Anyone else here?
I'm probably gonna cry. I'm Margaret Verona, and I live at 1700 J Street. I've lived at the fish farm. I've walked that hill. There's no substitute for it. Please walk that land before you decide. Let her touch you, touch her heart. Thank you.
So much for your testimony. Is there anyone else here to provide public comment? Anyone else here to provide public comment? Okay, just to remind folks, if you have not provided public comment and you don't feel comfortable addressing the council at this time, or for folks at home, you can write in through email to councilpacket@lincoln.ne.gov, and your written words will then be part of the public record. At this time, I'll invite the applicants back up to provide a rebuttal.
I think council members were going to just provide some brief comments and then kind of wrap it up. I think everybody's had a long evening and everybody's been able to make a pretty comprehensive presentation. And so we'll just hit a few points and then be available for any additional questions that you might have.
Wanted to start real quickly on the hydrology issue, which we discussed at length, and we've agreed to do the increase in the stormwater events that was called out for in the Salt Creek Resiliency Study. There was really two things that were asked of the development community in that study. One was to use the increased flows, and the other was to adjust the minimum corridor standards. This project, the way the drainage basin works, is at the top of the hill. Really don't want to have any of those minimum corridor issues. And then what I wanted to just highlight again from the community perspective is that the best way to address these increased rainfalls is with structural dams. And I was the one that came before council when that recommendation from the Salt Creek Resiliency Study did not make it into the Climate Action Plan recommendations, and got some of you that are here to adopt that our community considers those. They were thrown out because of some back of the envelope cost benefit analysis, and we got it back in. And there are 5 of the 16 recommended dams from that study that are in the Salt Creek Basin, the South Salt Creek Basin, or what's called in the study, the Upper Salt Creek Basin. So this kind of demonstrates a lot of points on this project and other things, is there are things of community value that we need, and we need everyone in the community to pay for them, but that's very hard for people to accept the costs sometimes that come with those. So we feel like from a stormwater perspective on this project, we've gone above and beyond, and that the remaining elements that can help Salt Creek are now sitting there in the Climate Action Plan for future integration by the city. The other thing I want to mention is that with the Danker property, we worked with staff, and with all adjacent properties, we have put in a means for access to remain to that property. They don't have to participate in the vacation of the roadway. And so the road will be moved further away from them. Yes, there are plans for residential lots there, but access was one of the very first things the planning department demanded that be provided to them. We do not control that property.
There's one person in this room that controls that property. And so we have done what staff has asked for us. We have done what staff has asked for us of multiple things in the design process. So that's my conclusion.
And I think kind of just to bring it full circle for us, we just have to kind of come back to our focus on the community's, comprehensive plan. Because that's a document we have to rely on when we're making decisions for the long term, and I know you and our community relies upon that document. We only come up with the comp plan after we have very robust and lengthy public process with many segments of our community participating in that, months of community involvement. I mean, we just got done doing, the 2050 comp plan process. And it culminates, as David Carey mentioned, in a plan that is a balance. We have to balance all of these community interests. We have a growing community. We have, environmental resources we want to protect, and we have to balance those things. And so that's what that comprehensive plan tries to do for our community. And I think, we come back to that because the plan that we've brought forward is in compliance with that, and I think that's what the staff, testified. And that plan also considers all of these other plans that we would have out there, like the master plan for Wilderness Park and other plans that have been done. All of that, kind of culminates in that document. So we're bringing something forward that we think is in conformance with the comprehensive plan and would, be something that's very beneficial to our community, and we're trying to take into account as best we can the proximity and considerations for the sensitive environment that we're adjacent to. And we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have for us.
Are there any questions from the council at this time?
No.
Okay, seeing none.
Great.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So just to remind folks who might not know, there's no action that's going to be taken on this item tonight. This is just the public hearing. So we're not going to have any vote or action on this item today. All right, that being said, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item.
Our next item on the agenda is Section 7, Ordinances, Third Reading and Related Resolutions. Item 7A is approving a contract between the City and Lincoln Haymarket Development Corporation to operate and regulate a Saturday public market in the Haymarket area from May 7th, 2022 through October 15th, 2022, and May 6th, 2023 through October 14th of 2023. Introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilman Beckius. Any discussion? Seeing none, may you please call the roll.
Beckius.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. Item 7B is approving the equipment lease agreement between the City of Lincoln and Exchange Bank for the lease of financing and maintenance golf carts for a 58-month term, introduced by Raybold.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Washington. Any discussion? Councilman Schob?
I want to acknowledge that Parks Director Johnson stayed here till this.
As did Director Carey.
Director Carey's in back as well.
He's in the back?
Ah, yes.
Mm-hmm.
This is a critical park issue.
Yeah.
Golf carts.
Wow.
Carts.
Golf carts. Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
how much for the acknowledge.
Any other comments?
No.
Short timer.
Okay, seeing none, let's call the roll.
Ward.
Yes.
Raybold.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Bowers.
Oh,
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0. That concludes our Section 7, Resolutions First Reading, Section 8, Items 8A through 8C. Section 9, Ordinances First Reading, Related Resolutions, Item 9A, and our pending list date certain is Items 10A.
And just to remind folks, open microphone sessions are on the second and last meetings of the month. So for the month of April, it's April 11th, which was last week, and then April 25th.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn and thank all those that participated in the discussion tonight.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Raybold, seconded by Councilman Cho. Okay, Councilman Beckius. Any discussion? Other show. Any discussion?
Seems to get us confused a lot.
Okay. Can we please call the roll?
Raybold.
Yes.
Washington.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Schob.
Yes.
Beckius.
Yes.
Bowers.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
We stand adjourned.
I got to.